Volume 3, Chapter 123. The days when Turan was a shepherd now felt like a distant past. While herding sheep, Turan would often look toward the east. That was because he believed it was the place where the world he imagined existed, something vast and incomprehensible. He never imagined that a few years later he would end up exploring almost the entirety of that vast world, and even find it too small, causing him to turn his gaze beyond the west. So this is Turan's hometown. In the early morning, Bige, carrying Turan and his group, finally landed in a valley of Hisarul Hill. There was a faint tremor in Mace's voice as she looked around. Salif, brushing aside the grass on the ground, spoke. "Do you think my father and mother can live well here? There's really nothing here." The land was dotted with short weeds that barely reached the ankles. The hills and valleys stretching out in the distance were all bare, with scarcely a few trees growing here and there. "As long as it's a place where sunlight reaches so I can pray, I'm fine. As long as we have food and water, it doesn't matter. I've already spent an entire year locked in a room." At the calm words of the Varaha couple, Salif let out a short sigh and shook his head. "Well, we picked up plenty of entertainment along the way through various cities, so you won't get too bored. Even if this place is poor, it's not so bad that nobles would worry about food. Even Kjorn used to roam around here hunting wolves. Not to mention, the appearance of a leopard magical beast meant that quite a few animals lived at the foot of the Sky Mountain range. Of course, humans can't live on meat alone, so they would also need a water source and farmland. But this was something Turan, who had roamed this area since long ago, had already prepared for. This is the hideout I had in mind." The place Turan led them to was a small basin a few kilometers south from the landing spot. Not only was it deeply carved into the land, but the upper cliffs twisted in such a way that it was hard to see the inside from above, and even the entrance was concealed. "How did you even find a place like this? What else was there to do around here besides herding sheep and wandering around?" He might have been a shepherd, but Turan was a noble. Even during his weaker days, he could easily run dozens of kilometers in an hour. There were virtually no terrains in this area that Turan didn't know. Upon entering the basin, the group let out gasps of awe at the open space. Despite being surrounded, the sunlight reached well, the land wasn't sloped, and the finely grown grass made it look ideal for farming. "It's really nice, we just need a water supply." "Groundwater? Looks like we'll have to put in some work again." They had already gotten used to earth manipulation magic through land reclamation work in the south. They immediately began digging into the ground outside the basin. With the overwhelming magic power of the nobles, tunnels dozens of meters deep appeared all around in an instant. No matter how barren the wasteland, it didn't take long to catch a few veins of groundwater. "Here, water, it's pretty thick. Good, stop working and let's redirect it from over there." A short while later, they drew the groundwater to create a small well within the basin. It was clean enough to use not only for washing and watering crops and livestock, but also as drinking water. Next came the task of building homes to live in. Of course, all usable timber in this area had long since been cleared out by others, but Turan, being a local, had anticipated this. "Both of you step aside, I'll place all the pillars here." "Who brought the straw?" "Here, this is it, right." While passing through various cities, they had purchased a wide range of materials needed for building houses. From wooden pillars and doors to glass windows, roof tiles and bricks, things hard to come by in such remote areas. Of course, a house couldn't be built just by having the materials, but none of them were amateurs when it came to construction either. Of course, they had experience rebuilding a village that had once been burned down, and even during the reclamation project, they had built housing for the influx of settlers in no time. They packed down the earth and used telekinesis magic to neatly place the prepared materials. Any missing or misaligned parts were adjusted on the spot with magic, so the buildings quickly went up one after another. "Our son is good at building houses too, though he seems to be doing the least work." At his wife's praise of Salif, Godi spoke gruffly, only to get smacked lightly on the back and avert his gaze. After several hours, a decent-looking brick house stood right in the middle of the basin. It was 3 stories tall with about 10 rooms. There was, of course, a bedroom for the Varaha couple, and the design was spacious enough to accommodate more guests in the future. Not to mention, Turan's group would need to sleep here tonight as well. "Building and decorating a house ourselves is kind of fun. I didn't know I'd like this kind of thing. Yet when it came time to pick out furniture, you just goofed off." Salif, who had been whistling as he placed down a bed, chuckled awkwardly and slipped away without a response. Turan turned his gaze to the well outside the window and suddenly voiced a thought that came to mind. "What if we just make a small pond and put some fish in it? How would you bring them in? There's a lake about 400 kilometers from here. If I use fluid manipulation magic to bring the water and the fish together, come on, we definitely get caught passing." "Yeah, I guess so." It seemed he'd gotten carried away with how fun it was to build a residence with magic. After the hideout was complete, the 5 people and 1 golden eagle shared food and drinks in the small garden in front of the house, commemorating the end of their journey. As the feast was winding down, Turan quietly got up and started heading to the back, prompting Salif to ask him, "Where are you going? I thought I'd drop by the house I used to live in. Want me to come? It's fine. Look after your parents." Considering they'd be separated again soon, he needed to cherish the time spent with his parents. Knowing this, Salif nodded and turned his head back around. At that moment, Mesa quietly approached from behind and said, "I want to go too. It won't be very fun, I'm just going to take a quick look and not draw attention." There were a few villages nearby where people lived, but the reason he had gone out of his way to build a house here from scratch was clear. It was in case someone came looking for his whereabouts later and visited his hometown. If he settled in a village, his identity would be exposed easily just by asking around. "It's nighttime anyway, so we won't be seen. Two people should be fine, right? I just want to see it, the house you lived in." At Mace's words, Turan smiled as if he had no choice and pulled her along. A moment later, the two of them gently persuaded Bige, who had been patting her belly after eating a pile of jerky, and took off from the basin. After flying together for about a minute, they saw a sheep farm situated on a low hill. "That one? Yeah, it hasn't changed at all even after all this time. Had it been a little over 3 years, not quite 4. It was too short a time for major changes if someone else had moved in." Focusing his senses, Turan could feel the presence of 3 people and 2 dogs inside the house. They were probably keeping shepherd dogs since, unlike Turan, they couldn't use magic to control the herd. They fixed the broken fence from before, and it looks like they butchered the one that was sick. "Looks like the village chief brought in a proper shepherd family with some skill. I thought he'd just pick some punk from the village and send him up." Turan was explaining what he saw when he noticed Mesa staring at him intently and turned his head. "What? It's just hearing you talk like that makes it really feel like you were a shepherd. Honestly, it didn't feel real before." "Is that so? Anyone would think you'd lived your whole life without ever doing any hard work." Turan, who had been brushing his hand across his face, gave an embarrassed smile and shook his head. After taking a look around his childhood home for the first time in a long while, Turan walked to a cliff about a kilometer away from the house. There, a small gravestone stood. "This is my mother's grave. So you buried her here, not in the village cemetery. If I buried her there, I figured the villagers would dig it up later. We didn't exactly get along." Perhaps recalling the past he had once confided, a look of pity flickered in Mace's eyes. Turan tidied up the neglected and weathered grave, then stood before it, clasped his hands together and closed his eyes. And in his mind he recalled everything he had been through, the secret histories of his mother and father that he had come to learn. "Why didn't you tell me, mother?" Of course, the answer to that question came from within his own head. At the time, Turan had been too young and weak to bear such secrets, and it was likely that Bezella had no idea how much potential Turan possessed or how powerful a wizard he could become. "If my mother were still alive, there's so much I'd want to ask her. Like what? What kind of person my father was, why she ran away in the first place, stuff like that, but the dead could not return to life." Turan suddenly recalled the soul magic he had been training in so diligently lately. Didn't it say that someone who had awakened spiritual perception could see and talk with the soul of someone who had recently died? At the very least, recently probably didn't mean several years. As he spent a few minutes in silence, Turan opened his eyes at the presence he felt nearby. Bige was standing beside him, eyes closed and head deeply bowed toward the grave. After spending a day back at the hideout, Turan's group began preparing in earnest to climb the Sky Mountain range. In truth, there wasn't much to prepare. They had already bought almost all the survival essentials on the way and stored them in the large-capacity pouch. It was enough to have Bige hunt down a few deer from a distance to stock up on fresh meat. "Well then, we'll be off. Please don't overdo it. This place alone is a fine enough place to live. Don't worry, father. We're just going to take a look, just a look." Despite Salif's confident assurance, the concern on the Varaha couple's faces seemed to deepen. After once again reminding them that this wasn't such a dangerous endeavor, Turan boarded the swing tied to Bige's leg. It felt oddly nostalgic for the 3 of them to be riding the swing together again. "This is kind of nerve-wracking." "Same here. Some tension's good for the body. Let's go, Bige." As the Golden Eagle took off with the swing, the Sky Mountain range soon came into view. Even from a distance, the terrain had seemed incomprehensibly massive, and now that it was close, Salif gasped in awe. "Hey, you can't even see the top from here. Are we really climbing that?" "We'll give it a shot." Upward, at Turan's shout, Bige stopped approaching forward and began to ascend in a wide arc. They passed the altitude at which they usually flew, several hundred meters, then 1,000 meters, 1,200 meters, 1,500 meters, and everything on the ground grew small. "At this rate, we might actually get there pretty easily." As Salif muttered while looking down, it was as if Bige had been waiting for it. Her speed began to slow. Turan clicked his tongue softly and shook his head. "Looks like it's getting harder to keep climbing." Ever since he first flew through the skies on Bige, one of the things Turan had taken interest in was how high this bird could actually fly. And after several test flights, he had learned that the higher they went, the thinner the air became, making proper flight increasingly difficult. Even now, it was the same no matter how much Bige flapped, there wasn't enough wind for her wings to catch, so the swing couldn't rise quickly anymore. When Turon, Mesa, and even Salif joined forces and used wind magic, their ascent gained a bit more speed, but even that didn't last long. Just like how it's hard to use water magic where there's no water or fire magic underwater, wind magic was difficult to use in a place where there was no air. Worse yet, the thinning air began to threaten even their own breathing. Of course, for powerful nobles like them, even a single handful of breath was enough to endure for several hours, so it wasn't a serious problem. Bige. Head toward the mountain range. At the shout from below, Bige flapped with all her might, using every last ounce of strength to push her body toward the mountainside. When Turon altered a portion of the cliff to create a space for the swing to land, Bige dropped the swing there almost like tossing it, then landed and gasped for breath. You did well, Bige. Though it had been a short flight, Bige was clearly exhausted, likely from exerting herself fully at the end. Turon stroked her head, then let her rest atop the metal bar on her side. Now it's our turn to climb. If only we could tunnel through to the other side using Earthmover magic. If it were that easy, someone would have done it already. The surface of the Sky Mountain range could be warped with Earthmover magic, but once they began to dig inward, they'd soon run into an unknown material of rock that blocked the way. Much like the structures of the old empire, it was nearly impossible to destroy through physical means, making such tricks unviable. Here, take your climbing gear, one by one. They quickly tied ropes around their waists to connect themselves to one another, then began climbing the mountain on foot. Mesa, positioned in the middle, looked down and muttered, "It's so high, I feel like I'll die if I fall. I told you, just falling isn't enough to kill us anymore." One of the natural laws they had learned from the librarian was that everything that falls has a terminal velocity. That speed varies depending on things like volume, weight, and shape, but once the fall exceeds a few hundred meters, falling from even higher won't make it any faster. So none of them, not even the physically weakest, Bige, had any reason to fear death from a fall here. Compared to the toughness of their bodies, the rocks below were far too soft. With that reassurance, they climbed for several more minutes. Thanks to Earthmover magic, which created footholds as they climbed, the movement itself was as easy as walking, but their breathing grew more and more labored. Can't breathe, damn it. Don't talk." After covering Salif's complaining mouth, Turon took a deep breath, then carved out another hold and climbed upward. Indeed, the Sky Mountain range served as a barrier just like everywhere else. Without a top-tier magical beast like Bige, simply reaching this place would have taken ages, and for ordinary people, this was a demonic zone where even breathing wasn't allowed. If there was any solace, it was that the summit was finally coming into view. What could possibly lie beyond that? With equal parts hope and fear, Turon led the way, using hands and feet to carve out new holds as he climbed the mountain. You ran, most. Even the voices of his companions behind him could hardly be heard now. Perhaps it was because their breathing had become too strained, or maybe because there wasn't enough air to carry their voices. Still, since the rope tied around his waist remained taut, they were surely still following him. Trusting in that, Turon did not look back and kept climbing the nearly vertical cliff over and over again. And at last, from the very top of the mountain range, he looked out across to the other side. Chapter 124. The End of the Sky Mountain Range. Turon, who had poked his head up to the highest place in this world, opened his eyes wide at the sight before him. What on earth is that? Turon had been determined not to be surprised by anything on his way up. If it was a place no one had crossed for thousands of years, then nothing would be strange no matter what was there. But he had never imagined that not only the land beyond, but even the sky itself would be different. Something stark white was visible beyond the neck he had carefully stuck out. This place should be too high even for snow to fall, and yet the unknown white substance was filling not just the other side of the range but the sky itself. So much so that it was hard to believe it couldn't be seen from far away. As Turon stared blankly at it, he realized that thinking it was white had been a mistake on his part. There were reds and blues, greens, and from those came yellows, teals, purples, all kinds of mixed colors. There were even more varied hues of light that could only be seen through the eyes of the illusionist bloodline. It only looked white because it was the result of all those lights being gathered and wildly mixed together. And it wasn't just visual stimulation he could sense. His sensitive sense of smell, capable of detecting the scent of blood from several kilometers away, was now picking up countless odors he hadn't noticed a moment ago coming from inside that thing. The smell of burning wood, animal droppings, concentrated strawberry jam, sour sweat. Hundreds, thousands, maybe even tens of thousands of different smells were contained within it. If he focused for a moment, he could hear sounds too. The murmur of people, the cries of beasts, the rolling of stones, a buzzing noise, and even music being played by unknown instruments. Looking closer, it was difficult to define that thing as even a substance. It scattered like gas, rippled and flowed like liquid, hardened like solid and broke apart on impact. Suddenly, an understanding dawned in his mind. That thing was in itself nothing at all and also everything in this world. As he barely opened his mouth and let out a groan, he realized that the sound he had just made was also one of the substances within that thing. No, even the body he looked down at was the same, most of it had become composed of that. Only a very small part remained that could be called his actual body. Had it always been this way, or had it changed because he reached this place and observed that thing? With the thought, his entire body immediately began to melt and flow, being absorbed beyond the edge of the cliff. Wait, within the substance that flowed out was all the information that defined him. Turon, child of Karim and Bezella, the hunter who chases the wind and hides within lightning. The savior of Kalamaf, one of the three main gods of the southern frontier night. Stop, the moment he shouted with all his strength, his breath caught in his throat. Only then did Turon realize he was standing at the summit of the Sky Mountain range, in a place where even a single handful of air was scarce. No, even that breathless sensation soon disappeared. His muscles, blood vessels, even his lungs that needed oxygen had all flowed away. All that remained here was an extremely small part that should have been his true essence, something no better than dregs. No, perhaps that tiny remaining part was actually. Turon, Turon, wake up, come on. At the shrill voice, Turon opened his eyes and felt a hard sensation pressing against his back. Through his blurry vision, he saw Mesa with tears in her blue eyes and Salif with a deeply furrowed brow. I'm alive. From the hands touching the ground, to the esophagus and lungs that could inhale and exhale, everything felt vivid and real. As if what had just melted away a moment ago had been a lie, though for some reason he wasn't wearing any clothes. Where is this? Right below the Sky Mountain range, you went up alone and fell down. Don't you remember? Not at all. Turon held his throbbing head and recalled the scene he had just witnessed, that mysterious substance which had covered the land beyond the mountain range and even the sky. Maybe it was because he had stared at it for so long, Turon was hit by a headache that felt like every fold of his brain was being finely crushed. More importantly, what do you mean I went up alone? Didn't we arrive together? The rope suddenly snapped halfway up. I called out to you with all my strength, but you ignored me and just kept climbing. Turon had taken the lead simply because, with the power of the Earthmover bloodline, it was easier for him to carve footholds into the cliff. In terms of climbing speed using those footholds, Salif, with the strength of the Guardian bloodline, should have been much faster. However, even after climbing at full speed again and again, the distance between them and Turon only grew farther instead of closing. While he was gasping for breath and barely holding on, Turon had suddenly fallen from above, completely naked. Mesa, seeing this, had quickly followed and used flight magic to catch him and bring him down here. I saw. Up there, as Turon tried to speak, he realized he didn't know how to describe what he had seen. A substance that was nothing in itself, and yet at the same time everything in the world. Unless one had seen and felt it directly, there was no way to convey its true nature. No, was all of it even real? Perhaps it had been a kind of hallucination brought on by the lack of breathable air. But judging by the fact that his clothes had disappeared, it was definitely true that his body had melted once. Wait, where's Bige? She was with you, wasn't she? I didn't see her fly off anywhere. Only then did Turon realize that Bige had been clinging to his side when they climbed, but was now nowhere to be seen. Thinking it over, he recalled that when his body had melted, Bige had melted with him and flowed out together. No way, did she go beyond and never come back? I'm right here. Just as he was hit with a wave of dizzying despair, a thin, girl-like voice echoed inside Turon's head. Startled, he turned his head, but Salif and Mesa looked at him, clearly not understanding what was going on. What's wrong? Just now I heard a voice. Even though it was the first time he heard it, the voice felt oddly familiar. It didn't take long for him to realize what it was. A golden eagle with a familiar form suddenly sprang up from the center of Turon's chest. What? Bige, who had suddenly popped out from inside Turon's body, let out her usual chirp and perched on top of his head. Looking closely, her build seemed slightly smaller than before. Whereas she had once been a golden eagle of normal size, now she looked more like a kestrel. Anyone unfamiliar might even mistake her for a young golden eagle chick. What's going on? I melted and fused with Turon. Now I can fit perfectly inside. It was a riddle-like response, similar to when they first met. But this time he could roughly grasp what it meant. It meant that the souls of Turon and Bige, their essences, had melted and fused together, allowing not only their souls but even their bodies to become one. Even more, thanks to the now stronger soul bond, they could now transmit each other's thoughts as voices. Come to think of it, there was already magic that could manipulate souls. The Tamer's soul bond magic binds the soul of a human and a magical beast, enabling a low level of emotional exchange. Primitive as it may be, it's clearly a form of magic that interferes with the soul. He couldn't understand why he hadn't thought of that until now. Just then, Salif waved his hand and said, "Anyway, it's good you're safe, but let's pick up the stuff you dropped first. It'd be a problem if someone picked it up, and put on some clothes too." As he checked using tracking magic, Turan found that all the important items, such as the Mimic Relic, the Guardian Magic Artifact, and the large-capacity backpack, had fallen not far away. Since they were all heavy items, it seemed they had dropped straight down due to their weight. However, the clothes he had been wearing had all ridden the wind and flown far off into the distance. Since he had worn them for a long time, he could track them using tracking magic, but they had scattered dozens, even hundreds of kilometers away, meaning even riding Bige, it would take quite a while to retrieve them. "I'll just make you new clothes for you this time. Some of them were gifts, so I need to find them. I doubt even Ashes would tell you to skip rest and go around searching for clothes in this situation." Though there wasn't anything physically wrong with him, Turan was suffering from a severe sense of fatigue. For an ordinary person, it would be comparable to coming down with a heavy flu. It was never a good sign when a noble who typically doesn't fall ill ended up in such a state. What he needed now was rest. With Mesa's continued urging, Turan changed into a disguise outfit from the large capacity pouch and returned to the hideout. The Varaha couple, who had been planting a few edible plants in the garden, were surprised when they suddenly saw the group return. "What, you're back already? Don't tell me you succeeded. That's not it, we just came back to rest for now, we'll explain in detail. Are you eating dinner here? I'll set the table in advance. We'll see." While Salif and the Varaha couple exchanged words, Turan, supported by Mesa, lay down in an empty room. "Want me to get you something to drink? I'm good. More than that, I'll tell you what I saw." Though both said it was fine, they quietly sat at the edge of the bed. Understandably so, who wouldn't be curious about what lay beyond the Sky Mountain range? Turan did his best to vividly describe what he had seen atop the Sky Mountain range, conveying it exactly as he had felt. The world beyond the range, the unknown substance that filled the land and sky, and even the phenomenon of being pulled in just by perceiving it. So any idea of setting up a hideout there is off the table. Yeah, not a chance. From what he had seen directly, that place was not somewhere humans could possibly live. He guessed even the family heads of the great noble houses would feel the same. It was likely that the fallen gods had also grasped the secret of that place to some degree, and thus never attempted to cross it. And this part I can't be sure of, but I think that substance is wrapping the world in a huge sphere. It felt like even if you tried to cross from another region or go above the sky or beneath the ground, you'd still be blocked. That big. More than that, I can't even begin to guess what kind of substance it could be, just hearing about it. They debated for a few minutes over what the substance that blocked the outside of the world might be. Then, as if something occurred to him, Salif pointed at Bige and asked, "By the way, what was that earlier, Bige, coming out of your body? Is that a new spell you learned?" "This. I don't really know how to explain it." When Turan held out his hand to Bige, she stretched out her beak and lightly tapped his finger, then smoothly melted into him and vanished. Though she had become smaller than before, the sight of a bird larger than a fist vanishing in an instant was surreal even by a wizard's standards. A few seconds later, she popped out from the other hand and chirped. "Our bodies melted and then fused. It's like how light of judgment mixes fire and light. I think our souls and magic power came to share the same properties, allowing us to merge." Just a guess, though. As a bonus, perhaps because Bige's body had become partially made of magic power, her size could now be adjusted to some extent. To demonstrate, Turan changed Bige's form from her kestrel-like size back to her original size, then to that of a dog or a wolf, then to a large predator's size and even larger than that. Whoa. As the room, which had been fairly spacious just moments ago, was suddenly filled to the brim, Bige finally returned to her smaller form and did a little dance on top of Turan's hand. In that moment, a voice echoed in Turan's head saying, "Aren't I awesome?" That's the limit of her size change, probably, though of course getting bigger doesn't necessarily mean it's better. The density of the magic power that makes up her body gets thinner. When the body gets larger but the amount of magic power stays the same, it naturally suffers in terms of density. While increasing muscle mass could mean more power, still just being able to adjust these traits depending on the situation was already a huge advantage. And this is really the last part. Before anyone could ask what he meant, Bige flew from Turan's hand and disappeared from sight. After staring blankly for a moment, Salif groaned and clutched his forehead. "How is it? Is it what I think it is?" "Yes, now Bige can also borrow my concealment and tracking abilities." Listening to Turan and Mesa's exchange, Salif muttered, "You really have gone off the rails. This is the end of the world. A person with 3 bloodline abilities is one thing, but a bird doing this." At that moment, Bige reappeared and pecked at Salif's forehead, muttering not to say bad things. Of course, it was too weak to break the head of someone with the Guardian bloodline. Bige's original soul form probably matched that of Aravian, but now, after being merged, I think the Zahar form has been imprinted onto her. Something like that. Even setting aside the concealment ability, the fact that Bige could now use tracking magic was a massive asset. The essence of tracking lies in amplifying the senses targeted at a specific object in order to find it. Turon and other Zahar nobles usually used their superior sense of smell for this, but Bige could now utilize the Golden Eagle's extraordinary eyesight to identify targets. Soaring high in the sky and observing in a radius of over 100 kilometers. Hearing this, Salif grumbled, "Why can't I find a magical beast that matches me? You'll probably meet one when the time is right. What if I just take some random beast up there and I don't even know if that's possible, but even if it is, I wouldn't recommend it." Turon still remembered the dizzying sensation he had felt at the summit of the Sky Mountain range. His entire body melting away and flowing out beyond that place, leaving behind only remnants barely recognizable as his own. Not knowing how he even came back from that state, expecting a second stroke of luck and climbing up again would be madness. A few days had passed since the attempt to scale the mountain range. While Turon quietly recuperated, the others spent their time in their own ways. First, Mesa began crafting a few spare outfits for Turon into magic artifacts. She poured her vast magic power into the process and even borrowed the strength of Salif's guardian bloodline. Considering the power of a magic artifact comes first from the enchanter's power and second from the bloodline ability it's infused with, it was easy to imagine just how powerful the resulting equipment would be. Of course, crafting such items drained one's energy for a time, so it was necessary to limit the power to a reasonable level. "How's your body feeling? More or less okay? Try drinking this. It's tea I made with some herbs I picked just a bit ago." At the same time, they put effort into caring for Turon, including brewing tea made from crops grown right in the front yard garden. They received help from Salif's mother, Romy, who was familiar with the Varaha-style medicinal tea culture. To this end, she not only used plant growth magic to speed up the crop's development, but also applied the decay magic Turon had taught her in the past to rapidly ferment the herbs, an impressive bit of applied magic. Turon, as he reluctantly forced down the tea every day, bitter, sour, fishy, and foul-tasting, with every kind of flavor imaginable, felt a bit of regret for having taught them that magic. Aside from occasionally helping Mesa with the crafting of magic artifacts, Salif spent most of his time with his parents. Since they had no servants or maids to handle chores, there was plenty to do. From teaching simple home maintenance methods to procuring items they hadn't managed to gather yet. To do this, instead of stopping by nearby villages and risking exposure, he had to ride Bige for over half a day to reach a distant city where he could make purchases. Each time they did, they ended up squabbling so much that one or both of them would return with a small injury somewhere on their body. Lastly, Bige too was constantly busy, except when giving Salif a lift now and then. She was completely absorbed in playing around with her newly changed body. Most of the time, she maintained the smallest size, about that of a kestrel, but when she felt like it, she transformed into a massive golden eagle with a wingspan of 10 meters to hunt frightened animals. Thanks to her concealment ability, she could snatch prey in complete silence despite her large size, making her truly like a predator of death. She even had the cunning to shrink down again when eating, making it easier to feel full quickly. And so about 2 weeks passed as each of them spent their time in their own way. At last, Turon was able to come out of his bedroom. "I'm still a bit dizzy, but much better than before." Walking unassisted for the first time in a while, Turon stepped into the garden and basked in the sunlight pouring down from the sky. Both his body and magic power had recovered long ago, and yet his physical health, somehow slower to return, was only now finally catching up. Now he understood why that had been. "I didn't expect it to work out like this, not in the slightest." The introductory soul magic book he had obtained while raiding the Varaha's base. He had meditated diligently according to its teachings, but Turon often felt as if there was a thin shell he couldn't quite break through. However, not long ago, during a period of focused meditation with nothing else to do, he had a sudden realization. The remnant dregs that hadn't been absorbed at that time. What had seemed like mere residue, barely more than scraps, was in fact his unchanging self, and it had served as the medium that drew his true form back from the brink of being absorbed beyond. Because that nascent, fragile power had forcibly pulled back a form far too massive, it had left him paralyzed as if suffering muscle pain, and the aftershock had caused his physical condition to deteriorate. Click. With a sensation like pressing a button inside his head, Turon awakened his spiritual perception. Chapter 125. Those who begin to think with their true self and open their spiritual eyes are able to see a new world. Turon, who had opened the third eye located somewhere inside the skull, between the brain, could now understand the meaning of those words. In the spiritual world, things did not appear in the same colors as in reality. A pitch-black sky, a land in deep gray, and various non-living objects. Finally, all living creatures visible within his field of vision squirmed in a mixture of red, blue, and yellow hues. After a moment, Turan's gaze turned toward himself. If it were a physical eye, such a thing would be impossible, but with this spiritual eye, he was able to look within himself. A tiny lump located deep inside the brain. It was far too small to be considered the medium controlling this vast body, yet that tiny lump was his spiritual body, his true self. I thought I was all healed, but seeing it like this, there are still quite a few cracks. Maybe it'll take a little longer to recover. Just like a newborn baby, a freshly awakened spiritual body was typically in a state where it was difficult to exert any proper strength. It was no surprise that this much damage had occurred, considering he had used such a spiritual body as an anchor to forcibly restore a broken physical body. Rather, he should be grateful that it was in this good a condition. Fortunately, he could sense that these hairline cracks were not permanent damage and could heal with sufficient rest. As he looked a little more closely, he could see 4 symbols inside the cracked spiritual body. Lightning and clouds, darkness and eye, they were the powers of Aravian and Zahar that dwelled within him. Touching those, it's probably better to wait until I'm more used to this. Unlike before, when he could only observe the mimic relic, he now felt that he could reach out to those symbols. Perhaps the reason gods were able to handle mysterious powers by blending various symbols was also based on this spiritual ability. However, Turan did not rush to attempt it. Just as the book repeatedly warned, dealing with the spiritual world required the utmost caution, all the more so in a vulnerable state like this. What is it, why the sigh? You feeling sick, just? As his head throbbed and he deactivated his spiritual perception, letting out a sigh, Salif, who had approached at some point, spoke up. Judging by the tiny Bige hanging onto his side, it seemed they had gone out to the city together. But for some reason, she was stabbing at Salif's neck repeatedly, clearly furious. What's wrong now? That idiot stole and ate all my jerky again. Did you eat her jerky? Just a bit on the way back, it was good. Salif answered nonchalantly, as if daring her to peck all she wanted, then walked into the house. Maybe feeling deflated by that response, Bige sulkily slipped into Turan's body. I really hate him, punish him for me, go easy on him, you're the great and mighty magical beast king, Bige. But even a king gets hungry. I'll make you more jerky, let me check if we've got any leftover spices. A short while later, Turan flew up into the sky with Bige. Unlike usual, when her small size meant he had to hang onto her legs, she had now grown large enough that he could ride on her back. Judging from the feeling conveyed through their soul bond, Bige seemed rather proud of that fact. Found a rabbit, let's go down. The fact that they could now communicate telepathically while using concealment magic was also a major gain. Normally, communication was impossible while concealed. After sweeping through several dozen kilometers nearby, they caught 3 or 4 rabbits. Turan then dismembered them, sprinkled spices, marinated the meat, and used magic to extract the moisture and dry it. In no time, some decent-looking jerky was ready. There, satisfied, yes, fortunately, the mighty magical beast King Bige seemed to be quite pleased with the humble offering of jerky. For some reason, she preferred eating dried meat like this over fresh meat. Of course, her absolute favorite was freshly caught mackerels. After preparing Bige's snack, they stopped by a small nearby village. People going about their everyday lives as usual. When he activated his spiritual perception, he could observe a sight quite different from the quiet hideout that had remained untouched by human presence. From the ghost of an old man who seemed to have died not long ago sitting dejectedly, to the ghost of a newborn baby who died from illness, to a blood-covered boy ghost who might have been killed by some wild animal. Translucent figures of the dead were wandering all throughout the village. As Turan watched them, a thought suddenly occurred to him, and he sent a thought to Bige, who was beside him. Bige, could you deactivate your concealment for a moment? Not completely, just enough so you're invisible to the eye. Okay, even with spiritual perception, it was impossible to see a creature using complete concealment, but if it was just regular invisibility where the eyes couldn't see, it was possible. Turan looked at Bige's spiritual body revealed through his spiritual eyes. Unlike with other humans, whose interiors he could not see inside her, he saw 4 holes. They were shaped similarly to the 4 bloodlines Turan possessed. Most likely, those were the factors that allowed Bige to borrow Turan's bloodline abilities and what made them a compatible match. It'd be great if I could find more magical beasts like this. A magical beast capable of wielding the same bloodline ability as Salif would make for the perfect vanguard, and one who could borrow Mesa's bloodline ability would be a huge help in making magic artifacts. When Turan returned to the hideout after his outing, Mesa happened to be basking in the sun in the garden, looking drowsy as if she had just finished making a magic artifact. Where did you go? You're still not fully well. Just a light walk, got some food for Bige too, I'm almost all better now, so don't worry. I'm rich with jerky now. Unfortunately, Bige's voice could only be heard by Turan, but just from the way she proudly tapped the jerky pouch hanging from her chest, it wasn't hard to notice how pleased she was. Watching the two of them, Mesa smiled warmly and began rummaging through her pouch. Here, try this on. Isn't that pushing it a bit? Oh, come on, it's nothing. What Mesa handed over was clothes similar to those gifted by Ashes, which Turon used to like but with designs that reflected Mesa's personal taste. Like Ashes's gift, they were equipped with basic features like self-repair and self-cleaning, and on top of that, they had added functions that boosted defense, created by borrowing Salif's power. How is it? Looks good on me. As Turon tried on the full set, a smile appeared on Mesa's face. A few days later, Turon, feeling that his spiritual body had recovered more completely, began the process of awakening the spiritual perception of Salif and Mesa in earnest. It was similar to the way one helps a baby bird break out of its egg. If the inside wasn't sufficiently matured and too much external force was applied, they would be brought into the world in an immature state. To ensure their spiritual bodies wouldn't be damaged, Turon made gentle, precise contact from the outside to guide their awakening. Fortunately, as written in the Soul Magic Book under the guidance of a forerunner, awakening one's soul was relatively easier. Mesa, who had been progressing faster to begin with, succeeded in a week. Even Salif, who was a bit slower, managed to open his soul's eye like Turon within 10 days. So this is what it meant when it said having someone to guide you is important. If Turon hadn't awakened first, I think it would have taken us ages to do this on our own, Salif said as he massaged his temples, clearly feeling some strain. Unlike Turon, the spiritual bodies of the two were still extremely immature. They had to struggle hard to fully open their spiritual vision and couldn't maintain the state for long. From what Turon could guess, his spiritual body had likely become stronger than theirs during the process of being damaged and then recovering. Like how muscles grow stronger after being torn and rebuilt. It was quite fitting to compare it to muscles, as the achievement of soul magic worked similarly. Just as sore muscles come from hard training, maintaining spiritual perception longer became possible through cycles of spiritual body damage and recovery. At first, they struggled to maintain spiritual perception for even 10 seconds, but with steady practice, their skills gradually improved. Once they were able to maintain spiritual perception for over a minute, they began practicing basic techniques like clairvoyance, which allowed them to move their spiritual body to see distant objects, and remote touch, which let them feel the texture of objects they hadn't physically touched. Of course, during that time, Turon had already taken a step ahead, training and mastering additional techniques. He was learning how to handle the spiritual body by summoning the librarian from the jewel box and making direct contact. How does it feel, Elder? Strange, a bit creepy. The librarian, who had never directly touched another spiritual body before and was now holding hands for the first time since its creation, grimaced. Of course, Turon could sense that this was just its way of expressing awkwardness. After all, the librarian had gone on to ask for several more handshakes. After learning how to interact with spirits, Turon took out soul fragments that had been slumbering in the jewel box and practiced handling them. Though he wasn't yet capable of advanced operations like the librarian who could dig into them and analyze their internal information, he could see a few faint and vague remnants. Beauty, sudden, thank. The world shone through the remnants of the soul fragments displayed scenes Turon had never seen in his life. Skyscrapers towering into the sky, thick dust clouds darkening the air until the sky was no longer visible, multicolored beams of light illuminating the night. These landscapes, which he had no idea where in this world he might find, were likely remnants of the old empire where the gods had once lived. Having reached that level of progress, Turon then tried a few more things while waiting for his companions to catch up. For example, he attempted a technique from the Soul Magic Book considered heretical, which involved suppressing and controlling the soul of a living being. But that nearly got him killed again, earning him a lecture. Or he tested whether the bloodline specialized in melee combat or the one specialized in ranged combat was better at handling souls by switching the bloodline of his mimic relic. During this time, he made another surprising discovery. How is it? I'm certain. When the Najin bloodline is activated, the strength of the spiritual body seems to increase significantly. In the past, Turon had absorbed the power of the Najin bloodline from Renaud, Mesa's brother and the vessel of the fallen god Ymir, by killing him. That bloodline held the power to dominate living beings and bind the souls of humans and magical beasts together. Since he hadn't found much use for it, it was originally the first one he had planned to discard once he secured a better bloodline. But surprisingly, when the Najin bloodline was activated, the spiritual body became stronger and easier to handle. It seemed that the power to dominate souls was being enhanced. Come to think of it, we did talk about that before. That with the power of the ruler bloodline, you might be able to command spirits. I never imagined it would work like this, though. Maybe soul manipulation is actually connected to life-dominating magic. If that were the case, then it was no coincidence that Turan, who was most skilled at life domination magic, was also proficient in handling souls. And perhaps that's also why the Najin family chose to be bound with the seemingly inefficient combination of the ruler and tamer bloodlines. By then, Macer and Salif had caught up to Turan's level fairly well, so the three of them would leave the hideout each night to visit the cemeteries of distant villages. The training they were undertaking this time was to make contact with ghosts. Hello there, sir. HRRRNNGHHH doesn't seem like he's in a good mood. After addressing an old man's ghost and receiving only a groan, who knows if it was a response or not, Salif shrugged his shoulders. These types of ghosts, perceivable through spiritual perception, were unlike any spiritual entities in existing necromantic systems. Since they weren't alive, they weren't living spirits. And since they hadn't been revived through magic power, they weren't undead spirits, nor were they spirits in any other sense. Ugh, cry, ah. Some ghosts could speak, but even they couldn't carry out meaningful conversations. At best, they would endlessly spew out a few intense emotions from their lifetime. It was truly a shame. Actually, maybe it's a good thing. Nothing, just talking to myself. Turan shook his head in response to Salif's question and recalled what had happened not long ago. When he confirmed that he could see ghosts through spiritual perception, he had secretly visited both the sheep ranch and his mother's grave. But at neither location did the ghost of Bezella appear. Normally, ghosts only appear within about 3 or 4 years after death. Though there were personal differences, that was the general rule. According to the magic book, it varied depending on factors like the lingering resentment during life or one's spiritual aptitude. If that was the case, then there was a high chance that Bezella's soul had already long since vanished. Considering that ghosts were essentially nothing more than the remnants of life, and that the way she looked right before death had been far from pleasant, maybe it was a good thing he didn't meet her again. Still, Turan wanted to see his mother once more. Regardless of how others revered him as an object of awe, he was still only a young man of 21. About a month later, the three of them had finally reached the stage that had originally been their goal. It was the ability to move their inner symbols and make them interact. Is it going well? Not at all. I don't even have a clue. How the hell are the sun and shield supposed to combine? Don't ask me. At least Mesa had a direction to follow, imitating the presumed Thunder Lord, the head of House Aravian, whom Turan had seen in the past. She hadn't yet produced a result, but her path forward was clear. The problem was with Turan and Salif. Neither of them had any sense of how to make their own symbols interact. On top of that, even moving the symbols was no easy task, so it was difficult to get in much practice each day. Maybe try putting the sun inside the shield, then wouldn't the person holding the shield get burned? Isn't it better if sunlight radiates outward from the shield? As they exchanged thoughts like this, Turan suddenly sensed something and raised his hand upward. Bige, who had appeared from somewhere, skillfully landed on it. You're back already? Yes, Ashes gave you something tasty again today. Now that she was smaller and capable of using concealment, Bige could move in and out of House Burke even more easily than before. About once every few weeks, she visited to exchange letters, and each time she returned with a stuffed belly, making it clear how much she had eaten. No, this time he just told me to go. And he said to deliver it as quickly as possible, so I came without sleeping. Bige spoke in a slightly sulky tone as she handed over the letter tied to her ankle. Come to think of it, her belly did look rather flat today. What in the world could have been so urgent that he didn't even feed her properly before sending her off? Let's see. Turan barely had read the letter before a low groan escaped his lips as he read. Looks like it's about time for us to leave. Why? Ash's older brother has been kidnapped. At those words, the expressions on Salif and Mesa's faces hardened. In particular, Mesa's reaction was more intense, given that she was a relative of Ash's and cherished him deeply. Who did it? Though her voice was as high and thin as always, it carried a chilling, killing intent that would unsettle anyone who heard it. Turan lightly tapped the table a few times with his finger, waiting for her to calm down before speaking. Apparently, even Ashes isn't exactly sure. He only heard that it happened on the way back from delivering goods to the Aravian main house. Then, well, there are plenty of suspects. House Aravian, who resents House Burke because of Mace's escape and the internal whistleblowing. House Carmine, who might want to cut off the supply of magic artifacts before the war. Or even House Zahar, who could have been involved as mercenaries for either side. Of course, whoever the culprit was didn't make much difference. House Burke was a friend of Turan, and whoever targeted them would now have to face his wrath. Chapter 126. Before leaving the hideout, he took one last moment to check the surrounding perimeter. A few light orbs prepared in case of an intrusion by House Zahar nobles, and even alarm magic artifacts that activated upon detecting human movement. It was a setup arranged by Turan himself, placing them in positions that would be most troublesome even for him to infiltrate. Of course, Even this wasn't nearly enough to stop a high-ranking noble or above from breaking in, but if it came to that, it would already be a situation beyond what the Varaha couple could handle. One could only hope that no one would bother to deploy fighters of that level all the way out here. I'll be going now. Please take care of yourself and make sure to wash your clothes regularly during your travels. Ah, Mom. Still getting nagged to the very end, Salif gave the hideout a weary look as if he'd had enough, then quickly hardened his expression. For a couple with magic power at the level of mid-tier nobles, there usually wasn't much need to worry about their personal safety, but they weren't going up against ordinary enemies. A short while later, the three of them mounted the enlarged Bige and took off to the northeast. Just her body length alone was 5 meters. If you added the length of both wings, she easily exceeded 10 meters. The appearance of such a giant bird of prey was enough to throw all nearby cities into panic, but no one noticed, because Bige always flew while maintaining concealment magic. Given the urgency of the situation, they moved even faster than during their previous forced marches. During the day, Bige flew with all three of them on her back, and at night, while she slept inside Turan's body, the others flew on their own. Thanks to that, it took only 2.5 days for the three of them to return from the hideout near the western edge of the world, by the Sky Mountain Range, to the Taking Plains. Considering it had taken Turan a full month and a half to walk that distance in the past, and even with the Varaha couple accompanying him it had taken 5 days this time, the speed was truly astounding. Ashes, early evening. Ashes, pacing the mansion garden with a worried look, was startled and turned his head at the sudden voice. There stood Turan, who had appeared out of nowhere. It's been a while, the other two, they're waiting outside the city. The kidnappers might have people watching nearby. I see. Ashes had wanted to meet Mesa in person, but he kept his mouth shut instead of voicing his disappointment. Now wasn't the time for such leisurely talk. More importantly, I'm sorry for calling you over for something like this. No need to apologize between friends. More than that, can you explain in more detail? The letter didn't tell me much. At Turan's words, Ashes glanced around, let out a light sigh, and organized his thoughts. Soon, the story of what had happened not long ago began to flow from his lips. A week ago, my brother went to Morgan City to deliver some magic artifacts. Ashes's older brother, Milo, was the heir of House Burke. Naturally, since he was transporting a large batch of magic artifacts for the main house, not only knights but even some of the house's retainers accompanied him for protection. However, a few days ago, even though the time they were supposed to return had long passed, Milo's group had not shown up, so House Burke sent Haram, the most skilled among them, to go meet them. As a result, they discovered to their shock that Milo's group had been massacred in a valley 2 days to the north. Those who retrieved the bodies confirmed 2 things. Milo was not among the dead, and a single note had been left behind. There was a note at the scene. It said, "If House Aravian learns of this, the heir's life is forfeit." That's how we knew it wasn't murder but a kidnapping. Any ransom demands? Nothing yet. Currently, the Burke couple were conflicted over how to handle it. His father wanted to inform the Aravian main house and request reinforcements, while his mother, Medela, who was also the head of the family, did not want to gamble with her son's life. Above all, distrust toward House Aravian still lingered due to the situation with Mesa. Turan silently listened to the story, organizing his thoughts. A moment later, he reached a conclusion. It seems like a trap. A trap? Yes, a rather obvious one at that. Looking at the composition of the forces Milo took with him, the attackers must have been nobles of at least upper-tier level. At this point, the possibility of it being a petty robbery by some wandering noble was close to none. But after committing such a dangerous crime, instead of destroying the evidence, they blatantly declared it a kidnapping and didn't even mention a ransom. That was practically saying, "Come find us yourselves." What they want is for a noble from House Zahar to come looking for them personally. The target is probably me. Turan didn't know which group the culprit belonged to, but one thing was certain: they were convinced that Turan, a friend of House Burke, was of Zahar bloodline. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left behind so few clues that no one else could possibly track. Were the culprits from the House Aravian Najin group, or the House Carmen, or House Zahar? Judging by the message to not inform House Aravian, it was likely someone else, but then again, it could have been a deliberate mislead. After a brief moment of thought, Turan sighed softly and spoke. "Could I take a look at your brother's room? Do you think you can track him? I may not look it, but I'm from House Zahar. It's definitely possible." Of course, even for him, there was no guarantee he could find Milo's trail. If the culprit had done what Turan often did, burning the body completely to scatter the remains, then even he wouldn't be able to track it. He could only hope that Milo was still alive, at least for the purpose of using him. A short while later, Turan moved with Ashes and managed to find a few strands of hair in Milo's workshop. Since Turan was disguised as a servant Ashes had sent away on personal business, no one was suspicious. That's fortunate. My brother's room is cleaned daily by the maids, so nothing remained there. In contrast, Milo's workshop couldn't be entered without his permission, so it was relatively messier and easier to find a medium. Receiving the hair, Turan immediately activated tracking magic using it as a medium. With all surrounding scents suppressed, he took a deep breath, and from far away he began to sense Milo's scent. Northwest, the distance is around 80 kilometers. What's over there? 80? I think there's a small forest around there. I can't remember the name, but my uncle recently went there to subjugate a wolf-type magical beast. So, a sparsely populated area. Makes sense to hide there after a kidnapping. Now that they knew the location, there was no need to delay. As Turan showed signs of leaving, Ashes hurriedly called out, how about telling Uncle Haram and asking him to go with you? Turan's martial arts teacher Haram Burke was the strongest wizard in House Burke. With upper-tier magic power nearing the limit for a single bloodline noble, an extremely trained body, expert combat skills, and multiple battle-use magic artifacts, he was a master of combat. Even Turan would struggle if forced to fight him using the same amount of magic power, so he would certainly be helpful. But Turan shook his head, rejecting Ash's suggestion. Master needs to stay here and protect everyone else. Milo was a good friend who had made a guardian magic artifact for Turan, but the most important person in House Burke was, above all else, Ashes. He couldn't risk letting someone more important get hurt just to save one person. I see, so you should also stay close to Master just in case. Leaving that advice with Ashes, Turan flew up into the sky under concealment. Riding Bige, he quickly left the city, and before long he spotted Salif and Mesa waiting nearby. How did it go? It seems they've set a trap targeting us, or more specifically me. You, Turan explained the situation to the two surprised companions. After listening, Salif clicked his tongue with a chi. Yeah, that does sound like it. Damn, is it because you helped my parents escape? We won't know for sure until we go. You're going? Yeah, with a hostage taken, they couldn't just back off. More importantly, he needed to clearly identify who his enemy was. House Aravian, Zahar, or perhaps a coalition of them or a third force. If the opponent was too strong, they would have to retreat, but at the very least, not going at all wasn't an option. A small forest about 200 kilometers northwest of Zavalin City, the base of House Burke. Turan entered the edge of the forest on foot alone, furrowing his brow. They've prepared quite thoroughly. The presence of wizards sensed through the sacred relic was truly immense. 3 top-tier, 17 upper-tier, and 44 mid-tier, about 80 knights. Even most great noble houses would struggle to mobilize a force of this scale, yet these people were camped here, waiting for someone who might not even show up. The likelihood that the kidnappers were a coalition of several great houses had grown significantly. I'm tempted to let them wait longer. Of course, doing so might lead to Milo being killed and them moving on to a new victim, so that wasn't an option. As he quietly observed, a few nobles with orbs of light floating beside them began approaching him from afar. Despite using concealment magic, they seemed to have detected Turan's presence and shouted out, Turan of Kalamaf, cancel your concealment and come out. If you don't, Milo is going to die. They clearly knew who Turan was and had prepared top-tier detection magic artifacts capable of sensing Zahar nobles. In response, Turan immediately released his concealment and revealed himself before them. Since stay right where you are. Upon getting closer, Turan saw that the ones who had called out were wizards from House Aravian. Specifically, they belonged to the middle-aged faction under Kadram's faction, Mesa's uncle, those who had tormented her. During his previous infiltration, Turan had mostly targeted their mansions, so he had seen each of their faces at least once. They, however, had likely never faced Turan in person. Is this what proud House Aravian nobles do, kidnapping the heir of a vassal house? HMPH, vassal, you mean traitors who cooperated in kidnapping a great house's heir. It seemed the Aravian nobles were already convinced that Milo and the rest of House Burke were in cahoots with Turan. Turan didn't bother to respond and instead took a few steps toward them. Remaining on guard, they immediately assumed battle stances. Enough, guide me inside. You must have something you want from me. First, you'll need to disarm. And if I refuse? At Turan's question, the nobles looked flustered. They hadn't expected that kind of response. Then Milo will. If it's a choice between disarming and going in, I'd rather fight a guerrilla war out here. You don't want that, do you? You must already be prepared to take down someone like me inside anyway, right? At Turan's counteroffer, the nobles glanced at each other and exchanged eye signals but didn't respond right away. After a moment, one of them stepped forward with a growl, pointing a finger. Follow quietly, and I'll say it again, if you try anything, Milo is good as dead. Following the 3 Aravian nobles, Turan once again surveyed the presence around him. Perhaps aware of his approach, the scattered forces were beginning to close in, forming a wide encirclement. Soon, Milo appeared before Turan, tightly bound, with Cardram sitting beside him on a tree stump. It's been a while, Turan. Unlike last time, Cardram now addressed Turan without formality. It wasn't a sign of familiarity, but of condescension, an attitude one would show to an enemy. Turan in turn discarded any pretense of courtesy. I won't say it's good to see you. Where is Mesa? As expected, what they were after was Mesa. One way or another, they had discovered Turan's Zahar bloodline and figured out that he was involved in Mesa's disappearance. She's somewhere in this world, I suppose. Don't be childish, we're prepared to capture her even if she shows up herself. As if to boast that no matter what Turan tried, he wouldn't escape from here, Cardrum spoke with arrogance. Turan ignored his words and subtly shifted his gaze to scan the area. Two of the top-tier nobles are Aravian elders, the other is of the Najin bloodline, so they did bring reinforcements from that side. Among the surrounding mages, quite a few were nobles of the Najin bloodline. Some of them seemed to have been conscripted from vassal houses. At that moment, Cardrum lightly tapped a young Najin noble beside him and asked in a low voice, "What do you think? Does it seem like him?" "Can't say just by looking." "Didn't you say he could disguise himself?" "For starters, his voice is completely different from what I heard back then." A young noble of ordinary mid-tier level speaking informally to Cardrum, one of the power holders of House Aravian. Turan found it strange only for a moment before quickly realizing the identity of the other. That flippant tone was oddly familiar in his ears. Ymir. It was clear that Ymir, the fallen god he had once killed, had possessed a new body once again. And they were suspecting that one of the nobles who had attacked and killed members of the Najin family's forces back then was Turan. Turan immediately activated his spiritual perception, but suppressed the impulse to look directly at Ymir. The moment he looked at the other, Ymir would notice as well and realize that Turan had begun studying soul magic. At that moment, Cardrum suddenly turned his gaze to Turan and threw a surprise question. "Turan, have you ever heard the name Odas?" "Who knows, maybe I've heard it somewhere." Rather than answering outright that he hadn't, Turan responded vaguely. He figured that claiming ignorance too directly might look more suspicious if he really didn't know. Cardrum watched him for a moment, then conversed with the young noble presumed to be Ymir. "Well, if it's unclear, let's just capture him and find out slowly. We have plenty of time anyway." "I can't help. I possessed this body too hastily." Even from that exchange alone, it was beyond doubt that Cardrum was one of the possessed. Glancing at Turan as if looking at a bug, he lightly gestured, and the Aravian nobles began to show open hostility toward him. Dozens to one no, more than 100 to one disadvantage. Yet Turan showed not the slightest sign of agitation, calmly scanning the surroundings before letting out a small sigh. "What, are you starting to feel scared now?" "No. I'm just not sure how I'm supposed to clean this up after killing all of you." What kind of baseless confidence was that in a situation like this? Ignoring the way everyone looked at him like he was insane, Turan casually flicked his finger once. Dozens of bolts of lightning rained down from the distant sky, bombarding the clearing. Chapter 127. Mesa. Seeing the barrage of lightning pouring down from the sky, Cardrum shouted out loudly. Only nobles of House Aravian could unleash such powerful lightning from the sky. And given that there was no other wizard with a bloodline as powerful as that, and with a connection to Turan, it was a natural deduction. However, contrary to expectations, her figure was nowhere to be seen in the sky. Even though lightning magic could be set to originate from a distance, it would still be hard not to be noticeable. Taking advantage of that moment of confusion, Turan on the ground also sprang into action. What is this?" He opened the cap of a large bottle, origin unknown, and a transparent liquid spread out in a fan shape. The surrounding nobles, though startled by the incomprehensible action, did not respond with significant wariness. Pure water, after all, was not a particularly effective means of attack unless used to overwhelm by sheer mass. Not to mention things like poison. Only a few who were particularly cautious quickly backed away to avoid contact, while a considerable number simply frowned and shielded their faces with their hands. Of course, they had to pay the price shortly after. Quia, it burns. Water, water. No, the effect of the water of death used in actual combat for the first time was truly excellent. Had it been Spirit of Fire or some other attack magic, the excessive firepower might have endangered the hostage. But this liquid, if properly controlled, left no room for its destructive force to spread indiscriminately. While a few who had let their guard down screamed in agony as their flesh burned from the water of death, Turan swiftly infiltrated the area and snatched up the collapsed Milo. Since Cardrum and the others nearby had already fallen back, there was no one to interfere. "Catch him!" Before Cardrum could even finish giving the order, the wizards who had formed the encirclement cast their spells. Did they think it was fine to kill Milo and Turan since Mesa had appeared? The attacks that flew in were ruthless, as if they didn't care whether the targets lived or died. In response, Turan activated his guardian magic artifact while shielding the unconscious Milo and deployed the green shield. It was a powerful defensive magic artifact he had obtained in the past from a noble of House Veroha, which moved automatically to block deadly attacks. The shield spun through the air, blocking the lightning strikes of 2 Aravian elders and then deflecting the magic from Cadram and several other high-ranking wizards before returning to Turan's arms. But even after safely fending off the attacks, he couldn't simply laugh it off. No, what kind of magic consumption is this? As a chunk of his strength was drained, a dizzying wave of weakness hit him. At this rate, it might have been better to just take a few hits. Of course, doing that would have meant the Milo he was holding would have died, so he had to endure this much. As Turan retreated, another bolt of lightning fell from the sky, burning up 3 knights and 1 noble of a vassal house. Only then did those forming the encirclement seem to realize that the enemy was not alone and began to flounder in confusion. "Where is Mesa? Where is Mesa? Even if we lose that one, we must capture Mesa," Cadram shouted to the noble next to him holding a large stone tablet. It was a detection magic artifact that Mesa had once used during the Dark Elf subjugation, one that displayed surrounding life forms. He must have detected Turan's approach with that as well. "Something is flying in the sky, but, judging by the red color of the dot, it's not a person but a magical beast." "What? Also, if the location shown by the magic artifact is correct, we should be able to see it from here, but there's nothing visible." Just as he said, the one flying in the sky and launching the lightning bombardment was not Mesa but Bige. It seemed the nobles of Aravian had never imagined that a myth-grade magical beast could be cloaked in concealment while dropping lightning from the sky. At that moment, the noble holding the stone tablet shouted again. "2 more are coming, Yuwu." A thunderous roar echoed from afar. Salif charged into the battlefield, smashing through every tree in his path as if he were a massive magical beast. The wizard's eyes widened at the halo that appeared on his back. "No way, why is someone from House Varaha, a wizard of the Sun bloodline, appeared without warning?" Before they could even react to the shock, Mesa silently approached from the opposite side and thrust her sword straight toward one of the Aravian elders. Block it." With a loud boom, an invisible shockwave flew in and blasted 5 or 6 nearby wizards into the air. The long, thin thrusting sword in her hand was forged from a magic artifact of a House Zahar noble and could unleash shockwaves with its stabbing and slashing motions. It was an item made for Mesa, whose main attack method was lightning to compensate for her lack of physical power. "Cuck, that one is also an incredibly skilled person. Don't let your guard down." Amusingly, even while looking directly at Mesa's face, the Aravian nobles didn't immediately recognize her identity. The difference between her now and her previously emaciated, skeletal appearance was simply too vast. Not to mention the current situation was too urgent. Before they knew it, they were no longer the ones surrounding, but the ones being surrounded and unilaterally attacked. At this, Cadram amplified his voice with wind magic and shouted, "Do not retreat, we still hold the upper hand in terms of strength." To them, Turan was merely a Zahar noble somewhere between the upper and top ranks. Even adding in 2 unidentified top-class nobles and 1 myth-grade magical beast wouldn't tip the scales in their favor. How many wizards were gathered here, and what kind of magic artifacts did they have? As the wizards regained their morale and launched attacks at the revealed Salif and Mesa, the battlefield descended into chaos. "Damn you!" With a growl, a snow leopard suddenly appeared and lunged at Salif. Slightly larger than a tiger, it surprisingly possessed enough close combat ability to contend with Salif, a myth-grade magical beast with power greater than top-ranked nobles. As one top-class noble of the Najin family controlled the beast, the fight quickly reached a stalemate. Salif moved nimbly, killing other nobles and knights one by one, but with each attack, a new wound appeared on his own body as well. Meanwhile, Mesa skillfully soared through the sky, devastating enemies with lightning and shockwaves. Only then did a few nobles, finally recognizing her identity, shout in shocked voices. "Miss, no way." Though her appearance was drastically different, there were not many top-ranked female Aravian wizards with long reddish-brown hair, especially since their leader Cadram had just mentioned her name moments ago. Some nobles of vassal houses, who had believed Mesa to be kidnapped, were shaken by the shocking truth that they were now under attack by the very person they thought they had to rescue. Cadram took advantage of that confusion and shot a sharp glare at Turan, who was exiting the battlefield with Milo. "That bastard," and bastard born to some Zahar noble, a good-for-nothing trying to climb the social ladder by seducing a great noble house's daughter with a treasure containing the power of the now-extinct mimic. That was all he had thought of him, so the current situation was nothing short of shocking. What was that acid-like liquid he had used earlier? Where did he find such a powerful Varaha noble, and why had Mesa become so strong? Don't tell me the image of the great sea serpent that had recently turned the North Sea upside down briefly crossed his mind, but Cadram stopped thinking as he looked at Mesa dominating the battlefield. Now was not the time to think about such things. I must take her down first, just capturing her is enough to accomplish the original goal. Mesa was overwhelming 2 Aravian elders while also fending off attacks from dozens of wizards below. She had already surpassed the days when she was called the strongest heir. reaching a level where she could go toe-to-toe with the relatively weaker family heads of great noble houses. And on top of that, the wretched appearance she once had was nowhere to be seen. Now she possessed stunning beauty as well. I'm jealous. Though she was currently in a man's body, having lived for so long, she had long forgotten the differences between male and female. Cadram did not imagine possessing Mesa as a woman, but rather envisioned claiming her body itself. If that beautiful and powerful body became his, but it was a desire not permitted to him. Because the owner of that body had already been decided. Considering the time and effort invested into it, there was no chance the ownership of that body would fall into his hands. Clicking his tongue in regret, the moment Cadram reached out his hand, Mesa, who had been flying through the sky, suddenly turned her head at the sharp sense of danger she felt. Though Cadram was certainly one of the most powerful wizards within House Aravian, there were several others present here of comparable strength. Even so, an intense instinct told her that she should not ignore that gesture. In that instant, a surge of green light erupted from Cadram's hand and rushed toward Mesa. Its speed was so fast it far surpassed even sound. Fortunately, she twisted her body quickly and avoided a direct hit, but the brushing contact with her forearm and leg made them burn, and blood trickled down. It was clear she would not have survived if it had struck directly. God's magic, a special power used by fallen gods, even their pursuit of soul magic had been to attain such power, though they still hadn't figured out how to use it properly. Mesa, while performing evasive maneuvers, quickly cast lightning down upon Cadram, but surprisingly, he merely stood still and smiled as the lightning struck him. With a crackling sound, the electricity wrapped around his upper body, then was absorbed. No way, as the heir of House Aravian, Mesa knew exactly what that power was: Sky Guardian. One of the sacred relics House Aravian prided itself on, the legacy of the Thunder Lord. Originally, it was an artifact only the family head could use, but it seemed he had brought it specially for this occasion. Realizing her lightning had been nullified, Mesa gritted her teeth and continued her evasive maneuvers, narrowly dodging Cadram's successive attacks. Of course, dealing with attacks from other wizards simultaneously while doing so was impossible. Even minor fireball spells from knights or mid-tier nobles, when continuously hit, accumulated damage across her body. It's harder than I thought. She glanced to see what Bige was doing and saw her engaged in an intense aerial battle with 4 Aravian nobles. They had conjured orbs of light to illuminate the night sky and prevent her concealment, relentlessly pursuing her and forcing a war of attrition. Though Bige's flying speed was much faster, granting her the initiative, being driven from the vantage point above the battlefield meant she had effectively lost the power to intervene. At this rate, just as she thought it was dangerous, a deafening explosion echoed from afar. The now familiar noise brought a sigh of relief from Mesa. Stopping her evasive flight, she looked downward and saw that one side of the encirclement had been torn open, as if by a giant blade. Turon, having used the gap created by Mesa and Salif to escape with Milo, first checked on his condition. "Milo, are you all right? Can you wake up?" Whether he had been beaten and tortured, Milo was quite badly injured and had not yet regained consciousness. His cheeks were hollow, as if he hadn't eaten for days. Still, fortunately, his life didn't seem to be in immediate danger. After flying for a few quick minutes and hiding Milo safely in a cave, Turon returned to the battlefield, which was still raging. Salif was fiercely battling a snow leopard he hadn't spotted earlier, while being struck repeatedly by dozens of wizards, and Mesa was desperately dodging attacks from 2 Aravian elders as well as Cadram and the other wizards. The power radiating from Cadram's body had clearly reached the peak of the top tier, seemingly even stronger than Mesa had once been, suggesting he too was fully utilizing his power as a possessed body. Instead of jumping straight into the battlefield, Turon maintained his concealment and searched for the noble who had the detection magic artifact. There you are." The man was shouting something desperately toward Cadram, but Cadram, completely fixated on targeting Mesa, didn't register it. He was probably trying to report that Turon had returned. At that, Turon immediately created a wind path and hurled an ordinary pebble, blowing off the head of the noble holding the tablet. The battlefield was so chaotic that no one even noticed his death. Of course, if attacks like this continued, they wouldn't stay unaware for long. None of them were fools. He had to achieve the best possible result in a single strike from the shadows. "This is my specialty." What Turon pulled from his pouch was a massive iron ball, roughly the size of a human upper body. Among the iron balls made by Mesa, this was the only one designed not for anti-personnel use but for anti-magical beast or anti-army purposes. Originally improvised during the fight against the Great Sea Serpent, it had now been properly manufactured, and since it couldn't be used with a regular slingshot, he also had to use a specially made one prepared in advance. Trajectory, all right here. His attack wouldn't distinguish between friend and foe, so he had to avoid Salif and Mesa while ensuring as many enemies as possible were in the line of fire. Naturally, the final target was Cadram, the commander, and the one threatening Mesa with an unidentified magic. A moment later, having completed all his calculations, he fired the iron ball while simultaneously creating a wind path and detonating Spirit of Fire. The slingshot gave it one acceleration, and then the enormous amount of Spirit of Fire contained in the ball-sized vessel provided a second acceleration through explosion pressure, cutting through the middle of the battlefield. What though Zahar's concealment magic hid the caster's actions, it had its limits. The flash caused by the explosion drew the wizard's gazes momentarily to Turon, but by then it was already too late. The iron ball, which had absorbed Turon's magic through dozens of rotations and was further accelerated by the Spirit of Fire, tore through everything in its path. Even a top Najin noble who had a fairly powerful defensive magic artifact that could block at least one of Turon's normal slingshot attacks. But just as the iron ball that had dismembered over a dozen wizards in an instant reached Cadram, a golden flash burst from his upper body. An enormous amount of electricity exploded outward, and shortly after, Cadram, who appeared unharmed, sighed. "I thought I was going to die." Turon didn't know that the Sky Guardian had a function called Electric Charge Barrier, which instantly melted the metal iron ball. However, through the Mimic Relic, he could sense the immense power emanating from the armor Cadram was wearing on his upper body. As Turon rapidly closed in on Cadram, he examined his inner essence. As expected, alongside the storm bloodline he had confirmed earlier, a new symbol had been added, one he hadn't seen before. Rapids. And one I've never seen. One of Cadram's symbols resembled two water drops mixing together. It was clearly different from the Rapids bloodline, which took the form of a flowing river. And the cloud that should have been intertwined with lightning was separated, sprinkling rain. While he observed, Cadram, having also recognized Turon's presence, spoke with a sharp gaze. "I was planning to kill you, but now I think I'll keep you alive and ask a few things, like how you pulled off that alchemy and what that power just now was. That makes two of us. Though it's kind of annoying." The two looked at each other like predators sizing up their prey and smiled. Chapter 128. When he first fought a fallen god, what surprised Turon was not the sudden surge in powerful magic. Techniques such as slamming an axe into the ground to create a storm of ice, or swiftly gliding across an icy surface, skills whose causality was so difficult to grasp that they defied comprehension. Those bizarre spells, created by mixing the symbols of various bloodlines to produce far stronger and more unusual results with the same magic power, were by far the most unpredictable and troublesome elements. That green glow forming before his eyes must be the same. Therefore, instead of blocking or deflecting the incoming attack, he chose to evade it using high-speed movement powered by the Spirit of Fire. Was it thanks to the practice he'd gotten while dying multiple times in the Colosseum? Unlike before, when his movements were excessive, now he could dodge attacks with just the right amount of motion. Gaining the offensive advantage by circling to his opponent's side, Turon immediately fired the stone he had already loaded. It was an item made from granite, the hardest among ordinary rocks, prepared in case he ran out of iron balls. However, just like before, the stone vanished in a burst of lightning before it could reach Cadram's body. So it's not just metal that it melts. Unlike earlier, when molten metal vapor had risen, this time powder and smoke flared up. Well, truly powerful electricity could even shatter rock. If even this was being neutralized, then breaking through with ordinary physical projectiles would be difficult. Turon immediately switched the sacred relic to the sun bloodline and created a massive ring of light behind his back. Light of judgment, born from the harmony of fire and light, this was matter yet not matter, and thus it naturally did not interfere with lightning. A whip of light extended from the ring and lashed out at Cadram. As expected, instead of standing tall and receiving the attack like before, Cadram let out a low groan and stepped back. As the golden whip passed through the spot where he had been standing, the trees were slashed down and flames erupted. "I have no idea how you managed to obtain the Mimic's ability," but Turon ignored whatever the opponent was about to say and continued attacking with the light whip. If the opponent lost his breath while needlessly chattering, it would only be to his advantage. However, instead of panicking and floundering like that elder of House Varaha, Cadram closed his mouth and immediately drew a circle with both hands. Then, as if reaching out toward the incoming whip, he's deflecting it. The light whip that touched Cadram's hand didn't burn or slice his flesh, but seemed to coil around and then bounced away. It was a sensation completely different from blocking with magical power, as if the control over the spell itself had been transferred to the opponent. As the deflected whip flew fiercely toward his neck, Turon quickly withdrew his magic power and extinguished the light of judgment. Then he used the burning trees around him as a medium to create and launch a fireball. But once again, it was caught by the circle he had drawn with his hand and returned back toward him. "Is he using my power against me?" Interfering with someone else's magic in this way would normally be impossible. To buy himself time to think, Turan widened the distance, but just like before, Kadram generated a pale green glow from his hand and shot it toward him. Quickly twisting his body, Turan felt blood trickle from the side of his cheek and clicked his tongue. This is quite the hassle. His greatest weapon, the iron balls, were melted, and attacks that ignored lightning were returned by bizarre techniques. And despite all that, the man himself kept launching swift and threatening attacks relentlessly. Compared to the Elder of Varaha he had fought before, this opponent was superior in every aspect, from combat experience to weaponry and techniques. At that moment, a loud boom echoed nearby, followed by a gust of cold air. Emir, who had been idly hanging back, was walking toward them, gripping his ice axe tightly. "I thought you weren't going to fight. Seeing how things are going, it looked like this was going to take a while. I can just use up this body and swap it out again anyway, right?" It seemed he had drawn upon the power of the berserker, as Emir's eyes, staring in this direction, were bloodshot red with bursting veins. Within him, the symbols of the berserker and frost rose and swirled together, but unlike before, they trembled with extreme instability. Was it, as he had said earlier, because it was a hastily taken body? When Emir stomped his foot and the ground was instantly covered in ice, Turan immediately anticipated the follow-up attack and flung himself aside. Emir, who had been sliding forward as he swung his axe, widened his eyes in surprise. "What? How did you know?" He uses thought acceleration. "Must have learned it from Mesa." "No, it's not that. It just felt like you already knew something." Wearing a vaguely uncomfortable expression, Emir tapped his shoulder with his axe for a moment before clicking his tongue and charging at Turan again. As Turan shot into the air using flight magic to evade, Kadram launched a dark blue orb at him. That's, just like the green glow earlier, it was a spell whose identity was difficult to discern. Fortunately, its speed wasn't particularly fast, so it didn't seem hard to dodge. However, the moment Turan avoided the dark blue orb at a reasonable distance, a thunderous explosion erupted, sending electric shocks whipping in every direction. Naturally, Turan's body within that range could not escape. KHK, a tingling paralysis that coursed through his entire body. He had felt this sensation often while sparring with Mesa. From a distance, Kadram was visibly smiling, having confirmed his attack had landed. What saved him was that even in a paralyzed state, he could still move if he used flight magic. Seeing Kadram flying toward him, Turan instinctively cast wind magic to keep him in check. Unlike Mesa, who didn't even flinch at such interference, Kadram reacted more sensitively than expected to the disruption in his flight. Turan had assumed that if the opponent were a being akin to God, he must have trained in magic for thousands of years and would be transcendently skilled. Yet before he could even scoff at how crude the opponent's flying skills turned out to be, Emir exploded upward from below, swinging his axe at him with tremendous leg strength. Turan once again ignited the spirit of fire to evade, but Emir, as if expecting it, conjured ice platforms midair to change direction. "Got you." Having already lost his balance during the previous dodge, it was now difficult to move again. Turan instinctively drew his dagger for defense. Perhaps due to the paralysis from the electric shock not fully dissipated, the dagger he held with an awkward posture shattered and the axe was embedded in his chest. Whatever technique Emir had used, a brilliant ice flower bloomed over the wound. Each petal of the flower was like a blade, viciously tearing apart the spot where it had blossomed, ravaging his upper body. Had Turan not been a powerful high noble, or had he lacked the defensive magic artifacts such as the Guardian magic artifact, he would have been torn to pieces and died on the spot. As he hurriedly kicked Emir away and retreated, Emir landed on the ground and shouted in disbelief, "What the hell, why are you so tough? I told you can't kill him." Falling to the ground, Turan quickly scattered the water of death in vapor form toward the approaching Emir to make him inhale it. Even a top-tier noble would find this attack hard to endure if caught off guard, but Emir merely froze and dropped it with a glance. "That won't work a second time, you hydrochloric acid terrorist bastard." He might be confident in overwhelming the opponent in a one-on-one fight, but facing both at the same time was completely unmanageable. If he could just hold out while flying, maybe he could receive help from Mesa or Salif. "Where do you think you're going?" At that moment, as Kadram reached his hand toward Turan, the surrounding air began to churn wildly. Even the area Turan had been controlling with flight magic was affected. Clang, crash as he half-tumbled and crashed to the ground, Turan quickly pushed himself up and drew in a deep breath. SSS. Was it due to excessive bleeding or had one of the wounds reached his lungs? He hadn't even moved that much, yet his breath was caught in his throat. As Kadram approached with unhurried steps, he asked, "How about it, will you surrender?" Turan, wanting to conserve even the breath it would take to speak, silently glared at him while struggling to catch his breath. Beside him, Emir, spinning his ice axe in circles, pointed at Turan and said, "But seriously, what is that guy? His magic skills are absurd. Even Mesa, who was deliberately created, isn't at that level, right?" Can something like that just happen by chance? Who knows, even where we lived there were talents that surpassed limits. I'd love to use him for my next body. Watch your mouth, people are watching. Use honorifics too. Oh right. Kadram gave a sidelong glare at the flippant emir who had covered his mouth in mock panic, then turned his gaze back to Turon. So you won't surrender after all. I won't give you much more time. The tide of battle isn't entirely in our favor. Of course, Mesa and Salif were each facing off against large numbers of enemies and were fairly exhausted, but the number of wizards from House Aravian opposing them had already decreased significantly. In any one versus many fight, if the lone fighter is burning through stamina, then the many must pay with their lives. Capturing Turon here wouldn't be the end of it, they also had to capture the others, especially Mesa. In the first place, the reason they had all gathered here was to catch Mesa. Just as Kadram tried to finish things off by shaping the green glow into the form of a disc, Emir, standing next to him, let out a small exclamation. What is it? Time's up. He spoke like a government clerk at the end of their shift. Somehow the power of the berserker bloodline had already been withdrawn, and the bloodshot eyes had returned to normal. Kadram groaned with an expression of disbelief. Well, it's not like I'm slacking off, that's just the limit of this body. Still, I roughed him up a lot, so hang in there, yeah. With that mocking remark, Emir's body crumbled like powder and collapsed. And rising from it, a single soul. It seemed to be the side effect of using excessive power in a hastily taken body. Kadram blankly watched as Emir's soul disappeared toward the snowy fields in the northwest, then sighed and turned his head. I'm so damn tired. Why is it that growing older doesn't mean growing wiser? Despite his words, he didn't seem particularly worried about facing Turon. If Turon were in perfect condition, it would be one thing, but with him now critically wounded, Kadram alone was more than enough to subdue him. It would just be a slightly more bothersome process. But that composure didn't last long, because he caught sight of Turon's blood-soaked hand raised and pointing at him, and above it a small vortex rising into the air. Turon, who had been fighting a 2-against-1 battle with the possessed vessels of two gods, Emir and Kadram, had determined that overcoming this situation by conventional means was no longer possible. That was how absurd the amount of force the Aravian-Najin alliance had invested in this trap was. If the three of them had been at the same level as Mesa was back when they had just escaped, they would have been subdued long ago. He wanted to ask just how highly had they evaluated Turon to dedicate such power indefinitely, but as always, opportunities accompany crises. Even while being pushed to the edge, Turon observed the symbols of the two gods pressing in on him. Especially Kadram, who possessed the same storm bloodline as Turon. Unfortunately, the technique Kadram favored, which scattered that green glow, couldn't be stolen or mimicked. To use that, one needed to combine the symbols of the Airbender, who controlled wind, and the Rapids bloodline, who controlled water. Turon could only use one of the two through a sacred relic. Even with the sacred relic activated, no symbol had appeared in his soul. However, just a moment ago, Kadram had used two more spells. The spell that detonated lightning, and the one that disrupted and controlled the surrounding air. At that moment, Turon witnessed clouds within Kadram's inner world turning pitch black, entangled with lightning as they swirled into a vortex. That was likely the very thing needed for that spell, what must be the ultimate usage of the storm bloodline, where lightning and wind powers merged. It was slightly different from what the head of House Aravian had once shown when combining 4 bloodlines, but regardless, since he had seen it, it was now time to put it to use. Thus, even while being steadily pushed back, Turon silently activated his spiritual perception and struggled to manipulate his inner symbols. Kadram didn't notice since Turon hadn't opened his eyes. Fortunately, having practiced for a long time in the hideout, it didn't take too long. What he had lacked from the start was not the ability to manipulate the symbols, but the knowledge of how to manipulate them. Just then, at the moment Emir left, Turon succeeded in replicating the change the enemy had created. How? Instead of answering his opponent's muttering, Turon gently laid down the small vortex that had formed above his hand like a feather. The tiny, finger-length cute vortex rapidly grew into a massive size as it consumed the air around it. A cyclone! Horrified, Kadram once again invoked the power of the storm bloodline, generating dark blue spheres around him to block it. With a harsh grinding noise, the vortex wildly raked against the barrier, leaving marks like the claws of a beast. Wind has cutting power. Of course, no matter how strong the wind was, it shouldn't have been able to exert such physical force in this way. Wasn't that the exact reason he had once given up after trying everything to use wind magic offensively when he first awakened the storm bloodline? In other words, what he was using now was magic that, like that of fallen gods, manifested phenomena that normally could not exist. And yet, for some reason, this irrational magic was perceived as something that could happen, and thus consumed very little magic power. To think they were playing around with something this fun all to themselves. Muttering quietly, Turan focused his consciousness inward. From the moment the two symbols of the storm bloodline interacted with each other, numerous invisible handles had formed inside his mind. The vortex he had just created was the result of pulling on one that had seemed relatively easy to grab. In other words, there were still many techniques he had yet to try. Chapter 129. The forest in the dark night, which should have been silent, had become a nightmarish place filled with light and fire, blood and lightning. The forest animals had long since fled, and only the immobile plants rooted deeply in the ground had become the victims of overwhelming violence. One of the hosts of this deadly spectacle, the House Aravian noble Cadram, swung his hand to slash away the blades of wind. Then in a counterattack, he hurled a translucent sphere, and with a loud explosion the surrounding air vanished, creating a vacuum. Phew! Taking advantage of the brief moment of reprieve, Cadram let out a sigh. Aside from the fact that Turan had gained new abilities and that Emir had withdrawn, the tide of the battle itself was not particularly unfavorable for Cadram. Even if the secret of the symbolic combination had been revealed, it didn't mean that the wounds he had suffered just moments ago would suddenly vanish. The problem was that his mind, which should have been focused on the heat of the battle, was now filled to the brim with all sorts of complicated thoughts. To use a combination technique involving soul magic. Don't tell me someone else has taken over his body already. I didn't feel anything off at all when we were talking just a moment ago. They had been in this world for thousands of years already. Of course, there were times when they had rested without possessing a physical body, and they had been apart for so long that it was difficult to say they had known each other for exactly that long. But when they met directly and had a conversation, it was usually easy for them to recognize each other's presence. That was because the unique personalities they possessed, and the distinct ways of thinking born from being different from others, were naturally revealed through their words and actions. Moreover, using techniques that employed the power known as the Storm Bloodline was also shocking. That kind of thing couldn't possibly be replicated with the Mimic Bloodline or items imbued with its power. Which meant that either Turan's body itself was a vessel for 4 bloodlines, including the Storm Bloodline, or that some unknown spirit dwelling within him had the power of the storm. There should be hardly any with Airbender or Thunder Lord type souls, and even fewer with both combined. Could it be that someone believed to have perished long ago had returned to life, just like how Otis had come back from death? No, that couldn't be it. The way the technique was used was far too unskilled to make that assumption. It was completely different from the way he had previously used wind magic with such proficiency. That appearance was clearly that of a novice who had just barely succeeded in a storm-type combination and was now trying out any technique that came to mind. Erg! His thoughts were interrupted as a burning sensation flared up from his ankle, and Cadram let out a groan. A platinum-colored whip, writhing like a snake, recoiled and withdrew. Just like before, while launching a blade of wind, Turan had stealthily closed the distance and attacked with the light of judgment concealed downward. Had he been properly focused, he might not have fallen for such a trick, but his thoughts had been too scattered, and that had been the cause of his misstep. Damn it! He hurriedly activated flight magic to rise into the sky, trying to minimize the loss of his severed ankle, but just like before, Turan disrupted the air using wind magic, making that difficult as well. The technique involved launching wind magic with different strengths and directions from each limb, arms, legs, and other extremities. He had felt it earlier too, but the magical talent that Bastard possessed was far too extraordinary to believe it had come about by mere chance. It was like saying that trash tossed into the sea had somehow been assembled by the waves into a functioning light aircraft on the shore. Turan, the one who had impressed Cadram so much, was now trembling from chills caused by massive blood loss as he tried to gauge the handles in his mind. This one was for whirlwinds, this one for wind blades, and this one for wind barriers. At first, he had fumbled with them like a child handling complex tools for the first time, grabbing whatever he could, but now he was beginning to get a sense of what each handle felt like. Like how one handle was too heavy to pull right now, or how another one held the power of the wind attribute. Naturally, he had avoided touching the one that contained the power of lightning. If that armor was the Sky Guardian that Mesa had once mentioned, then lightning attacks would only serve to recharge its power. Who knew the experience from the Colosseum would come in handy like this? Maintaining coherent thought amidst the pain of being stabbed all over his body was no easy task. No matter how courageous a person might be, facing death was not an experience one could easily endure. However, Turan had suffered even worse injuries in fights against Mesa and Salif. Things that would have become nightmares for ordinary people, but Turan had instead used those experiences to temper and fortify his mind. Next is this one, click. As he pulled another unknown handle, his body accelerated. Unlike the thought acceleration from lightning magic, this felt more like his entire body was physically moving faster. Mixing flight magic into his motion, Turan dashed across the ground as if half-flying, maintaining a suitable distance from Cadram and scattering a large amount of water of death. Cadram's sacred relic, the Sky Guardian, instantly evaporated the harmful substance upon detection, but even the vapor of the water of death was intensely toxic. Gakka, Cadram, who had inhaled the poisonous air, hurriedly tried to blow it away with wind magic, but there was no reason for Turan to simply stand by and watch. In terms of mastery over wind magic, Turan held the overwhelming advantage. Even as the toxic gas tried to escape from Cadram's body, it was pushed back again and again. In the end, Cadram had to hold his breath and limp away on one foot to escape. As expected, since it's a technique that seizes control over magic, it seems he can't respond properly to this kind of attack. Turan continued to spray water of death, generating toxic vapor while pressing Cadram with wind blades and whirlwinds. Direct attacks aimed at the head or torso were mostly dodged or deflected, so he shifted to targeting each limb one by one: arms, legs, extremities. A few of the House Aravian wizards, realizing their leader was in crisis, tried to help, but after one lost his head with a slight gesture, they no longer dared to interfere. They had eyes of their own and could see that this fight had gone beyond the domain of ordinary wizards. 1 minute passed like that. After a prolonged chase, Cadram, with one arm and both legs severed, rolled helplessly across the ground. Turan quietly looked down at the incapacitated opponent. "Even if I ask what you are, you're not going to tell me, are you?" "Of course not." Turan's short reply told him enough, but he also noticed that Cadram's face showed only frustration, none of the fear or despair typical of those on the brink of death. "Are you not afraid of death? Well, who knows?" Cadram mimicked the vague tone Turan had used earlier, wearing a mocking expression, an immortal who had lived for thousands of years and would continue to live. To him, the death of this body was nothing more than a single failure. Emir's attitude as he left earlier, saying his time was up, likely stemmed from the same kind of composure. If this had been a battle they absolutely had to win, if a single victory had been a desperate necessity, they would have fought while saving even their final breath. Turan found that composure, that calm arrogance, utterly distasteful. He and his comrades were risking their one and only life, while these people changed bodies like changing clothes, challenging again and again dozens or hundreds of times. Was that something to be allowed? Now was the time to change that. "Then I'll make you afraid." Before Cadram could even ask what he meant, a wind blade extended from Turan's hand and sliced through Cadram's neck. As his vision spun, Cadram inwardly sighed at the stinging pain. Chai died. Still, he had hoped that they might spare him to extract information or something. Well, there was hardly time for leisurely taking hostages when the battle wasn't even over yet. As he felt his soul slowly leaving his body, the first thing that came to mind was the scolding of his superior. A being who was once an equal peer, even someone over whom he had some advantage, but who had now become someone he couldn't dare defy. Because of this failure, he would likely be relegated to a lower rank among his peers for some time. Of course, if he could find a body with the right compatibility and talent, he might be given another chance, but the power to control an entire great noble house like now would most likely be handed to someone else. "I'll have to put in some effort for a while, maybe shift some of the blame onto Emir." As Cadram briefly considered the aftermath, he suddenly felt that his soul was drifting away far too slowly. No, it was as if someone was holding him back. "Where do you think you're going?" With a spiritual voice he had never heard before, his soul began being forcefully dragged somewhere. Only then did Cadram realize that Turan was right in front of him, and that he too had pulled his soul out from his body. Turan's soul, emerging from the inside of his brain and taking on a human shape, looked quite different from an ordinary person. His hair, facial features, and body shape were identical to his physical form, but he had 2 wings on his back and deer antlers on his head. As someone well versed in soul magic, Cadram immediately recognized this as a sign of the storm bloodline. The antlers symbolized a lightning-wielding dragon, and the wings represented a bird soaring through the wind. Unlike in reality where these traces weren't visible, when one completely exposed their soul body in the spiritual world, traces would appear in such ways. The problem was that the changes didn't stop at those 2. He saw vertically slit pupils like a snake's and black dust scattered around his body. Those 2 features were unmistakably traits of a chaser and a hunter. 4 traits, of course, the fact that 4 traits had manifested from Turan's soul wasn't all that surprising. It was already expected that he was one of the ones who crossed over, and their souls always contained 4 distinct powers. What Cadram couldn't understand was the specific combination. Thunder Lord, Airbender, Hunter, and Chaser. The traces on the soul should be entirely separate from the bloodline of the possessed body. In that case, it meant his very essence was composed in that way. Surely none among them had ever possessed such a bizarre combination. "This is where you belong." With those words, Turan's soul reached out his hand, and an enormous gravitational force emerged, sucking Kadram's consciousness inward. The source of the pull was the small jewel box held by Turan's physical body. Kadram realized that this was an artifact made by his superior, designed specifically to capture and bind souls. How? That artifact should have been lost when Ymir tried to use it. Only then did Kadram become certain that Turan was one of the unidentified group who had once claimed to be Otis's descendants. No way could Otis really have. No, he's dead. But then what is this? His thoughts were cut short as Turan's soul charged at him, and they engaged in a physical struggle. Naturally, the fight was entirely one-sided in Turan's favor. Kadram, having lost his body and become no different from a disembodied spirit, stood no chance against Turan, who, though seriously injured, still had a living body as his base. Soul-to-soul combat also consumed a kind of resource, and naturally the one with a functioning supply source was bound to be stronger. No, it wasn't just that. The power contained in Turan's soul, the so-called class, was evidently superior to Kadram's. Just like when Kadram had once housed the ruler and tamer bloodlines in his body. Wait, spare. Only then, feeling a real sense of danger for the first time, Kadram shouted in desperation, but Turan's soul ignored him and continued beating him. A soul's endurance was its willpower. With each blow, strong enough to shatter bones and knock out teeth if he were alive, Kadram's consciousness grew dimmer and dimmer. Moments later, Turan's soul grabbed the tattered remains of Kadram's soul and stuffed it into the jewel box, which existed overlapping both the real world and the spiritual realm. Arun, it's a monster. After hurling a flame spear toward the fleeing House Aravian wizards, Salif let out a small groan at the pain he felt. His beaten, slashed, and pierced body was screaming in agony. Damn it, I'm gonna die at this rate. He kicked aside the snow leopard whose neck had just been broken, and saw Mesa from afar plunging a sword into the body of one of the House Aravian elders. Beside her, another figure who also seemed to be an elder was lying half-reduced to ashes, suggesting that the battle on that side had ended as well. Looking around for somewhere else he could assist, his gaze soon turned to Turan. For some reason, Turan was standing with his eyes closed next to Kadram's corpse, holding the jewel box, and perched on his head was Bige, her eyes glowing as she remained alert for enemies. Oh, did you win? Perhaps feeling good about winning a 4-against-1 fight, Bige answered by nodding her head. Just then, Turan suddenly opened his eyes wide and closed the lid of the jewel box. Got him. Got what? Wait, you mean Kadram? Yeah. Only now, having achieved overwhelming victory in his first soul-to-soul battle, could Turan allow himself to smile. He's not going to hurt the librarian or anything from inside there, right? It's fine. I've separated the space inside. Back when he had no knowledge of soul magic, Turan had barely been able to operate the jewel box, but after awakening his spiritual perception, he'd figured out a few methods of operation. One of those was separating the interior of the jewel box into different sections for various uses. Using this, Turan designated the area where the librarian resided as a guest room from which they could freely emerge when the lid was open, and created a separate prison to confine Kadram and any other gods he might capture later. Of course, there was also a separate storage space where he kept the soul fragment he'd obtained earlier. That's good and all, but first, let's treat your body. You're in terrible shape. Yeah, Turan pulled a recovery magic artifact from his pouch, injected magic power into it, and gulped it down. It was no longer capable of dramatic healing, but at the very least, it could help recover the strength lost due to blood loss. Meanwhile, Salif and Mesa captured the surviving House Aravian wizards, those who had either failed to flee or had chosen not to. There had been many magic artifacts suited for capturing or restraining, likely meant for capturing Turan or Mesa, so there was no shortage of tools to use. Please, I beg you, spare our lives. Lady Mesa, do you remember me? We dined together that time, traitor, filthy whore. How dare you abandon the family and join hands with outsiders? The dozen or so survivors all showed different reactions. Some desperately begged for their lives, while others lashed out in rage. Mesa's gaze turned cold as she looked upon those denouncing her. Had Turan not instructed her in advance to leave them alive, she likely would have killed them all. Everyone, please be silent for a moment. When Turan stepped forward and spoke, the group fell quiet. Just earlier, the battle had been so intense that they hadn't fully grasped the situation, but there was one thing everyone understood clearly. The power of Kadram Aravian and the accompanying House Najin noble had been truly immense, and Turan had faced the two of them and emerged victorious. Of course, Ymir had self-destructed from using power in an incompatible body, but they didn't know that much. After a brief silence, a noble of a vassal house bearing the Frost bloodline growled, grinding his teeth. I know what you are, Turan Zahar. A mere puppet of the Zahars, you seduced and stole away our successor, didn't you? Say whatever you like, I won't be convinced. Kill me if you want, my family will avenge me. As expected, it seemed that Cadram and the rest of the Aravian upper ranks had fed their subordinates a story like this in advance. Naturally, these people weren't mindless puppets. There was no way they would have accepted orders to station themselves in a forest like this without a clear justification. Turon looked at them and slowly chose his words in his mind. Though he had already prepared what to say, it still needed one more round of review before he spoke it aloud. First of all, revealing the existence of the gods to them is out of the question. There was no need to explain why the truth, that the fallen gods were surviving by possessing human bodies, had to be kept secret. If that were to be revealed, wizards, fated like Turon and his group to be possessed, would surely revolt. On the other hand, for those who worshipped the gods, that truth would only strengthen their sense of legitimacy. After all, the gods were the great saviors of humanity, the ancestors of wizards, were they not? Therefore, Turon planned to pin a different accusation on them. A deception constructed by mixing the information he had encountered in La Vidas. Did you know that the Aravian upper ranks have been occupied by the White Elves since long ago? Chapter 130. As expected, the wizards of Aravian didn't immediately respond to Turon's words with an aha, so that's how it is. That was because they had been briefed beforehand that their target, Turon, was an illegitimate child of the House Zahar who had concealed his identity and seduced the heir of main house in an attempt to gain recognition. What a load of bullshit. If the upper echelon of the main house is occupied by white elves, shouldn't we be checking whether the woman next to you has proper ears? Or what, was she born of a different seed, not the family head? However, Turon paid no mind to their negative reactions and calmly continued his explanation. He elaborated on the irrational attitude the upper echelon of House Aravian had shown toward Mesa in the past. He laid out all the corruption and slander within the family that had already been publicly exposed, appropriately misleading them about his purpose. To this, Salif, who claimed to be the successor of House Varaha, added his own testimony that something similar had occurred in his own family, which caused the mocking tone of the listeners to gradually shift to one of seriousness. After spewing such deceiving words for some time, finally someone emerged who voiced agreement with Turon's claims. Now that I hear it, there is something suspicious. Surprisingly, the one who spoke was the vassal of the Frost bloodline who had just been the most fiercely critical of Turon. Over 250 years old, he claimed to have known Cadram and several other key figures of House Aravian since their youth. I did feel that a few nobles in the main house had changed in personality and speech style at some point. At the time, I simply thought it was part of aging. He was saying that after hearing Turon's words, that strangeness now stood out to him. Come to think of it, how many times had they managed to pull off such schemes without a hitch? Not just one or two people, but if there were more than 3 or 4 similar individuals within, some of them would inevitably show signs. When even someone older than themselves, who had fought beside them just moments ago, said such things, doubt began to surface on the faces of the other wizards. Turon then added a final lie to drive the nail in. Also, did you see the technique shown just now by Cadram and that unknown wizard from Najin? That is one of the White Elves' secret arts. He continued to explain that the special magic used by the gods was, in fact, an evil art that combined spirit magic and regular magic, which could only be used when a white elf took control of a human body. Surprisingly, the lie aligned quite well with the truth in the sense that it involved magic powered by the soul. Then one of the Aravian wizards tilted his head and spoke. But didn't you use similar techniques yourself? Since they were all high-ranking wizards with abundant knowledge of magic, they couldn't help but point out that Turon had also used bizarre powers just like them. To that, he nodded and brought up an excuse he made up on the spot. That's because of the sacred relic I possess. A sacred relic. It has the ability to mimic the opponent's power. Didn't you see the magic I used just now? Before their eyes, Turon demonstrated flight, concealment, and light of judgment, as well as complex earth manipulation magic, abilities derived from the Earthmover bloodline and the Tamer bloodline of the Najin. There was someone among them who had contracted with a magical beast, and Turon showed himself severing and then re-establishing that contract. It wasn't just 1 or 2, in fact, seeing him freely wield 5 or 6 different bloodline abilities on his own made it hard not to believe his claim. Watching this, Salif whispered quietly, "Is it really okay to show all your cards like this? The Aravian side already figured out that I have the mimic's power. I've gained as much advantage as I could by hiding it." Well, I guess that's true. Besides, everything that could be shown had already been revealed during the earlier fight, and the faction behind Aravian and Najin would have gotten all the information they needed through the returning emir. Since Turon had bound Cadram's soul, they would also come to know that he could now handle souls. Turon, while continuing to offer persuasive words at an appropriate pace, judged that the time was ripe and personally released the bindings restraining the wizards. If they were trustworthy, then the seed would already have been planted. And if they were those who would never believe him no matter what, then keeping them bound and continuing to talk would be a waste of time. That was his thinking. No, this is, first, return to the main house and discuss this with your families. You may spread this story widely or keep it secret among those you know, just remember it. That this could be true. Rather than outright insisting that their words were the truth, Turan's attitude, one of indifference as to whether they believed him or not, actually came across as more persuasive. While everyone stood dazed, one noble spoke with a despondent expression. But if what you say is true, then what exactly can we do? Though it was a wizard's duty to confront other races, if the upper echelon of the great House Aravian had already been controlled by other races, they couldn't even begin to imagine resisting. Moreover, hadn't they said that even Battle, the head of House Aravian who had seemed like a god, was in on it? No matter how powerful the young nobles before them might be, they weren't at the level to oppose something like that. The head isn't invincible. If he were, they wouldn't have formed factions and brought others into it. Even if each individual is weak, the strength of those gathered together is not. Of course, the surviving wizards were all nobles, and most of them possessed at least mid-tier strength, so they weren't to be dismissed as weaklings. But right now, those words struck a deep chord. It was because they had felt during the recent battle that they were nothing more than supporting roles swept aside like mere knights. Everyone wants to be recognized as someone with a bit more significance, someone more important. And so, Turan planted the seed of rebellion within House Aravian. Before sending off the Aravian wizards, Turan's group shared magic power with the lower-ranking nobles among them who hadn't yet reached their limit. Since absorbing the power of such individuals wouldn't provide any meaningful gain, they chose instead to show goodwill. Of course, the magic power of the three top-tier wizards and the mythical-grade magical beast was entirely claimed by Turan's group. Because the weaker the individual, the lower the efficiency when strong ones absorbed their power. Mesa showed little progress, Salif gained slightly, Turan made moderate gains, and Baij achieved a significant level of advancement. After recovering several undamaged magic artifacts, they retrieved Milo, who had been hidden far away in a cave, and returned to Zavalin City. In the early dawn, the Burke estate stirred with commotion at the heir's return. No way the young master is. I'll call for the family head right away. Despite the knight's cry, all the key members of House Burke, including the family head and her husband, were already awake. Me Mesa, miss, no Mesa. Is it really you? Yes, aunt, it's me. Your voice is the same. Yes, it really is you. While the Burke couple was moved to see Mesa, who had returned with a normal appearance, there was a more urgent matter to deal with first. That was the treatment of the severely injured Turan and Salif. Fortunately, Rua Manag, the healer who had previously treated Salif, happened to be staying here as a guest, so they were able to receive her help. The problem was, is this the best you can do? Yes. Rua, placing her hand over Turan's torn chest, nodded while sweating profusely. Although the wound was slowly healing, it looked like it would take an eternity to fully recover. I can't completely heal him with my power, especially since it seems his lungs were injured. You'll need a more powerful healer. Of course, due to the inherent resilience of nobles, a lung injury wouldn't lead to immediate sickness or death, but they were told he would have to endure reduced physical ability until he recovered. To fix this, it seemed they would have to visit House Lavitas again sometime soon. After stabilizing his condition, they discussed Milo's abduction and the events that had occurred in the forest. Unexpectedly, the senior members of House Burke already knew a considerable amount about what had happened. This was because Ashes had persuaded them by explaining the situation, intending to dispatch Haram and others who could serve as reinforcements. Ashes, sorry, but I was too worried. It's fine, things didn't turn out too badly in the end, just don't do it again next time. Since convincing them would have required discussing the matter anyway, Turan figured he could consider it time saved. Turan supplemented the parts Ashes had forgotten or left out, then clearly conveyed the current situation to them. Staying here in Zavalin City any longer is dangerous. Though they groaned, no one voiced any opposition. Hadn't the heir of the family been kidnapped and returned gravely injured? There were some who didn't want to leave, given that their family had been based in this city for over 1,000 years, but doing so would mean confronting the great House Aravian head-on. And if Turan was right, then even House Najin would join the fray. So if we're to leave, where to? I recommend Kalamaf. The place Turan proposed to them was Kalamaf, a neutral city in the Gray Zone, located between the territories of Aravian and Zahar. It was a city Turan had once ruled himself, and now it was under the control of Zahar nobles who were impersonating his identity. Isn't that too ambiguous a place? That's what I'm aiming for. As I mentioned before, Aravian and Zahar were once allied, but they've since split apart. Of course, if they realize I was the cause, the situation might change. But it'll depend on how we negotiate with Zahar. Originally, he had thought of sending House Burke to the hideout where Salif's parents were staying, but the problem was that House Burke was simply too large. No matter how remote the location, hiding traces of over 100 people living there would be impossible. And taking only a few senior members of House Burke wouldn't work either, as the bonds between the family's knights and retainers were too strong. Those left behind would undoubtedly face vicious retaliation, so how could they possibly flee with peace of mind? That's why he came up with the next best plan, to become a third power positioned between the two great noble houses, Aravian and Zahar, and maintain a balance. It was something unthinkable in the past, but the current Turan was confident he could pull it off. This recent battle has severely weakened Aravian's forces, and I've learned how to bind the souls of the gods. Soon I'll also be able to teach Mesa how to wield the magic of the gods. If I can just convince Zahar, it's more than possible. Of course, if the family heads of the great noble houses came together and invaded, they would be crushed with no way to resist, but Turan believed that was unlikely. Hadn't the head of House Varaha recently left his base and paid a terrible price for it? If they truly did come here, Turan was thinking of riding Bige and launching a counterattack directly on their headquarters. If their souls lost a place to return to, then none of them would ever dare to leave their bases unattended again. After about 3 more hours of discussion, House Burke announced that they would relocate their headquarters immediately in accordance with Turan's decision. Turan bowed his head to the family head Medela in gratitude. "Thank you for accepting this. It is we who should be thankful. You've shown us a truth we didn't want to see but needed to, and even told us the path we must take." Regardless of being his son's friend, Turan was now strong enough to rival the heads of great noble houses, so Medela spoke to him with a respectful tone, bowing her head in return to lower herself. A noble house of the ancient enchanter bloodline was a group even great nobles respected, but ultimately it was the logic of strength that mattered more. "Then let's move at once. We don't know when Aravian might reach out again." The relocation of House Burke proceeded faster than expected. Since many wagons were already prepared for transporting magic tools and other items, a large number of the family's magic artifacts were loaded onto them. "What, you're leaving Zavalin? Please don't abandon us, my lord." Lord Ashes. Having ruled Zavalin City as a good lord for over 1,000 years, House Burke was met with tearful pleas from citizens trying to stop their departure. Ashes, always sensitive, cried his eyes out while embracing a commoner girl whose identity was unknown. "Anyone who wishes to follow us may do so, but it will be a long and harsh journey, so be prepared." All of House Burke's retainers and knights chose to follow without exception, but unsurprisingly no commoners stepped forward after hearing those words. Thus, a group of about 200 departed from Zavalin City through the southern gate and moved along the main road. "It's been a while, Tilly." As Turan greeted her and petted her, the massive horse neighed loudly. House Burke's horse, magical beast Tilly. The creature he had first met when rescuing Ashes was now pulling an enormous wagon at the rear. A magically reinforced heavy wagon, so large and heavy that only a powerful magical beast like Tilly could even attempt to pull it. "Does Bige want to say hello too?" "She's too weak. If she becomes my subordinate, I'll have to train her." Perched on Tilly's forehead in the form of a small kestrel, Bige spoke with an arrogant tone. Having defeated 4 high-ranking Aravian wizards in aerial combat during the last battle, Bige's pride had skyrocketed. Moreover, hadn't she grown even stronger after absorbing the magic power of several top-tier wizards this time? Yeah, you're the boss, so take good care of her." Of course, since Tilly couldn't hear those words, she paid no mind to whatever had climbed onto her nose and calmly pulled the wagon. House Burke's relocation procession was incomparably faster than that of ordinary people, thanks to many of the commoner retainers riding in the wagon pulled by Tilly or being carried by knights. Most of their heavy luggage had been abandoned, and what remained was stored in large capacity pouches by Turan's group. As a result, they managed to travel more than 400 kilometers in just 2 days, swiftly reaching a valley in the southeastern part of the Taking Plains. Mesa glanced back toward the north, where the main house of Aravian was located, and murmured quietly, "They're not pursuing as fast as I thought. They've probably got a lot on their minds over there too. They'll need to figure out why everything got wiped out despite deploying such overwhelming force, and also work on controlling the information I leaked to the survivors." Turan had spread and released information to Aravian's surviving members precisely for this outcome. The more chaotic things were inside, the harder it would be to exert power outward. On top of that, the fact that Kadram's soul had not returned likely became another shackle on them. Their typical mindset was that even if things went wrong, they could just die and return. But now it had been revealed that there was a possibility they might not be able to return. Considering that a few thousand years of peace wouldn't have made them truly bold, it was entirely possible they were currently fighting over who should step forward. Turan. Just then Milo, the heir of House Burke, approached and spoke to him. Rescued only a day ago, he still seemed intimidated by Turan, showing a subtly meek demeanor. He remembered how many and how powerful the Aravian nobles who had kidnapped and abused him were, and so he naturally assumed that Turan, who had defeated them and rescued him, must possess equally immense power. Just like Medela, he too found it difficult to treat Turan lightly as merely a friend of his younger brother. Yes, please speak. You don't have to be so formal when you talk to me. More importantly, it seems like we're about to reach the edge of the mountain range. What should we do now? Originally, to get from the Tacking Plains, where Aravian was located, to the Grey Zone, where Kalamaf was, one had to head south, pass through the western forest region, and then move east. This was because when moving southeast, one would run into a mountain range that lay between the Grey Zone, the Tacking Plains, and the Carmine Hill region. The mountain range wasn't absurdly tall or treacherous like the Sky Mountain Range, so nobles with enough skill could cross it, but it was impossible for a refugee procession like theirs. Of course, it wasn't as if Turan was an idiot who insisted on this route just because it looked like the shortest path on the map. We've arrived faster than I expected. From here on, we'll fly over. Fly, Milo was thinking, we're not Aravian nobles, how are we supposed to do that? But a moment later, his eyes widened. At the front of the refugee procession, he spotted the figure of a giant golden eagle. Let's give it our all, Bige. The enlarged Bige roared with all her might in a voice that was incongruously thin for her size. Chapter 131. The mountain range located in the northwestern part of the Grey Zone was notorious for its rugged terrain, and for the most part, there were no roads fit for human passage. Because of this, it took Turan's group a full 5 days to descend near Kalamaf. Even that would have been impossible had Bige not transported dozens of people at a time using a large net. Moreover, the dwarves who occasionally targeted them during the descent were also a problem. The ones that Turan and the Aravian army had previously subdued were only a faction of the dwarves. Even now, several dwarf hideouts remained scattered across remote corners of this Grey Zone mountain range where humans did not reside. Creatures crawling out of those places would catch the scent of humans and charge in search of meat. Of course, what awaited them was the powerful restraint of the wizards. Turan, Mesa, and Salif were a given, but even the wizards from House Burke were no pushovers. Their physical capabilities were so superior that knights found it hard to handle them one-on-one, but the knights were adept at fighting as a unit and, though individually weak, possessed many useful magic artifacts. This place really doesn't seem fit for people to live in, contrary to what I heard. It'll get better once we go further down. I had cleaned up this area once before. Looks like they're starting to show up again lately. Haram grumbled as he wiped the blood of a dwarf from his sword, and Turan responded with a sheepish smile. But just for a moment, his eyes, fixed on the distant southern city of Kalamaf, glinted coldly. No matter how I look at it, this doesn't feel like proper management. About a year ago, Turan had infiltrated House Carmine in secret and passed through Kalamaf on the way out. There, he discovered that someone from House Zahar was impersonating his identity to govern the city and left an indirect warning. If I need you, I'll come find you later. In the meantime, take good care of the city. If you neglect it, I'll retaliate. He had expected such a warning to last at least a decade, but judging by how things looked now, that didn't seem to be the case. Even though they were now in the outskirts of Kalamaf, the fact that dwarves had come down this far meant the city was not being properly managed. Moreover, the farms and ranches beginning to appear along the outskirts of Kalamaf looked more dilapidated and shabby than before, and the expressions of the passers-by clearly showed signs of caution. If the shepherd had properly taken care of his flock, there would be no reason for them to react so nervously. Turan didn't know who was currently in charge there, but it seemed a serious conversation was in order. After exchanging a few more idle words with Haram, Turan turned his gaze toward Mesa and Salif. The two of them were walking with their eyes closed in meditation. When one's mastery of mental discipline deepened, it became possible to remain calm and observe one's inner self while still reacting to external stimuli. Of course, it was more of a reflexive level of response rather than a complete one. Upon opening his spiritual vision, Turan could clearly see what they were training. They were practicing drawing out a kind of incarnation from their spiritual body, specifically from the inner part of their heads. It was the same kind of technique Turan had used not long ago when he subdued Kadram by drawing out his own spiritual body. However, it seemed they were not yet able to fully achieve it. The spiritual bodies of the two merely wavered inside their heads and failed to emerge properly. Compared to how Turan had been able to draw his out shortly after reaching that stage, their progress was slow. From experience through prior learning, it was known that to form combinations of symbols, one first had to master this spiritual transformation. It seems like this is helping. Turan glanced down at the mimic relic hanging from his chest. With the power of the Najin bloodline contained within it, and while having the ruler and tamer bloodlines activated, his spiritual abilities had significantly improved. The rapid progress was likely due in large part to that. However, unlike before when he could share his magic power with others, now that it had been enhanced once through the power of the great sea serpent, only he could fully enjoy that strength. In the end, this too was a problem that time would solve. It was just that he had no certainty there would be enough time ahead. Just then, a farmer heading toward Kalamaf rubbed his eyes in disbelief as he saw Turan's group. He seemed to have recognized Turan, but Turan passed by quietly without acknowledging him. When the retainers of House Burke followed behind, the farmer wore a hesitant expression but did not dare to speak. Scenes like this became more frequent as Turan's group drew closer to the city. Naturally, by the time they arrived at the city gates, a considerable number of people had gathered around the procession. I pay my respects to the protector of Kalamaf. The guard at the gate, startled at the sight of Turan, dropped to his knees and greeted him. His stunned expression seemed to say, "Why are you coming in from outside?" Of course, this reaction was likely also due to the sudden disappearance of the mask that the impostor had worn for over a year. "I'll be entering, that won't be a problem, will it?" And no, of course not. His hesitant tone and expression clearly showed that he wanted to ask who all the people following Turan were. Judging by their appearance and attire, it was obvious at a glance that they were not ordinary folk. But a mere guard could not possibly dare to question the ruler of the city. Passing by the politely stepping aside guard, Turan's group headed straight toward the central building of the city. Was it that the rumors began to spread? Several knights of House Zahar stationed at the city hall and the Lord's manor came rushing over in a panic. Turan projected his magic power, restricted to a high noble level, toward them. Naturally, to mere knights, even that level of power was akin to the gods of the heavens exerting their might directly. "We greet Lord Turan. I wish to see my representative. We shall summon him immediately." The knights of House Zahar displayed courteous behavior as they would to one of their own nobles. Whether or not they knew of Turan's bloodline, a wizard who had reached this level was an object of reverence regardless. A moment later, the fake Turan wearing the gray mask emerged from the mansion, and the people watching from behind gasped. It was now unmistakably clear that the masked Turan who had been ruling Kalamaf was an impostor. When Turan projected his magic power at him as well, his previously stiff shoulders visibly dropped in an instant. "You have returned. I will reclaim my position. Step aside." Turan replied softly as he scanned the area with the sense of the sacred relic. Unlike before, the impostor who had been impersonating him was merely a mid-level noble and the rest were all knights. Even their number was not very large. From this, one could infer that the disorder around Kalamaf was more likely due to a shortage of manpower rather than negligence. It seemed to be the result of having redirected personnel who were originally prepared to capture Turan. "I understand that you once made a promise, but first, vacate the mansion and bring someone capable of negotiation from your side. We'll talk properly then." With a tone that implied, "You are not even worth having a serious conversation with," Turan thoroughly crushed the opponent with an overbearing attitude. In response, the noble of House Zahar bowed deeply and replied instead of retorting, "I will report directly to the main house. Would you like us to leave the knights behind? Send them all back. We already have enough people here to assign to tasks." With 75 knights of House Burke who had relocated with him this time, there was no shortage of manpower to manage a city. In the past, it had been enough for Turan alone to work diligently to bring order. Therefore, it was better not to have the knights of House Zahar, who were more likely to act as spies. One more thing, please speak. Send back all the spies in Kalamaf too. I'll overlook it for about a month, considering the time it takes for orders to be delivered since we'll also be making some unfortunate announcements soon. But after that, I'll execute every one of them I catch." At Turan's words, the noble of House Zahar remained silent for a long while before finally nodding and replying that he understood. Perhaps the final warning had sounded sufficiently threatening, because the wizards of House Zahar hurriedly left the mansion without even properly packing their belongings. Judging from their direction, they appeared to be heading southeast, toward the Emerald Desert. That ended more anticlimactically than I expected. As she watched the retreating figures disappear into the distance, Mesa quietly approached Turan and spoke. "Why were you hoping for a fight?" "No. I just didn't expect them to withdraw so meekly. I guess I have some preconceptions when it comes to the Zahars." The Zahars of the Emerald Desert were known for being tenacious, brutal, and merciless. Though it was a widely held prejudice, based on the several members Turan had encountered over time, it wasn't something to be dismissed lightly. In fact, the reason he had crushed the noble of House Zahar earlier without any courtesy was because he had calculated that being overly polite would only make him seem laughable. Well, even Zahar wizards are still human in the end. They know the value of their lives. Had Turan displayed strength consistent with what they expected of a high-level opponent, it might have been different. but he had revealed power of the highest rank, and so they hadn't dared resist. To challenge him would have required someone on the level of a xperrif, whom two were already dead, or an elder. Their conversation was brief. Then Turon suddenly burst into a harsh cough from the pain in his chest. Mesa quickly brought out a handkerchief to cover his mouth. "Are you okay?" Somehow, a red tinge stained the handkerchief. After being struck in the chest by Emir's axe, even though he had been treated, a wound remained on his lung. "We need to get you treated quickly. It can't be helped. I'll go after I settle things with Zahar. Or maybe we could invite Lady Rita here." Since the wound wasn't as severe as Mesa's had been, it was likely unnecessary for Osel, the head of House Lavitas, to treat him personally. Despite the stabbing pain in his chest, Turon smiled faintly at the sight of Mesa gently wiping his mouth. The first thing to be done after settling into their new home was internal reorganization. Following Medella's directions, the retainers of House Burke filled the somewhat bare mansion with furnishings they had brought, and added to the arrangement of light spheres. So determined were they to prevent even the slightest infiltration by a Zahar noble that light spheres were attached to the walls and ceilings, flooding each bedroom with light. Meanwhile, Turon sent someone to City Hall to summon the civil servants. Several familiar faces came running and fell to their knees before Turon. "Oh, Lord Turon, you've returned." Judging by their weeping appearances, they too seemed to have known about Turon's absence. Of course, while commoners might have been oblivious, educated people like these could hardly have missed the situation. "Now that I think of it, what happened to Daruk? He passed away last spring. He caught pneumonia and didn't make it, I see." At the news of Daruk's death, the old man who had once assisted him and eventually rose to become mayor, Turon's expression darkened. He could still clearly picture the old man's face as he had seen him off when leaving Kalamaf. Now that he thought of it, Daruk hadn't been present during his last visit either. He had assumed he was on leave or had retired due to age and hadn't made an effort to find him. "I'll visit his grave once everything is in order." "Is he in the city cemetery?" "Yes, his family has a private mausoleum. I'm sure everyone would be delighted if the protector paid his respects." Truly, the sheep perish so easily, just like his mother had. Tasting bitterness in his mouth, Turon consoled the familiar few by calling their names. Realizing that their returned ruler remembered them, they were visibly overwhelmed with emotion. "You've all worked hard. First, I'll introduce the people I brought with me. Let's coordinate efforts and get the city back in order. From what I saw outside, things don't look so good." "Understood." Fortunately, Turon didn't need to run around by himself like before to reorganize the city of Kalamaf. After all, not only did he have two companions of equal power at his side, but an entire noble house had relocated here as well. Thanks to Medella, who had managed a city herself as a family head, and the retainers who had worked under her, they were able to grasp the current state of the city quite quickly. Upon receiving the report, Turon frowned. "It's worse than I expected. We apologize." "It's fine, it's not your fault." According to the report, not only had the number of threatening magical beasts around Kalamaf increased significantly compared to before, but there were also a few reported incidents believed to be caused by dwarves. The Zahar noble whom Turon had just driven out had used the excuse of protecting the city to avoid actively subjugating these threats. "I should have sent him off with one arm cut off." Turon inwardly thought that perhaps the man had fled so quickly because he realized his negligence was about to be exposed, and he recalled the hidden traits of the man. In any case, now that the problems were identified, they had to be dealt with. Knights who were free of duties were immediately dispatched to subjugate the nearby magical beasts. Naturally, Salif and Mesa also stepped up, but they firmly insisted that Turon remain behind at the mansion. "I still think it would be more efficient if I worked too." "Efficient," says the guy with bad lung. "Just sit quietly and rest. It won't take long, besides we have Bige, don't we?" At Mesa's remark, Bige gracefully spread her wings. Just as she said, this powerful golden eagle could now handle the majority of tasks Turon would have taken on himself. While the Knights of House Burke joined forces to subjugate the lesser magical beasts around the city, Bige flew at incredible speed across the skies, using tracking magic to detect and hunt down beasts one after another. Kayak, a tiger whose hide was ablaze with fire, roared toward the sky, only to be reduced to ash in a single strike of lightning that thundered down. Elsewhere, a bear attempting to flee was clawed across the back, spilling blood. Mesa and Salif also used the magical beast hunt as an opportunity to train. While they weren't on Zahar's level, they were capable of using weak forms of tracking magic, and used this skill to help clear the surrounding area. While everyone worked diligently, Turon, who had been semi-forcibly ordered to rest at the mansion, couldn't sit idle and focused on what he could do. That was interrogating Kadram, who had been sealed within the jewel box. "Good day, Elder. You must be here for that one again, aren't you?" As the librarian popped out upon opening the jewel box, it snorted and spoke. Since Turan had made a few attempts during their mountain crossing days, the librarian already knew what he was planning. I know it's not a pretty sight, but you might notice something I've missed. Please help me. Just because you speak politely doesn't mean a command becomes a request. Well, fine. Let's begin. Though the librarian was clearly displeased, it didn't go against Turan's request. A moment later, Turan exited his body in spiritual form and entered the jewel box. Now then, the inside of the jewel box was divided into various spaces that Turan had constructed himself. After briefly glancing at the library, where the librarian typically resided, Turan passed through 2 storage rooms and moved into the prison sector. This prison was the most desolate one Turan had ever seen in his life. It resembled the underground dungeon of the pirate fortress where Salif had once been confined. Inside one of the iron-barred cells, Kadram's spiritual body was lying completely still. Kadram, to be honest, calling that thing Kadram was a bit ambiguous. In its spiritual form, that unidentified god's face looked nothing like Kadram had in life. If he had been an ordinary human, he would probably look just under 30. A face that gave off a similar impression to those from the Varaha region or the grassy plains. Like Turan, he had antlers on his head, wings on his back, ears that resembled fish fins, and swirling patterns engraved on the backs of his hands. Still not willing to speak, Kadram didn't respond to Turan's question. Ever since being imprisoned here, no matter what means had been used, he had simply remained in that dazed state with vacant eyes. Even after Turan employed various torture methods he had learned through Rateau, Kadram showed no reaction whatsoever. It seemed he had used some kind of spiritual technique Turan didn't understand to block out his senses entirely. It's a shame to just get rid of him, not that I'm even certain I could. In truth, destroying a spiritual body wasn't as simple as it sounded. Was it not written in the basics of the soul magic book that the soul is immortal and one's true self? If he were to crudely tear it apart, it would likely become a fragmented soul like those stored in the warehouse now. If some force then drew that soul back to Aravian's base, it might even be restored. Therefore, the only thing Turan could do was to take this opportunity to train in soul magic, learn how to control Kadram's soul, and extract what he desired from it. To begin today's training, Turan gently lifted one of Kadram's claws as he lay motionless. Chapter 132. 3 weeks had passed since the return of the true Lord. The situation in Kalamaf had certainly improved compared to before. The biggest change was that all the threats lurking around the city had been completely wiped out. The newly appeared knights, unlike the cold and indifferent ones from before, actively took part in relief activities and were therefore quite popular. Through this, Turan once again realized why so many wizard families employed knights. This type of work was clearly much more convenient and effective when commanding others, rather than running around doing it himself. Once things began to stabilize a bit, he asked Bige to patrol regularly instead of hunting in the surrounding area. From the main road stretching toward the western forest area to the rugged mountain range they had crossed, Bige flew thousands of kilometers a day, constantly using tracking magic to identify every human passing through. Unless someone approached pretending to be an ordinary traveler, it was nearly impossible for a wizard who revealed their abilities to escape Bige's surveillance network. Unfortunately, there was little progress in the interrogation of Kadram. He had tried awakening his mind through harsh torture, and then attempted empathy, consolation, and several techniques from soul magic, but the wall of his mind was not easily broken. Turan let out a sigh of regret, but only for a moment. Finally, news came that Mesa had succeeded in bringing forth the incarnation of her spirit body through soul magic for the second time. You were able to bring it out? Yeah. It felt like something shattered and then it just suddenly burst out. It was a strange feeling. Can I see it? At Turan's words, Mesa immediately closed her eyes, awakened her spiritual perception, and brought forth her spirit body. Upon seeing its form, Turan slightly frowned. The antlers and wings seemed to be the same as Turan's, which likely meant they were traits of the Storm bloodline, but oddly enough, there were 2 other distinct features. A loose bronze chain wrapped around her wrist, and several unidentified metal needles embedded in her head. What's strange? I'm not sure. I can't tell whether this is strange or not. Since one couldn't reflect their form in a mirror in spirit state, the only way to know their appearance was to ask someone else to look and draw it. Because of this, Turan had asked the librarian to draw his appearance for confirmation. The black dust floating around his body or the vertical pupils seen in the drawing were probably traits of the House Zahar. To match that, the 2 features of Mesa were likely from her other bloodlines, probably the Enchanter and Fighter bloodlines. After seeing the illustration of her own spirit body, Mesa, like Turan, frowned. The bracelet and this, looking at it like a portrait, it kind of feels like an ornament, but in reality it feels like actual needles are stuck in. The bronze bracelet, being an accessory, could be interpreted as related to the Enchanter bloodline, or since arms symbolize strength, perhaps the Fighter bloodline. But the needles embedded in the head didn't clearly correspond to either. This question grew even bigger not long after, when Salif also succeeded in releasing his spirit body. His symbols were flaming hair, a white halo, and golden scales covering various parts of his body, and just like Mesa, needles were embedded in his head. No matter how I think about it, the needles in the head don't seem like a normal bloodline symbol. Yeah. If you exclude that and consider the other three, it all adds up. Mesa's bronze bracelet was probably the symbol of the Enchanter bloodline, and Salif's golden scales were likely the symbol of the Guardian bloodline. Then what in the world were the needles? If they could try pulling one out, they might discover something, but if that damaged the spirit body, the consequences would be truly terrible. That the soul was immortal meant it wouldn't vanish easily, not that it couldn't be damaged. Just like how an animal, once dead, becomes food for another creature and is digested into waste rather than completely disappearing, transformation was an extremely easy and irreversible occurrence. After working quite busily for a month to normalize Kalamaf, Turan turned his head as he sensed the presence of massive clusters of magic power approaching from the southeast. They've finally arrived. Not long after, a knight from House Burke who was guarding the eastern gate came rushing to inform him of the guest's arrival. Since this had been anticipated, Turan immediately summoned Salif, Mesa, and the nobles of Kalamaf. Soon after, the nobles of House Zahar entered the prepared negotiation venue. Salif, looking at the middle-aged man standing at the front, let out a low groan and alternated his gaze between him and Turan. The same reaction was shared not only by several nobles of Kalamaf, but also by some of the Zahar nobles. That was how closely the face of the man at the forefront resembled Turan. His grandfather, Talai Zahar, wore an unusually benevolent smile and spoke. "Good to see you, young Turan. Is this our first time meeting in person? Yes, let's sit down first. Offering you a cup of tea would be proper etiquette." "I gratefully accept." In the stiff atmosphere, only Talai and Turan conversed like a laid-back host and a distant guest from afar. After a cup of stonecrop tea, a specialty of the Grey Zone, was passed around, Turan quietly spoke. "However, you're later than I expected. Considering that the capital of House Zahar was situated somewhat eastward even within the Emerald Desert, the news of Kalamaf's state and their arrival within a month could actually be considered rather fast. Because it was a distance that would take ordinary people several months to travel, and even an average knight or noble would have to ride for nearly a month to reach. However, it was very likely that the news itself had traveled much faster than that. Even if not as skilled as Bige, they must have secured at least one magical beast somewhere to act as a messenger bird. Moreover, according to the knight from Burke who had just informed him, they hadn't come on foot, but arrived in a deer-drawn carriage pulled by a giant magical beast. Considering that magical beast also possessed high-level noble-class magic power, it must have actually taken them about 1 to 2 weeks. They were probably busy gathering information. What noble house they were bringing, what they had been doing all this time, there was an abundance of information to know beforehand before entering a discussion. After all, in negotiations like these, knowledge is power. In other words, their arrival now likely meant they believed they had learned everything there was to know. Whether that was truly the case could be found out through this conversation. It's because the land here is so vast and there's so much to do. Until recently, we were especially busy with matters in the east. What he was referring to, of course, was the chaos Turan's group had caused in the capital of House Varaha a few months ago. At those words, the Zahar nobles simultaneously turned their gazes to Salif, who stood behind Turan. Pretending not to notice, Turan lifted his own cup and calmly drank his tea. At the same time, he assessed the opposing group's numbers and strength. 1 top tier, 2 upper tier, and 9 mid tier. Assuming they had been briefed by those reciting here that Turan's ability was at least top tier, and that he had even brought an entire noble house under his wing, this force was weaker than expected. From that, it seemed the fact that Turan could seize and imprison souls had not yet reached their ears. In other words, the link between House Aravian and House Zahar had likely not yet been restored. While his thoughts spun rapidly, Talais casually asked, "So, am I a suitable conversation partner for what you wanted?" "More than enough. I don't think there's any topic serious enough to require my great-grandfather himself to be present." At the unexpected title, a faint twitch showed at the corner of Talais' eye. Though his facial expression showed no other change, Turan could sense that he was, if ever so slightly, stirred. "Where did you hear that?" "I heard it from Rito." It was no secret that the one who had eliminated the Zahar noble, Rito, who had infiltrated Aravian, was Turan. After all, Mesa, who had escaped during that incident, was now standing firm right behind him. Of course, back then, Rito had believed Turan to be Talai's son rather than his grandson. "I see. Well, that's fine. I won't hold that matter against you, however. I believe there is much to discuss regarding Alma." With Talai's words, Turan sensed several of the Zahar nobles standing behind him radiating murderous intent. Presumably, they belonged to the faction that had originally supported Alma. On the other hand, those who remained calm were likely supporters of Ferga, who died in the labyrinth, or Raman, the only surviving heir. Turan briefly organized his thoughts and then candidly admitted to having killed Alma. I offer my regrets regarding that matter. I didn't particularly wish to treat her as an enemy, but she came at us first. Thanks to that, we also suffered considerable losses. In truth, they had launched a surprise attack and annihilated the enemy in an instant, but there was no way the other side could know that. The only possessed being present at the time was killed instantly before even realizing how the attack happened. Though Turan had never lost his physical body, from his experience of becoming a spirit and leaving his body, he knew it was not easy to observe the physical world in that state. One could not rely on the eyes of reality and could only perceive spiritual flows, making everything appear like an endless scattering of light. Even without that, testimonies from possessed beings couldn't be presented as evidence unless one was prepared to publicly reveal all secrets. Bang, one of the Zahar nobles seated nearby slammed the table, shattering it, and stood up. Talais didn't even look in his direction and quietly said, "Sit down, Kaiso." "But you heard him, Lord Talais. That bastard killed Alma, don't make me say it twice." His voice was far lower and colder than before. Though he didn't release any magic power, the sheer pressure in his voice made the Zahar noble who had stood up tremble and slowly sit back down. Just as he lowered his head deeply, Turan noticed Talais was gazing intently at him. "What is it?" Surely he wasn't checking to see if Turan was upset because he had gotten angry. No, it felt more like he was probing to see if Turan would react to his words. After a moment's thought, Turan decided to give a suitable response. "If compensation is required, we can negotiate that matter later. But surely there are more important topics we should discuss first." "Indeed, so then, are you coming back? Returning to House Zahar wouldn't be appropriate. I don't know if you're aware, but half of my bloodline is Aravian. By now you've already passed the point of no return with them." Talais subtly gestured toward Mesa, who was silently standing behind Turan. It must have taken some time to gather detailed information about the battle near the forest of Zavalin City. Indeed, when House Zahar seriously set out to gather intelligence in a particular field, their speed and accuracy were terrifying. That they hadn't properly understood Turan until now was simply because they hadn't considered him worth focusing on. But once someone became a person of interest, it was nearly impossible to keep any secrets through superficial means. I could also choose to establish Mesa as the new head of House Aravian and rely on her. Talais didn't dismiss the idea as absurd. That Mesa and Salif, successors of two great noble houses, stood behind Turan while making him their representative carried clear meaning. Above all, he had already been informed of the circumstances surrounding the Battle of the Forest. If Turan had been capable of engaging with Kadram, who had revealed his true power, then it meant Turan was beyond the standard level of even the top-ranking nobles. At the very least, it meant he was worthy of attempting such a move. "So then, what is it that you really want? I think we need to know that before this conversation can go anywhere." As if to say there was no more point in skirting around the matter, Talais directly struck at the core. In response, Turan also brought out the main topic without delay. "A friendly non-aggression pact with House Zahar and the neutralization of the gray zone, that's what I want." A friendly non-aggression pact and neutralization? Yes. No need for fancy wording, it simply means not interfering with each other. I don't think that's such a bad proposal. If Turan had been the kind of upper-tier noble they had once thought him to be, this would have been a proposal unworthy of any consideration. A great noble house always looked after its members thoroughly. They would have subdued him on the spot and dragged him away. But Talais had a rough understanding of Turan's current level of power and how formidable the force he had built truly was. The time when House Zahar could crush him like an insect was long gone. To reaffirm that, Turan gave a slight glance to the two people behind him, then released his magic power. It had been quite a while since he had unleashed his full strength rather than holding back. When the power of three individuals, each stronger than even the highest-ranking nobles, filled the hall, everyone gasped. Gasp, what in the world is this? Like the oppressive feeling one gets from standing near an enormous beast, several nobles with weaker constitutions began to struggle to breathe under the magical pressure. The only one who remained completely unaffected was Talais, who calmly sipped his tea and asked, "Impressive. Where did you gather this level of magic power?" "It's hard to say exactly since it came from various sources. I traveled around a lot and hunted many magical beasts, and I imagine you hunted quite a few people as well." Turan chose silence rather than answer the probing question. That silence itself was a kind of protest. It meant, "We possess this much power, are you really prepared to treat us as enemies?" Before long, Talais glanced around and spoke. "I'd like to speak with you alone if you don't mind." "Of course. Rather than having everyone else leave, we should just move ourselves." The two of them left the meeting room together and headed to the office located on the upper floor. As they were walking, Turan suddenly turned and grabbed Talai's hand that was following behind him. I saw that. I can't win against you. Rather than getting angry, Talais let out a hollow laugh and opened the fist he had been clenching. In his palm were several strands of hair, seemingly pilfered from the meeting room just moments ago. One was long and red, the other short and silver, likely belonging to Mesa and Salif. I'd appreciate it if we could both keep things respectful. I won't be plucking and storing your hair either, Lord Talais. Fair enough. Thus, the two struck an unspoken gentleman's agreement and finally entered the office and sat across from each other. It was Talais who first broke the silence. Now that it's just the two of us, I'll be direct. How much do you know about the secret of souls? I know enough that the spirits of the ancient gods have survived and now dwell within the bodies of their descendants. Your leader is likely the Night Hunter, and the leader of Aravian is probably the Thunder Lord. Talais neither affirmed nor denied the deliberate misinformation Turan had included. So then, I suppose you must hate us. Don't you? If my friends weren't the intended vessels for body switching, I wouldn't have gotten involved. As he said this, Turan tried to empty his mind as much as possible. Among high-ranking nobles of House Zahar, it was virtually impossible to hide one's emotions. With even the faintest scent, they could perceive what feelings others harbored. Therefore, what mattered was to express one's emotions honestly while subtly distorting the content. Talais likely had quite a few lies mixed into what he had just said as well. To be honest, we're quite conflicted too. Whether we should crush you, or more precisely, all of you, before you grow any further, or accept you and leave you alone. We don't have any grand ambition like overthrowing the gods' hegemony. We only seek to survive. Becoming vessels for us doesn't qualify as survival, I take it. Isn't that obvious? Talais gave a light cough and tapped the desk with his fingers. Turan suddenly realized that this was the exact same habit he himself had and clicked his tongue inwardly. The man before him, aside from being a vessel for some ancient god, was also Turan's grandfather. Whether such habits were influenced by the body or not was another matter entirely. All right, I've heard you out. Personally, I don't think it's a bad proposal. A positive reply. But such replies were usually followed by something less agreeable. However, I feel that simply ending this with words leaves the bond a bit weak. I'm sure you feel the same. What is it that you want? There's a fairly attractive girl among the family head's granddaughters. Talais said in a casual tone that it would be good to solidify the alliance through marriage between the two. Chapter 133. Ever since he came out into the world, Turan had received numerous marriage proposals, from the Lord of Orem City to Medela, the Mother of Ashes, and even to several influential lords in this gray zone. What had been the reason he declined all such proposals? It was partly because his natural talents were too precious to be tied to any one family, and more than anything, because marriage was not something to be decided by political calculation. Marriage was a sacred contract between two people who loved each other. The belief instilled in him by his mother during childhood remained unchanged, even now, after he had traveled the world and gained much experience. If she's the granddaughter of the head of House Zahar, wouldn't that make her not so distantly related to me? You two would be sixth cousins. Isn't that distant enough? In fact, in ordinary wizard families, it wasn't all that uncommon for cousins to marry. This was because wizards with noble-level magic power were rare, making it difficult for those with strong powers to find suitable partners. Of course, it was something done out of necessity, and even among wizards, perceptions about consanguineous unions weren't exactly favorable. It wasn't for no reason that Mesa had flared up at Salif's past remark about Mesa possibly being his relative. I appreciate the proposal, but I'll have to decline. You don't seem particularly appreciative of the proposal. Even though his proposal had been rejected, Talais showed no sign of displeasure. He just remained expressionless, with only his eyes shifting as if to assess the other. You seemed a bit angry when you heard my proposal just now. Why is that? Was it because I suggested someone who's a little too close of a relative? No, maybe. Do you perhaps assign some great significance to taking a wife? Oh ho, so that's how it is. He asked the question but didn't wait for an answer, deriving one on his own, a behavior that felt downright bizarre. Turan frowned, realizing that the other had sensed his emotions through his scent. Though it was something he himself often did, being on the receiving end made him uncomfortable, as if his inner self was being exposed. I thought you were of the same kind as me, the Zahar of Enril, the most brutal, cunning, and merciless family in the world. Do you believe that bloodline determines one's personality? At least among nobles, there seems to be some truth to it. Don't you roughly know it yourself, that the bloodline one is born with influences even the essence of our soul? Though he found Talais' words distasteful, Turan couldn't help but partially agree. Indeed, his inborn tendency to kill or torture enemies without a shred of guilt was a classic trait of House Zahar's nobility. The fact that symbols of one's bloodline appeared in their spiritual body was, in some sense, proof that bloodline could influence the soul, the essence of a person. Well, it's quite interesting that there are differences. After all, between a grandfather and grandson, only a quarter of the blood is shared. Still, despite that, we look ridiculously alike. Talais now wore a beaming smile, clearly pleased to have found a crack in Turan's facade in contrast to moments earlier. Yet from him, there wasn't even a trace of the scent that typically accompanied happiness. That too meant he was wearing a mask. How unpleasant. Only then did Turan realize the nature of the discomfort he had felt while conversing with Talais, as well as during their previous encounter when he had been disguised. It was the instinctive aversion that surfaced when two snake-like beings, those who needed to stay in a position of informational superiority over others to feel secure, came face to face. After sorting his thoughts in a very short span of time, Turan responded with a faint smile just like Talais. You're exactly right, that's right. I wish to have only one true partner, and I want that person to be someone with whom I can truly share love. I think Karim said something similar once. Could it be you take after him? At the sudden mention of his father's name, Turan quickly attempted to meditate to calm his emotions. Because through the past encounter in Carmine, he had come to know that the man before him had killed his father. To avoid revealing that he knew the truth, Turan had to somehow disperse the sudden surge of hostility. Fortunately, perhaps due to the mental training he had undergone thus far not being in vain, Turan was able to fall into a perfect meditative state before his hostility could manifest. Swiftly emptying his emotions, he masked himself with an intentional calm and asked with only a faint trace of curiosity on his face. I've actually been meaning to ask about my father for some time. What kind of person was he? Embarrassing as it is, I can't tell you much in detail. He was just one of my many children. Still, I remember he had a sentimental personality that didn't match his usually sullen face. Thinking back, he really wasn't very much like a Zahar, if only he hadn't lost his life during the war with Aravian. Even though he was speaking about the son he had killed, Talais wore an affectionate expression as if he were missing someone who had passed. Turan figured there was no need to wonder where his own acting skills had come from. After a brief exchange to shift the mood, Turan brought out the thoughts he had organized in his mind. To return to the matter at hand, let's start by having me meet the young lady first. Meet her. If you send the young lady you mentioned earlier to our side, I'll try seriously dating her. If we come to care for each other in time, then as you said earlier, we may become family by blood. You sound like someone who plans to escape the situation now and change his mind later. Talais struck sharply at the heart of the matter, but Turan replied without so much as a twitch of his expression. Even if we were joined in a loveless marriage, it would be difficult to expect much constraint, wouldn't it? Since I won't be living in the Emerald Desert, I could simply discard my wife or children if necessary. But as I said a moment ago, I take marriage, having a partner, seriously. Since I won't decide recklessly, when the bond is formed after proper interaction, you can expect it to have stronger binding power. As a bonus, House Zahar would be planting someone to act as eyes and ears inside a threatening power. Just as Turan said, his proposal involved Kalamaf accepting a certain amount of risk. Having a Zahar lady as an outsider meant that she could see all kinds of secrets, and it would be difficult to prevent her from leaving afterward. Then what about that young lady? Whom do you mean? Don't pretend not to know. The Aravian girl, it doesn't seem like you have a typical relationship, and it doesn't seem one-sided either. He knew and still made the marriage proposal. Turan found it somewhat absurd and clicked his tongue inwardly but gave the answer he had prepared in advance. As you said, grandfather, I am a cunning and merciless Zahar. I know what must be prioritized and what must be cut off when necessary. With that, the office fell into silence for a moment. Only a silent battle took place between Talais, trying to analyze the other's intentions with all his senses, and Turan, who remained unmoved like a statue. After a while, Talais tapped the desk lightly with his fingernail and spoke. How many escorts may she bring? Several dozen minutes later, the two of them came down to the conference room and informed the waiting nobles of Zahar and Kalamaf about the results of the meeting. They announced that, under the condition that the granddaughter of the head of House Zahar personally cross over to Kalamaf and begin dating Turan, a non-aggression pact would be established. Upon hearing this, the two factions fell into confusion, each for different reasons. Some of the Zahar nobles showed discomfort at the idea of forming a non-aggression pact with something as ambiguous and weakly binding as dating, not even marriage. Moreover, hadn't Turan even admitted to killing Alma, one of Zahar's heirs? Not only were they unable to issue an execution order against the person who killed their heir, but they were sending the family head's granddaughter almost like offering tribute. However, unexpectedly, more people agreed to the loosely constructed condition than opposed it. I support this. Nouvelle, is it because you think this isn't your business? I don't know what you mean. You're the one who should think of the family's interest instead of letting your personal feelings get in the way. A supporter of Rahman, the only remaining Zahar heir, spoke up shamelessly, raising his head. For them, a non-aggression pact between Turan and House Zahar was a task that had to be accomplished at all costs. If they end up in conflict and that man surrenders and joins the family, then Lord Raman stands no chance. We must keep him drifting outside the family for now. In fact, even the massacre of Alma and her faction had, when viewed closely, been a benefit to Raman. If anything, it was reason to feel gratitude, not hostility. As long as Turan remained an independent force until Raman became the family head, that would be enough. Moreover, there was no need to worry about the risk that Turan might marry the family head's granddaughter and establish a power base within the family. Not when considering the background of the one Turan was supposed to marry. While the Zahar side was running calculations in their heads, the nobles of Kalamaf, without exception, were cautiously observing one woman. This is, in truth, the conditions Turan had brought were generous, so generous that they were practically a free gift from the standpoint of Kalamaf's interests. It wasn't a binding marriage right away. It was merely a courtship, so he could cast her aside at an appropriate time. And as long as the granddaughter of the head of House Zahar stayed in Kalamaf, she would be practically a hostage. The only issue was that everyone knew Turan already had someone who was, for all intents and purposes, like a partner. All eyes turned toward the woman with auburn hair who stood out among them, Mesa Aravian. Her face bore no expression. It wasn't an expression that showed she wasn't thinking anything. It was more like her emotions had been erased, like a doll's. After some groans and murmured voices filled the silence, she finally opened her mouth. "It's a good offer, isn't it?" Naturally, no one responded with agreement. Turan and Mesa never met each other's gaze. After everyone exchanged their respective thoughts, the formal drafting of the non-aggression pact began. There were no complicated trap clauses like those in commoner treaties. After all, contracts between nobles depended on the honor and dignity they had built up. There was no real authority that could judge them even if they broke the pact by force. Once the document was prepared, Talais grasped Turan's hand and said in a low voice, "I'm glad we were able to have such a good conversation. I don't think I'll be able to come in person next time, but I hope you'll get along with the one who will come in my stead. I think of her like a daughter personally." Does like a daughter mean he could kill her without hesitation if things went wrong? Turan thought that to himself as he shook Talais' hand. After completing the peace agreement, Talais immediately left Kalamaf with the nobles who had accompanied him. It was a breach of general etiquette, but since Turan wasn't one to concern himself much with such things, he actually welcomed it. More than anything, he didn't want them to know that his physical condition wasn't in the best shape at the moment. Kug. Cough. With a spurt of blood, Turan quickly used fluid manipulation magic to manipulate the bloody spit and hurl it out the corridor window. If a Zahar noble had been standing beside him, they would have immediately noticed from the scent of blood that something was wrong with his health. Thankfully, he had managed to restrain himself during the meeting, preventing any coughing fits. Normally, when he coughed up blood like this, Mesa would be by his side to wipe it away. But after the peace agreement, she had claimed to be tired and gone into her room, not emerging all day. "Ah, Lord Turan." A female knight standing guard in the corridor looked startled upon seeing Turan and placed a hand on her chest in salute. Turan could sense a faint anger from her. Since the Knights of House Burke shared blood ties with Mesa, they felt a bond with her and thus they were angry at Turan's decision. "I came to see Mesa. Is she inside?" Of course, it was a question asked only out of courtesy. After all, he possessed multiple abilities like the Mimic Relic that allowed him to detect humans in the vicinity. Turan could already tell that Mesa had sensed his presence. "The young lady is." Just as the female knight was about to lie and say that Mesa was out, the door behind her swung open with a bang. With a shadowed face, Mesa spoke toward Turan. "Let's talk outside." "All right." It wasn't just a matter of talking in the garden. As soon as she stepped out of the mansion, Mesa immediately activated flight magic and soared into the sky at full power. Since Turan's magic power was weaker than hers, he had to push himself with all his strength just to keep up. After about 10 minutes, the two landed on a rocky mountain several dozen kilometers away from Kalamaf. There was no trace of human presence in the surroundings. "Mesa, I." The moment Turan opened his mouth, lightning burst from Mesa's hand. The lightning spell was so expertly cast that there wasn't even a static charge or any sign beforehand. As a result, Turan, without even putting up any defensive posture, took the magic directly. The intense shock surged through his chest and spread throughout his body, causing his muscles to stiffen. Perhaps not expecting him to take the hit head-on, a flicker of worry and concern appeared on Mesa's face for a moment. But it was brief. Her expression twisted again as she looked down at the collapsed Turan. As the tingling pain flowed through his entire body, Turan lay on the ground, locking eyes with Mesa who stood over him. "Looks like she cried a lot." He had seen her earlier trying to cool her eyes with something like ice in a hurry, but unfortunately for nobles like her with powerful magic, even that wasn't very effective. A faint chill didn't do much to affect their bodies. With her eyes still swollen red, Mesa looked down at Turan and climbed onto his stomach. It was a high-level pinning stance they had learned during past combat training. In reality, it was a technique of little use against nobles due to the wizard's power compared to their relatively light weight. "You bastard." A curse spilled from Mesa's lips, spoken as if she were spitting it out. Turan had the brief thought that this was the first time she had ever cursed at him, but it was cut off by a tearing sound and a sharp pain exploding across his face. Mesa's fist struck his cheekbone far harder than he had expected. At the Colosseum, Turan would usually activate his berserker bloodline and beat her into the ground for fun, but without the help of the mimic relic, in terms of pure physical ability, Mesa, who possessed stronger magic power, had the upper hand. Thus she beat the collapsed Turan repeatedly without resistance. When his once handsome face was completely bloodied, Mesa finally stopped and panted heavily, then covered her face with both hands. With a broken nose, Turan spoke in a nasally voice. "Are you crying? That's right, you bastard." Maybe it was due to the way she grew up, but Mesa didn't know many curse words. The profanity coming out of her mouth was pathetically simple. She wiped away the flowing tears with her hands and looked at the collapsed Turan. Her mind knew it was a decision made for the peace of all, but the feeling of betrayal was hard to endure. Memories of relying on him as a savior, of spending time together like a married couple, flooded back vividly. If he had at least respected her, couldn't he have told her beforehand before making such a decision? And yet, even while feeling betrayed, seeing him hurt because of her only made her heart ache more, especially when she saw him coughing and turning his head to spit up blood. At that moment, Turan, having spit up a mouthful of blood, gestured toward Mesa, who was still sitting on top of him, and said, "Lower your head for a moment." Hearing this, Mesa instinctively bent her upper body toward him like a well-trained animal. It wasn't out of guilt for hitting him earlier, rather, it was just habit. Whenever Turan said something, she followed. It had become second nature. In battle and other extreme situations, giving orders had always been Turan's role, and his commands were almost never wrong. Turan placed one hand on the back of her bowed head and pulled her toward him. A moment later, the taste of thick blood flowed into her mouth. Chapter 134. After the short yet long moment of kissing came to an end, it was Turan who pulled his lips away first. The reason, absurdly enough, was because he simply couldn't breathe. His nose, recently broken from being hit, was still filled with blood, and now even his mouth was blocked. Haya, after taking a few deep breaths in and out, Turan first pinched his nose and used fluid manipulation magic to extract the blood that had filled it. The blood that had been gushing madly only stopped after he downed the healing potion, created with magic artifacts, several times. From behind, Mesa, wiping the blood off her lips, asked, "You're not seriously thinking of brushing this off like that, are you?" "Of course not." Letting out a hearty laugh as he stood up, Turan looked into her still swollen eyes. Her sky-blue pupils shimmered, filled with tears. He had known for some time that Mesa's affection toward him had shifted into something between a man and a woman. That kind of emotion was something the senses of a Zahar were particularly sensitive to. Even so, there were several reasons why he hadn't clarified their relationship. If their relationship became too deep, Salif, who formed the third of their trio, might feel alienated, or there was the uncertainty he felt about his own heart. But to use such excuses even in a moment like this, stepping back a step, would be not just cowardly but utterly foolish. "You're the only one I consider as my partner, Mesa. No matter who comes from Zahar, I won't be swayed." Partner, the word that for the first time defined their relationship, was as heavy as it was indescribably sweet. There was no hesitation in Turan's voice as he spoke it aloud. Speaking the words out loud only confirmed further that his feelings were not different from what he had thought. It even made him think he should have said it sooner. Upon hearing this, Mesa let out a soft moan and buried her face into Turan's chest, saying, "Sorry. For what?" "For hitting you." To simply say "for hitting you" didn't quite cover the extent of the wounds Turan had sustained. His cheekbone might have been shattered, his face was puffed up, and even his nasal bone was broken. Still, he had built up a degree of resistance, having suffered injuries like this often enough in the Colosseum. In fact, when Turan had once beaten Mesa into submission there, he had caused even worse injuries. "Well, I deserved it, so what can I do?" Had Mesa, for strategic reasons, declared she would date one of the Aravian nobles, Turan too would have lost his mind with jealousy. Instead of beating her, he probably would have stormed the main house of Aravian to assassinate the guy. Of course, there was a reason he had made that decision independently without discussing it in advance. If he had said he would decide after consulting with others, Talais might have realized just how important Mesa was to Turan, that she could be a weakness. Hearing that just makes me feel like the childish one. That's how we all grow. "What do you mean when you're younger than me?" At Turan's teasing, Mesa let out a small laugh. If Salif, who was about 30 years older than both of them, had seen this, he probably would have said the kids were playing well together. After exchanging warmth for a while with lighthearted banter, Mesa softly said, "Don't be too harsh on that girl. You mean the granddaughter of the Zahar family head? Yeah. She's being sold off too, right? At least treat her well as a guest." Well, Turan recalled his conversation with Talais. Just like a cunning and ruthless Zahar noble, Talais had said he knew what to prioritize and what to cut off. Those words weren't just lies that came out carelessly. If the Zahar young lady obediently played her part in this peace act and then left, that would be one thing. But if she crossed the line, Turan was fully capable of becoming a monster. A few hours later, Turan and Mesa returned to Kalamaf, looking much the same as when they had left, aside from the fact that they were now covered in dust and dirt. Of course, there were still faint bruises on his faces, and his previously broken nose remained swollen and red. Even that was only thanks to the excessive intake of healing potions from the magic artifact, which had somewhat improved his condition. Upon their return, the two resumed their previous dynamic, as if nothing had changed since before the Zahar nobles had arrived. To be precise, they seemed subtly closer and more uninhibited than before. The influential figures of Kalamaf pondered how to interpret this fact. In the end, it was Salif who occupied a position equal to theirs and was therefore in a place to speak up, who carefully asked Turan on everyone's behalf, "Hey, did things get sorted out?" "Yeah, how? Just did." Turan and Mesa as well offered only vague answers, and so the truth was buried in darkness. However, everyone could see that their relationship had clearly changed from before, becoming more tightly and tenaciously intertwined. Once the previously unsettled atmosphere calmed down, Turan gathered the city's nobles and made a new announcement. He would be leaving Kalamaf for a short time. How long? Probably no more than a week at most. During the previous battle in the forest against the two soul-possessed bodies, Turan had been pierced in the chest by Emir's ice axe. From the wound, ice flowers had bloomed, and a few of those had stabbed into his lungs, leaving injuries that persisted even now. From time to time, he still coughed up blood. To heal this, he had regularly consumed recovery potions and received help from the only healer they had. But whether it was due to Turan's excessively strong magic power or because it was a wound caused by God's magic, his lung injury showed no signs of healing. What he needed was a high-ranking healer from Lavitas. Given the difficulty of movement in the current situation, he had recently sent a letter to Rita requesting a visit, but for some reason, she replied that it was difficult for her to get away at present. In other words, Turan needed to go there directly for a complete recovery. But isn't our defense and emergency evacuation plan all focused on Aravian? Do we not need to worry about Zahar? I'm really skeptical that those guys will honor the agreement. At Salif's question, Turan nodded. "I can't say absolutely, but it should be fine for the most part. We've already shown them our strength. We've also widely publicized the non-aggression pact, so breaking it would damage their honor." While they had already crossed the bridge by binding Kadram's soul, but there was no such deep grudge between Zahar and Turan, at least not yet. To be exact, Turan knew Talais was the man who killed his father and harbored one-sided hatred, but Talais himself was unaware of this fact. In such a situation, the combat power Turan's group had demonstrated in the recent forest battle made it far too risky for Zahar to provoke them. Besides, they weren't rampaging about wanting to kill all the gods, they were even showing willingness to compromise. That is, Turan wasn't trusting Zahar's honesty or integrity, he was trusting in the broader political landscape informed by the intelligence he had gathered. In that respect, the chance of Aravian attacking again wasn't that high either. The damage inflicted on them by Turan's group during the previous battle had been that devastating. After the meeting ended, Mesa lightly patted Turan's back to dust him off and said, "Travel safely. We'll hold things down here just fine." Just as she said, one of the reasons he could afford to go on this short journey was thanks to the presence of two other individuals with skills on par with his own. Turan nodded at the glimpse of the golden armor peeking out from beneath Mesa's collar. Sky Guardian. This powerful sacred relic, originally wielded by Kadram, was now being worn underneath Mesa's outfit. If she went into the Colosseum wearing that right now, there was a good chance Turan might actually lose. At that moment, Mesa, perhaps interpreting the way Turan looked at her, blushed slightly and gave him a gentle kiss on the cheek. Salif, watching from the side, let out a eek and twisted his body around in mock agony. After leaving Kalamaf, Turan immediately mounted Bige and began flying southwest. Was it because she was happy to be flying alone with him again after such a long time? Bige, humming songs only Turan could hear within his mind, flew at a much faster pace than usual. The silver-haired grandfather wove a net and told me a fairy tale over and over again in little pictures. How long had she been singing that nursery rhyme she must have picked up somewhere? After a day and a half of flying, Turan crossed the border between the forest region and the Emerald Desert and entered the Suraf wetland. Paying close attention to the surrounding scenery, he felt like the capital of La Vida's, Maram City, would soon come into view. Having frequented the area enough times, he was now able to distinguish the once indistinguishable swampland fairly well. If the chance comes, I'd really like to see how much the southern reclaimed land has changed. Of course, that was a thought he shouldn't entertain, considering the defensive capabilities of Kalamaf would be weakened while he was away. It would already take a considerable amount of time just to travel down from Maram to there, and since it was in the south, the return trip would be delayed even further. One thing he had learned recently was that some kind of spiritual flow was coming to him from the south. When he activated his spiritual perception, he could sense a steady current of power coming from somewhere far to the south, probably where the reclaimed land was. He still didn't fully understand how it worked, but it didn't feel ominous, and so about a day and a half passed. After secretly landing near Maram City, Turon absorbed Bige into his body and headed straight for Rita's mansion. Having stayed there several times before, he recognized the face of the servant guarding the entrance. "Oh, the Great One, no need for all that formality. Is Lady Rita home? I'd appreciate it if you could let her know I'm sorry for visiting unannounced." At Turon's words, the servant wore an awkward expression. "My lady is not at the mansion." "Is that so?" In truth, Turon already knew Rita wasn't in the mansion by sensing through his sacred relics detection ability. He had only asked out of courtesy. "Then I'd like to stay here until she returns. That should be all right, yes." Well, the servant hesitated, which made Turon frown. Rita had told him before that he was always welcome to visit, so it should have been a given that he'd be allowed to stay. After a slightly uncomfortable pause, the servant finally guided Turon inside. After washing off the filth from sleeping outdoors and finishing a delicious meal, Turon asked the maid who had been attending to him, did Lady Rita happen to mention when she'd return? Pardon. I'm not really sure. For some reason, the maid seemed visibly flustered by Turon's question. He asked several other servants similar questions afterward, but none of them could say what Rita was doing or when she would return. It wasn't until he pressed the butler that he finally received a satisfying answer. Lady Rita has not returned to the mansion in several months. Several months, yes. To be precise, the last time she left was when the head of House Varaha visited. She went to the main estate to attend a welcome banquet. Turon's eyes narrowed at the butler's words. Despite that, we exchanged letters about 2 weeks ago. We delivered the letter to the main estate and received a reply from there. In other words, Rita was staying at the main estate and able to write letters, but she could not return to this mansion. Something about it all reeked of suspicion. You don't know exactly what's going on? No, but what I do know is that after the head of House Varaha visited and left, many of the high-ranking nobles from the main estate have been staying in the family head's quarters. I don't know what's happening inside. The head of House Varaha, who had traveled by ship across the South Sea to the Xperrif wetlands several months ago. Back then, Turon and his group had merely assumed that something was wrong with the head of House Varaha's body, and perhaps he had come seeking healing. The reason they had been able to raid the Varaha main estate and rescue Salif's parents so swiftly was precisely because that man wasn't there. Turon looked toward the distant Lavita's family head's residence and said to the butler, "I'll write a letter, please deliver it to the main estate if you could. Make sure Lady Rita receives it." The contents of Turon's letter were simple. He explained that he had come seeking Rita's help and expressed his willingness to offer assistance in return if she needed anything from him. He didn't know what kind of issue required so many high-ranking nobles to gather at the Lavita's main estate, but if the matter wasn't resolved, Turon would have no choice but to remain at Rita's mansion. Otherwise, he would have to return to Kalamaf with nothing to show for it. "Looks like I'll be staying here longer than expected." The thought that every minute he spent away could potentially put Kalamaf and the people dear to him in danger made him increasingly uneasy. Building a base of operations always came with such pros and cons. Fortunately, he wasn't without means to stay in touch. That night at the scheduled time, Turon calmed his mind by speaking with Mesa through the hand mirror magic artifact. The reply to the letter Turon had asked the butler to deliver came the following day around noon. Instead of writing a response, Rita had sent someone who appeared to be a servant of the main estate to invite Turon to the family head's residence. Hopefully, it's not a trap. If something was amiss, he would sense it through the perception of the mimic relic. Still, if it really was a trap, it would mean his relationship with Lavita's was broken beyond repair, and he sincerely hoped that wouldn't be the case. Without their help, the only way Turon could receive high-level healing would be to kill a healer and feed their magic power to a sacred relic. As he reached the front of the family head's residence, Turon frowned at the presences he sensed inside. He saw the Lavita's family head, presumably Osil, surrounded by a dozen high-ranking nobles. They all seemed to be trying to heal Osil. Don't tell me. From the layout alone, a possibility emerged in his mind. That suspicion turned halfway into certainty when he was finally brought inside and met Rita. "It's been a while, Turan. I'm sorry I couldn't come out to greet you." "Not at all. It's only proper that I come to you." Though he hadn't seen her in months, Rita was still youthful and beautiful, but whether due to worry or fatigue, her face looked strangely aged and worn. Turan could sense that the flow of magic within her was weak and unstable. Her physical strength is depleted from excessive use of healing magic, so it's that after all. "So you said you needed my help?" "Yes. I was seriously wounded in a recent battle. Although I recovered, I'm still suffering aftereffects and wanted to ask for your healing." Rita hesitated briefly at Turan's words, then let out a sigh as if even bringing it up was difficult for her. "I'm sorry, but it may be difficult right now." "Is it because of the family head? How did you?" Rita's face twisted in shock, struck at the core. "You seem fatigued from overusing your magic." "The other Lavita's nobles are gathered here and haven't come out, so I thought there could be no other reason." In truth, Turan had used the mimic relic to observe the situation and piece things together, but Rita had no way of knowing that. Letting out a deep sigh, she nodded. "Yes, you're right. The head of House Varaha launched a surprise attack and left the family head with severe wounds. We're doing everything we can to heal him, but we've only managed to maintain his condition. I'm sorry, but I don't have the magic left to treat you." "I'm surprised word of this hasn't spread." If two family head-class wizards from great noble houses had fought each other at full strength, and even those who followed them had all participated in the battle, the capital city of Merim being half destroyed wouldn't have been surprising in the slightest. At Turan's words, she clicked her tongue. "It's because my Osul was overly gentle. That child didn't want us to attack in retaliation and die for it, so we had no choice but to let them go." If Osul, the greatest healer in the world, couldn't heal himself, then the attack couldn't have been anything ordinary. It was probably God's magic using symbol combinations or the effect of a powerful sacred relic. The only silver lining is that the head of House Varaha was also severely injured. It likely won't be easy for him to recover either. Aside from us, there's no one who could perform healing magic strong enough for a body of such power. Do you know why he attacked in the first place? He claimed it was because we hid the heir of House Varaha. Aside from that, he and Osul spoke privately, so I don't know the rest. In other words, Salif's existence had served as one of the justifications for the attack. Whether that was truly the reason or not, it had clearly had some influence. As Salif's friend, Turan bit his lip tightly. "How about the favor I asked before?" If it was the favor she had asked, it would be finding the stolen sacred relic of House Lavitas. All she had known at the time was that they had vanished by ship somewhere to the east, with no further information. The moment she asked the question, Turan could already tell what she meant. "That's the answer, isn't it? The sacred relic that granted powerful healing and purification magic to its user. That indeed was the most promising way to restore Osul, the family head of Lavitas." Chapter 135. After a long conversation, Rita went back inside, saying she had to take care of the family head. It was because if she didn't recover her magic power and fill her position, others would have to exert more effort in her stead. Turan, guided by a servant, returned to Rita's residence and went over the conversation he had shared with her in his mind. The family head of House Varaha. To think that someone would make such an absurd, high-risk move as to directly attack the family head of another great noble house at their own base. Even just leaving one's own territory to visit another house was already an unprecedented act, but what had been done this time made even that seem like nothing. If Osul hadn't fallen into critical condition, House Lavitas wouldn't have hesitated to declare war against House Varaha, and no one would have blamed them. The other noble houses also wouldn't have dared to defend such a cowardly sneak attack. They underestimated Lavitas. No, if I remember right, the other side was also severely injured. Unless the gap between the family head of Varaha and Osul had been astronomical, the fact that the other side was also heavily injured suggested that the two were close enough in strength for a fight to make sense. Of course, since this was the Lavitas' stronghold, Osul likely had access to more resources, which would have given him an edge. Considering all this information, the move by the family head of Varaha seemed more likely to be driven by excessive impatience. Although the reason was unclear, it strongly implied that Salif was desperately needed on their side. Even though the Emerald Desert stands in the way, word will surely reach them soon. We need to be on guard. The only fortunate part was Rita's testimony that the family head of Varaha had also sustained significant injuries. Unless it was a truly fatal wound, he would recover naturally over time, but that recovery wouldn't be quick. On top of that, due to two clashes with Turan, a considerable number of Varaha's nobles had died, making it likely that they were too busy dealing with their own mess for now. Anyway, there was only one conclusion to be drawn from all the information. The stolen sacred relic of Lavitas, which Osul and Rita had previously commissioned Turan to retrieve, had to be found and returned. If they succeeded, Kalamaf would gain a powerful ally in the south, and Turan would also be cured of his lung injury. Even just using that sacred relic briefly before bringing it back would be enough. The grassy plains was it. Even amid the chaos caused by the Varaha family head's surprise attack, Lavitas had not ceased their efforts to chase down the thief who had stolen the sacred relic. From the Emerald Desert in Zahar to various islands in the South Sea, the southeastern Great Plains, and even the eastern land of lakes in Varaha's territory, hundreds of wizards roamed distant regions with great difficulty, sending reports back to the main house through various means. As a result, they had recently received a report that signs of the traitor were found in the southeastern grassy plains. And apparently, that wizard had joined a tribe alliance, famous for their strength even in the grassy plains. Naturally, given that Lavitas was filled with high-ranking nobles with strong combat capabilities who now had to focus entirely on treating the family head, it was impossible for them to retrieve the relic on their own. And if they carelessly commissioned another great noble house, there was a high chance those houses would simply take the relic for themselves and pretend nothing had happened. Interestingly, it had been exactly 2 days since the report was received when Turan came to visit. So there was a reason you called me here. It's not something safe to discuss in a letter. You wouldn't believe how happy I was when I heard you were at my residence, although I was surprised when you immediately realized Osel's condition. Recalling their final conversation, Turan returned to the residence and pulled out the hand mirror, infusing it with magic power. 3 light pulses, 3 strong pulses. After inputting the agreed-upon signal, Mesa's face soon appeared on the other side. You contacted earlier than expected. You're in Maram, right? Did the treatment go well? Unfortunately, not yet. Turan gave Mesa a rough summary of his conversation with Rita. Her expression turned grave upon hearing it. Then, looks like I'll have to make a trip to the grassy plains. Will you be all right? Well, I mean, who's going to mess with me when I'm traveling alone? Honestly, I'm more worried about you all. The grassy plains at the southeastern edge of the world in Kalamaf, located somewhat northwest of the central region, were unimaginably far apart. For ordinary people, just traveling there and back on foot would take almost half a year. Of course, if Turan flew on Bige, he could make the trip in just a few days, but even that felt like an incredibly long distance. After all, isn't the world such a place where anything could happen in just that short time? At Turan's words, Mesa let out a small sigh. It can't be helped. Just be careful. There shouldn't be any enemies out there in such a remote area who can match you anyway. That's true, but how are things going on your end? Good. As of today, Salif has received alliance support from 3 cities. You could say it's halfway done. After signing a non-aggression pact with the nobles of House Zahar, the leadership of Kalamaf began a new strategy. It was to unify the gray zone where they were based. Of course, that was a somewhat refined way of putting it. More bluntly, it was a process of turning the city of Kalamaf into something akin to a great noble house that commanded the loyalty of all wizard families within the Grey Zone. Since it was so unprecedented for 3 powerful nobles of different bloodlines like Turan's group to rule together, no one, neither they nor outsiders, knew quite how to describe it. Unexpectedly, the wizard families of the Grey Zone didn't show much resistance to Kalamaf's attempt. After the war 20-some years ago, they too had come to feel the need for a great noble house to protect them. Under those circumstances, the rise of a powerful force strong enough to sign an equal contract with Zahar was actually something to be welcomed. Of course, some ambitious individuals might be fuming with rage. However, the fact that Turan possessed Zahar blood had quietly spread, and some were concerned about that. There were opinions that this might lead to them effectively being treated as a House Zahar vassal, potentially igniting a second Great War with House Aravian. Considering just how bad relations were with Aravian, it wasn't entirely an unreasonable concern. In any case, I'll try to come back as soon as I can. Got it. I'll be waiting, then. Even after the conversation ended, neither of them cut off the magic, so the other's face remained visible in the hand mirror. Turan hesitated for a moment and then whispered softly, "I love you." The hand mirror immediately shut off, as if even it could understand the feeling of embarrassment. Every moment being precious, Turan immediately left Maram City and began flying east. Perhaps his impatience was transmitted through the soul bond. Thanks to Bige flying at full speed, Turan was able to exit the Suraf wetland by that night and see the deep blue South Sea. Unlike before, when he would find a suitable ship and travel that way, this time he made the bold decision to fly the entire way on Bige. It was a little less stable but much faster in terms of travel speed. 3 days. That was the time it took Turan to cross the South Sea and reach the grassy plains. He even spent one of those nights simply lying down and sleeping on the open sea because there was no island suitable to land on. When he woke up the next day, he found his face buried in the water, but thankfully he had activated his Carmine bloodline, so he had no trouble breathing. And so, without rest on the 3rd day of flight. Upon arriving in the grassy plains, Turan first comforted Bige for her hard work and then absorbed her back into his body before heading inland. After walking for about an hour, he sensed a rather strong smell of blood assaulting his nose. In the natural order of the world, where the cycle of eating and being eaten continues even in unseen places, the scent of blood wasn't anything remarkable. But the scent of human blood was different. Wasn't it for that very reason that he had detected the death of the village elder Labus back on Hisarol Hill, whom fighting? It's nothing, you can go back to sleep. Sensing the shift in emotion, Bige awoke from within Turan's body and whined as if complaining. In response, Turan soothed her and immediately approached the source of the scent. Before long, what appeared before his eyes was a small nomadic tribe consisting of several dozen people. Kayak, run. Hurry, to where? The nomads' tents were half collapsed and the people were screaming and fleeing in all directions. Threatening them was a massive horse-like magical beast, even larger and more ferocious than Tilly. With each charge, its hooves crushed the heads and bodies of those caught beneath them. It seemed the nomads had tried to resist in their own way. Broken spears and arrows were scattered all around, but unsurprisingly, not a single one had pierced or even scratched the beast's hide. So this is what places without proper wizard families are like. From what Turan had previously heard from Salif, the nomads of this grassland not only fought among themselves, but also enjoyed raiding the fertile lands of Varaha to the north. According to the method of discerning people that Turan had learned from his mother and internalized himself, they were wolves. But looking at their current state, being trampled by a magical beast, it was hard to imagine them as such savage creatures. After a brief moment of thought, Turan stepped forward and immediately formed a spear of flame which he hurled at the beast. Nay, the horse twisted its body with the razor-sharp reflexes unique to magical beasts, sensing the flame spear approaching, but Turan had already set the sacred relic to the sun bloodline and adjusted the trajectory smoothly to pierce its chest. The massive horse's body was instantly engulfed in black flames. It's over. The beast had possessed magic power on par with a mid-tier noble, a fearsome enough presence to make a name for itself in the northern continent, but to Turan, it was no more than an easy kill like breathing. Silence descended over the grassland in an instant. While Turan absorbed the beast's magic power, the nomads who had been flailing about on the backs of frightened horses leapt down and bowed low. "O great shaman, to burn such a mighty beast, truly a divine one, stay still." Turan's command wasn't directed at the people but at the horses which were panicking. Perhaps shocked by both the presence of the magical beast and Turan's act of burning it to death, they had begun to trample the owners who had leapt off their backs. Turan used telekinesis magic to physically restrain them while simultaneously casting mental control magic to calm them down, which made the nomads look upon him with even deeper reverence. One middle-aged man who appeared to be older than most stepped forward to speak to Turan. "O great shaman of spirits, are you perhaps from a land outside these great plains?" The clothing he wore was travel gear that Mesa had personally enchanted. Naturally, it differed in style from the nomadic attire, making it easy to distinguish. From the nomad's gaze upon him, Turan sensed a complex mix of emotions. Longing and gratitude, yes, but also fear. Perhaps to these people, foreign wizards were typically from Zahar or Varaha who came to subjugate them. "I'm looking for the Golden Fleece Tribe Alliance. Do you know where they are? I have heard that they are a powerful tribe in the inland region, but we are far from them." "I have only heard the name." It was a disappointing answer, but Turan clicked his tongue and let it go. He hadn't helped them expecting any meaningful reward. Then came a cough, one he was now quite used to. As Turan covered his mouth and coughed lightly, the middle-aged man watching him spoke with a curious gleam in his eye. "Are you unwell by chance?" For some reason, the man appeared pleased upon learning that Turan was in poor health. When Turan shot him a subtle glare, the man quickly realized his behavior had been inappropriate. He lowered his head and spoke hastily. "It's nothing major, but about half a day's journey south from here, there is a tribe with a shaman who possesses healing powers. If you're willing, I can guide you there." Healing powers. Wasn't the Lavida's traitor supposed to be with the Golden Fleece Tribal Alliance he had just mentioned? But only for a moment did Turan ponder this. He soon realized that the healer here likely wasn't one of them. Naturally, the wizards from Lavida's pursuing them would also be in this region. This person was probably one of them. Half a day south, you say? If he could meet that person, he might be able to track the traitor's movements more quickly. A few dozen minutes later, using flight and detection magic, Turan found the tribe mentioned by the nomad chief he had rescued. Their numbers were about 300, and as expected, there was a single lower noble-level wizard among them. What was unexpected was that there was only one, and he could not sense the presence of any knights or other nobles. According to Rita, Lavidas had certainly dispatched nobles and knights in groups for this search. Thinking it best to investigate directly, Turan immediately approached the nomads. Among them, a few who were peacefully grazing their sheep spotted Turan and rode toward him. Stop, who are you and where do you come from? In their eyes was a mix of hostility and fear as they looked at Turan. It was likely the unfamiliar clothing that sparked the hostility, and the fear came from the fact that his clothes were unnaturally clean and he rode no horse. In these plains, traveling alone without even a horse usually meant either a madman or a wizard. To meet their expectations, Turan lightly snapped his fingers and sparked a small flame. Fire, a fire shaman. He's one of those devils from the north. Ah, as soon as the flames appeared, the nomads screamed and fled to their tents without even giving him a chance to explain he hadn't come to attack them. Fortunately, sensing the commotion, the Lavida's wizard emerged from a tent and walked toward him. Moments later, a middle-aged man with a pale complexion stood before Turan. Are you by any chance from Varaha? No, I'm not. And you are? I'm Mago, a noble who wanders without even a family name. Despite what he said, Turan could sense the two defining traits of Lavidas intertwined within him. It was likely a false identity prepared by Lavidas to avoid revealing they were searching the plains. When Turan took a step closer, Mago seemed to sense danger and subtly raised a hand. Since the man wasn't a threat at all, Turan ignored it and whispered so the nomads in the back wouldn't hear. Nice to meet you, Mago. I was sent by Lady Rita. Lady Rita, you mean? Yes. I'm here to retrieve the sacred relic. Mago's eyes widened at Turan's words. He seemed unsure whether Turan was telling the truth or simply fishing for information. I heard the traitor is with a group called the Golden Fleece Tribe. Is that correct? Why yes, you really were sent by Lady Rita. Since Turan knew that much, Mago seemed to take him as an ally at last and even teared up with emotion. He must have gone through a lot here. His clothes were shabby and dark circles hung under his eyes, even though he was at least a low-ranking noble, which should have afforded some level of comfort. Then I assume you can guide me to the Golden Fleece Tribe as well. Yes, of course, but if I may ask, what is your name? Instead of answering, Turan simply smiled gently. Having changed even his face just in case, he couldn't reveal his real name, but he also couldn't be bothered to make up a fake one. Sensing the silent pressure, Mago chose not to press further and changed the subject. These plains are in quite a state of chaos right now, so I noticed. He had just witnessed a magical beast trampling a tribe, hadn't he? At Turan's remark, Mago shook his head and replied, It's not just bad, it's practically a war out here. I originally had a few comrades with me, but they were all killed in this chaos, and I've been relying on this tribe to survive alone. The grassy plains, due to their lower population density compared to other regions, generally had fewer and weaker wizards. However, given the sheer size of the area, there were still a few powerful nobles to be found. And now, all of them were fighting over the powerful healing ability possessed by the Lavida's traitor who had recently appeared. In that case, does that mean they're in possession of the sacred relic? I can't say for certain since I haven't seen it with my own eyes. But considering no rumors about the item had spread, Mago muttered in a tone that sounded more like an excuse. It was likely the traitor still had it. Turan nodded and gave Mago a few reassuring pats on the shoulder. In any case, you've done well. From here on, I'll take care of everything, just guide me there. Are you sure? Perhaps we should request additional support. To Mago, Turan looked far too young. He hadn't directly compared him due to his own lack of magical power, but even if Turan was strong, he couldn't possibly match the seasoned, older nobles, or so he thought. In response to his concern, Turan adjusted his power appropriately and projected his magic power for Mago to sense. After that, Mago no longer brought up the need for reinforcements. Chapter 136. After the conversation had been settled to some extent, Turan took Mago and left the nameless nomadic tribe. The tribe members lamented the fact that the shaman who had protected them and healed all kinds of wounds and diseases was now leaving. You are leaving like this? We haven't even repaid all the grace we received from you, shaman. Please stay with us a little longer. Seeing this, Mago glanced around nervously, as if he was worried that Turan might mercilessly slaughter these rude commoners who dared to block the path of a noble. Of course, Turan had no such intention, and he simply stood still and gave a slight glance signaling Mago to take care of it on his own. Now, everyone calm down. Once this matter is finished and if I still have my life, I will return here. Oh, is that true? We believed in you, oh healing hands. Once the matters here were resolved, he would have to return to xperrif wetland, so perhaps he had just made a promise he could not keep. Though he thought so inwardly, Turan did not bother to challenge it in front of everyone. After all, they were making way for him. And so, on the road out of the tribe, receiving everyone's warm farewell, Turan turned to Mago, who was walking a little behind him, and asked, That promise just now, did you truly mean it? Of course. Once this matter is over, I'm even thinking of staying here permanently for the rest of my life. With a half-resigned expression, Mago explained how he had ended up staying with this tribe. While wandering in search of the traitor from Lavida's, he got caught up in a fight, lost his companions, and ended up battered and broken. It was these tribe members who rescued him and nursed him back to health with utmost care. That's a little different from what I heard. My friend told me that the people of the grasslands indulge in murder and rape as casually as eating a meal, essentially no different from beastmen wearing human skins. There are certainly such people. But aren't there also many villains among the northern continent's people? The people here simply haven't learned how to live rightly. Among them, those like the tribe we just left, who own fertile land and wealth, even treat and care for vagrants of unknown origin. There was a strange reverence in the softly murmured voice. As they continued talking on this subject, Turan learned an amusing fact. The small tribe he had first saved was actually a raiding group. Just recently, they had tried to attack the tribe they had now left, only to be beaten back by Mago. Turan recalled the people who had bowed to him. That flock of utterly powerless sheep had acted like ferocious wolves to other sheep. I suppose I'll have to deal with them when the time comes. Are you referring to them? Yes. If those bastards rob anyone else, that's on me. Hadn't Kjorn once said, if you show mercy to one roadside bandit, it will cost the lives of 10 good people, so if the chance comes, kill without hesitation. Moreover, seeing that they were pleased by Turan's poor condition and even recommended a tribe that was practically an enemy, it was hard to think their intentions were good. Given the hostility toward outsiders, they had probably hoped for some kind of conflict. Mago, hearing this, spoke with a slightly flustered look. Is there really a need for you to go through that trouble? It won't be much trouble. I suppose not. Mago had no doubt that the young noble before him could crush a small tribe with a mere wave of his hand. The overwhelming aftershock of magical power he had felt earlier still made his body tremble. That kind of power was something only the elders of noble houses possessed, those whom low-ranking nobles like Mago could not even dare to meet eyes with. He could only be grateful that someone of Turan's stature was even speaking to him politely as a fellow noble. What I meant to say is that there's no need for you to add to your burdens with such matters. Is removing a wolf that preys on sheep really considered a burden? To harm innocent humans is not the act of a sheep, but that of a wolf. Facing Turan's rock-solid values, Mago spoke in a calm tone. As I just mentioned, whether the tribes of this land are good or evil is simply a matter of whether they have food to fill their bellies or not, and whether they can survive without resorting to pillaging. If they go hungry, they become wolves. If they are full, they become sheep. He went on to explain that killing those who became wolves out of hunger would only allow the sheep to increase in number, and eventually, with food shortages, some of them would become wolves again. It was an endlessly repeating cycle. Turan quietly listened to Mago's words. They directly contradicted the values he had built up while growing up, but there was something strangely resonant about what he was hearing. It was not something he could simply dismiss as nonsense. What I'm trying to say is, the concept of good and evil is more complex and harder to judge than one might think. Of course, if someone is simply a villain who enjoys tormenting others, as you said, cutting them off is the right answer. But determining that is not always easy, so we need to be more cautious when exercising power. After saying this, Mago cautiously glanced at Turan, as if checking whether he had angered him. In response, Turan smiled gently and nodded. I still find it hard to fully understand, but I feel like I've learned something. Thank you for your thoughtful words. I hope I wasn't being presumptuous in saying them. Not at all. Ah, my name is Turan. The reason he revealed the real name he had kept hidden was because he felt that this middle-aged man before him was someone worthy of respect. Not only was he a shepherd who cherished his sheep. His perspective, that one should not simply cut down raiders like weeds, but delve into the reasons behind their actions, contained a depth Turan had never considered before. Of course, there were still many parts he could not entirely agree with. Perhaps sensing Turan's friendliness from his words, a faint smile appeared on Mago's slightly tense face. So you're Turan Nim. I suppose you're not affiliated with Lavitas. I belong to the Zahar bloodline, though I am not affiliated with that house. Ah, sensing some complex family matters, Mago refrained from pressing further and maintained a reserved attitude. Turan then asked something that had been on his mind earlier. But settling here after leaving your house, that's not something so easily done, is it? More than anything, I doubt Lavitas would ever allow it. Even among ordinary wizard families, a noble was too precious to be let go so easily. And in this regard, the great noble houses were even more severe. Their purpose was to prevent their superior and rare mixed bloodlines from being stolen by others. Bluntly speaking, what if Mago remained here and then a great house appeared, kidnapped him, and forced him to produce offspring to mass-produce Lavitas blooded wizards? Such bloodline thefts were strictly forbidden, but the fact that something was prohibited usually meant that someone was trying it. When Turan voiced this concern aloud, Mago let out a chuckle and replied, Turan Nim, you are someone close enough to the house to be entrusted with retrieving sacred relics, so I'm sure it's safe to tell you. It's also a well-known story among those who know. Among Lavitas' sacred relics, there is one with the power to block reproductive ability. Once it's used until it is released, no matter what method is attempted, children cannot be conceived. At this astonishing story, Turon widened his eyes. Such a thing exists? Yes, of course I've never used it myself, but as far as I know, anyone can receive it if they so wish. Mago even added a slightly mischievous comment that, despite this, it didn't render one incapable of sexual activity. Now that he had already revealed his name, there was no longer any need to hide Bige. After moving to a place where no one else was in sight, Turon brought out Bige and enlarged her to full size. Seeing the giant golden eagle magical beast, Mago's eyes widened in astonishment. What in the world? To hide a magical beast inside your body and then shrink or enlarge it like this, I've truly never seen anything like it in my life. Please don't go telling anyone about this. At Turon's warning, Mago nodded solemnly. Of course, it wasn't exactly a secret worth keeping anymore, since the members of the Burke family who had arrived in Kalamaf had already seen it and spread the word. The vast grasslands here weren't quite as vast as the Emerald Desert, but they were still expansive enough that the two of them had to fly eastward for nearly an entire day before reaching their destination. It was an area where a notably large river flowed through this barren grassland region, with fairly tall grass growing. Surveying the area, Mago let out a faint groan as he spoke. This is the base of the Golden Fleece tribe. Though now several other tribes have gathered here as well. It seemed the talk of war hadn't been an exaggeration. Before long, corpses began to appear, clearly killed by human hands. Apparently desperate for even a scrap of clothing, the attackers had stripped the bodies completely bare, even removing every spear, sword, and arrow. Despite having gained much insight from Mago's words earlier, such sights were truly unpleasant, even taking those considerations into account. Perhaps understanding this discomfort, Mago did not try to excuse what had happened. As Turon looked down at the corpses for a while, he suddenly realized something. These bodies. Most of them weren't killed by wizards but by ordinary people. Wounds from spears, swords, arrows, cuts, and stabs that were all far too shallow to have come from knights or nobles. According to what he had heard, only tribes with wizards, or as they called them, shamans, should be able to enter this area. Yes, one of the ancient customs here is that if two tribes have shamans, then the shamans battle each other, while those without such power fight amongst themselves. In that kind of situation, it's considered dishonorable for shamans who have hands to spare to harm ordinary people. Even here, there seemed to be a sense of honor in their own way, though it was difficult to relate to their method. When Turon had first arrived, he had thought of the grassland people as little more than a breeding-capable different race. Yet now, he was beginning to see them as people with simply different cultures. He had traveled all over the world and thought there was nothing left for him to learn, but he now realized there are many things one can only understand through direct interaction with others. After surveying the area for a bit, Turon used mind control on a roaming horse and handed it to Mago. Then, bowing his head slightly, he bid farewell. Well then, travel safely. Yes, Turon Nim. I shall pray to the Earth Mother Goddess that you may complete your mission safely. Mago's role ended here. Having already been badly injured while trying to penetrate deeper into this region, he no longer had any further information to offer. On the contrary, Turon would now have to go out of his way to protect him. Knowing this, Mago chose to return willingly instead of stubbornly insisting on helping. Though the journey back, traveling on horseback, would take at least a week, far longer than the single day they had flown to get here, he had prepared food and water in advance, so enduring it shouldn't be too difficult. After seeing Mago off, Turon mounted the mind-controlled horse and immediately cast tracking magic targeting humans. A thick scent drifted from all directions. With Bige now invisible, he soared into the sky and began flying over the area, visiting each tribe gathered in this region one by one to observe them. There really are so many. Though he had heard that the total number of people living in this vast grassland didn't even reach several 100,000, every few kilometers he encountered tribes numbering in the thousands. Considering the amount of grass consumed by the sheep and cows they brought along, it seemed inevitable that even the most fertile region would quickly be depleted. As Turon moved along, he checked the flags mounted on or carried along with the tents of each tribe that caught his eye. Horned buffalo, wolf, snake, lion. Unlike the grassland's outer regions where the pre-faith was dominant in this area, both ordinary people and wizards mainly believed in a primitive animal-worshipping religion. Among them, there were even those who revered specific magical beasts. The tribe they had just passed bore the emblem of what looked like a golden eagle on their flag. Perhaps they revered Bige as a sacred bird. After passing through a dozen or so tribes, Turon finally saw flags embroidered with the symbol of Golden Fleece. Found it. It was Bige, with her keen eyesight, who first discovered it. She seemed to treat finding the correct flag symbol as a game and was even more enthusiastic than Turon. The Golden Fleece tribe's numbers weren't exactly clear, but they likely exceeded 10,000. Among the tribes gathered here, they were the largest, on par with an entire city on the move. Turon maintained his concealment as he landed amid the tents of the Golden Fleece tribe. The strong scent of animals, typical of nomads, made his nose dizzy for a moment, but he soon adjusted. Activating his sacred relics detection sense, he could feel the presence of nobles with high-ranking magical power before long. There were no fewer than 11 of them. Wait, I thought wizards were rare in the plains, but this many is more than you'd find scraping together all the wizard families in the Gray Zone. If a single tribe had this much power, wouldn't they be able to fight even the House Varaha if they joined forces? That thought didn't last long, though. When Turon arrived at the gathering of high-ranking nobles, he realized he had been mistaken. The unusually large number of high-ranking nobles were not from the Golden Fleece tribe, but from rival tribes in opposition to them. A conference was underway to mediate conflicts with other nearby tribes, and powerful nobles had gathered for it. This is outrageous. That bastard slaughtered our tribe down to the children. And the price for that is 150 sheep. They were just ordinary children, not shamans. I think that's already a generous offer. The person who had been crying out about children being massacred trembled violently at the casual remark from someone presumed to be from the Golden Fleece tribe. Turon focused briefly on their exchange, then quickly turned his attention to his actual target. Perhaps because he was an outsider, the man wasn't participating in the conference like the others. Instead, he was holding his lover in his arms. Moraz Lavidas, judging by his face and bloodline, it's definitely him. Moraz was a young man with a rather irritable and sensitive impression. Of course, he only looked young because of his Lavidas bloodline. His actual age was over 240. The female knight in his arms had a pretty face befitting someone with a powerful noble lover, and the necklace hanging on her chest emanated immense power. That was likely the sacred relic. Not long after, the conference dispersed, and Moraz entered a large tent that seemed to have been assigned to him. Naturally, Turon followed under concealment, acting like he was part of their group. Seriously, what's with these bumpkins? Why do they keep calling me for such trivial matters? It's already a pain just being asked to heal someone. Isn't that the burden of someone in a high position? The woman appeased Moraz's irritable tone with a voice that was both firm and gentle. After a moment of kissing, Moraz spoke again, now a little more relaxed. Well, I suppose being stuck in this countryside leaves me with no choice, but as long as I have you, Basha, Lord Moraz. Watching the two of them act so tenderly, one would never guess they were criminals who had stolen a sacred relic from their own house and even murdered the chasers sent to retrieve it. Then again, Turon had only just learned yesterday that evil does not always look evil. Naturally, what followed their sweet romance was an even more intimate affair. From the bed beside the tent, Turon watched in silence until he drew the sword he had been carrying. It was a magic artifact created by the enchanter Milo as a token of gratitude for saving him during his recent stay in Kalamaf. Although not as good as what Mesa had made, unlike her who always had to be prepared for battle, this one could project its full power, so its quality was not bad. The assassination sword, specialized in piercing through all defensive abilities of its target, drove through the two intertwined bodies. Chapter 137. Where did they go again? I heard they went back to rest in their own tents. After the long and tedious meeting finally ended, the chieftain of the Golden Fleece tribe moved along while listening to his subordinates report. On the face of the man leading the largest group in this grassland, there was more of savagery and fatigue than dignity or authority. Damn it, those bastards ran off and embarrassed me. I clearly told them to stay still. What the hell were you doing not stopping them? I'm sorry. Of course, considering Moraz's power was almost on par with the chieftain's, it was impossible for a subordinate to stop him alone. Naturally, both of them knew it was merely venting. I shouldn't have taken that guy in. When Moraz first sought refuge, the chieftain had been delighted. It was well known that the more powerful a shaman, or wizard as outsiders called them, the less effective ordinary healing abilities were on them. In effect, it was like gaining a spare life. Even more, his other power, the ability of a purifier, was immensely valuable in the grasslands. If even a single epidemic broke out and hundreds of livestock were to die, the resulting losses would be unimaginable. But the price of accepting Moraz was heavier than expected. Other tribes on the grasslands, greedy for his power, constantly encroached on the territory of the Golden Fleece tribe, pestering them with every excuse imaginable and provoking conflict. Saying things like the people of your tribe stole our sheep, killed our people, or even killed the sacred bird we worship in our tribe. It was all the more troublesome because some accusations were true while others were blatantly fabricated. How the hell should I know where that ill-tempered bird died? Recalling the complaint from the chieftain of the Golden Eagle tribe just moments ago, the chieftain finally arrived at the tent where Moraz stayed. No doubt by now he would be rolling around happily with his pretty woman. He might get angry if their time was interrupted, but the one who ought to be angry now was the chieftain himself. It was about time to tighten the leash a little. Hey Moraz, I told you to stay put. Just as he flung open the curtain and shouted, the chieftain's eyes widened in shock at what he saw inside. On the unnecessarily large bed made that way at the user's request lay a man and woman, both stark naked and dead. There was a single hole piercing through both their chests, as if stabbed simultaneously. To make matters worse, Moraz had even been decapitated, as if someone had held a deep grudge. What should we do?" the subordinate beside him asked with a dumbfounded expression. "How the hell should I know? Let's rest here for a moment before moving on." On the rather desolate grasslands, Turon descended to the ground after moving away from the tents of the Golden Fleece tribe with Bige following his command. In his hand was a necklace with a relatively simple appearance. The chain was a thin gold strand, with a small bar placed horizontally and a long bar intersecting it vertically at the center. This was the item that the House Lavitas had to endure a long struggle to retrieve, yet Turon had acquired it as effortlessly as if pulling it from his pocket. Of course, this had only been possible thanks to the prior efforts of Lavita's wizards who had been tracking its traces. After landing on the ground, Turon placed Bige back into his body and slowly hung the necklace around his neck. Immediately, he could feel energy rushing through his body. So this is what it feels like. The function of this sacred relic, Modest Wish, was to continuously grant the wearer healing and purification magic. Perhaps due to the activation of its effects, the metallic taste of blood that lingered in his mouth after coughing it up earlier disappeared. However, as he had heard before, its healing powers were not overwhelmingly potent, so it didn't instantly cure his lung injury. What he needed now was the second solution. Click, he turned the mimic relic, and he felt the power of the Lavita's bloodline he had just acquired. Along with that came a surge of vitality from within, similar to the sacred relic's power. One of the abilities of the healer bloodline was exceptional vitality. He truly realized this just moments ago when he had attacked Moraz and his lover. His lover, who had been nothing more than a knight, died instantly from a single blow that pierced her heart, but Moraz stubbornly managed to endure it. Of course, he was unable to maintain his sanity due to the excruciating pain, terror, and confusion, so Turon had simply cut off his head and ended it. Regardless, Turon could now share that exceptional vitality whenever he activated the Lavita's bloodline. Unless he switched the sacred relic's function to another bloodline, even the aging of his physical body would likely come to a halt. It's a bit unfortunate that I had to give up the Earthmover bloodline for this, though. There were a total of 5 powers contained in Turon's mimic relic. Among them, 3 originated from the great noble houses of Varaha, Carmine, and Najin. The power of Varaha, which is immensely helpful in any battle situation. The power of Carmine, which becomes terrifyingly potent when near large bodies of water. And finally, the power of Najin, which is deeply related to soul magic. With none of the 3 being dispensable, the next choice came down to deciding between the relatively ordinary Berserker and Earthmover bloodlines. After long deliberation over which of the 2 to discard, Turon ultimately chose to let go of the Earthmover bloodline. Though it had once been useful in the past for things like developing reclaimed land, unlike the Berserker bloodline which directly aided in close-quarters combat, Turon felt the Earthmover's abilities could be compensated for with his own skills. Now then, let's see if this lives up to the expectations. Turon activated the ability of the Lavita's bloodline and immediately cast a healing spell on himself. If the wounds had been severe, he might have had to open up the skin and treat them directly, but they weren't to that extent. Before long, he felt the stabbing chest pain that had constantly plagued him start to subside. Even the shortness of breath he experienced when moving slightly too quickly had disappeared. Before much time passed, Turon realized that the injury that had tormented him ever since the last battle had been completely cured. It was so easy, so absurdly simple, it left him dumbfounded. Something this easy, he couldn't help but wonder why he had suffered so much for something like this. After spending a bit more time to completely eradicate the injury, Turon summoned Bige and took off into the air, looking back behind him. Whether Moraz's death, brought on by his intervention, would plunge the grasslands into further chaos or return them to their former peace, he didn't know. Whichever it turned out to be, he at least hoped it would become a place where Mago and his fellow tribespeople could live in peace. At the moment, he was far too busy to step in again, but someday far in the future he might return and make some adjustments. On the way back, Turon focused on a new task he had created for himself. It was to reforge his soul so that it too could become immortal to match his now ageless body. It probably won't be easy, it might take an entire lifetime. Originally, Rita and the nobles of the House Lavitas referred to death, even when the body didn't age, as the aging of the soul. That it was because the soul aged and died that the physical body could no longer be sustained. Her words were both half right and half wrong. Strictly speaking, what deteriorates over time isn't the soul itself, but the connection between the body and the soul. In soul magic, this connection was referred to as the soul chain. The reason the pre-god tribe could enjoy full lifespans by transferring to new bodies was related to this. The soul chain was a mysterious organ that was half material and half spiritual. And even if the soul side rusted, as long as the physical side remained intact, the connection could still hold, albeit loosely. Amazingly, among the studies of soul magic, there existed techniques for training this soul chain. Of course, it wasn't a method to reverse or stop its aging, but rather to freely loosen or bind the connection. Still, if he researched well from this starting point, he might find some answer. The thought that not even gods who lived for thousands of years had accomplished such a feat was something he put aside for now. Even as he devoted himself to soul magic, Bige dutifully flew westward across the South Sea. It took about 2 days to retrace the path they had taken. It just so happened that a favorable east wind helped push them along. After crossing the xperrif wetland for another day, Turon arrived at Merom, the capital of Lavidas, and instead of visiting the mansion where Rita would not be, he headed straight to the family head's residence. The gatekeeper at the entrance, perhaps having been informed in advance, immediately summoned Rita upon Turon's arrival. She looked more exhausted than before, her expression a mixture of disappointment and suspicion as she looked at Turon's face. "You, coming back this quickly, don't tell me. Here it is." Perhaps she thought he was giving up because he came back too quickly. As Turon held out the sacred relic, her eyes widened. Rita, possibly to verify its authenticity, tried it on once and then removed it, soon replying in a slightly tearful voice, "Thank you." Just as the critically ill family head Osel had cherished Rita, it was now clear how deeply she valued her powerful younger cousin as well. "I know I've said it before, but I never truly expected you to bring it back. You are truly a benefactor to me and to our family. If there's anything you want in the future, just say the word." Her tone, unlike her usual calm and dignified demeanor, resembled a shy young woman making a heartfelt confession. As Rita turned to deliver the necklace to the family head, after expressing her sincere gratitude, Turon grabbed her lightly and asked, "May I ask you just one thing? What is it? If it's not urgent, perhaps later." "Excuse me, but I tried using the sacred relic out of curiosity, and it seems that its recovery ability alone won't be enough to help the family head. Is there another method to use it?" Rita looked puzzled by the question, as if wondering why he would ask such a thing, then shook her head. Osel's current condition allows only a slight delay in the deterioration. But with continuous healing effects in that state, it could gradually move toward alleviating the curse itself, though it'll take quite a bit of time. Turon had wondered if there was some secret technique, but it seemed even in Lavidas, there was no special way to use the sacred relic. If Rita was right, it would take quite some time before Osel could fully recover and rise again. And right now, Turon possessed a power that could provide significant assistance in such a situation. "In that case, would it be alright if I added a small bit of help? Help, do you have some method?" Rita was about to ask, but fell silent as she saw Turon drawing a long knife from his pocket. Had he not just returned with the family's sacred relic, she would have immediately summoned another noble or knight. But of course, Turon had no intention of harming Rita. Instead of swinging the knife at her, he lightly cut his own right hand. Dark red blood dripped onto the luxurious carpet. "Wait, why are you suddenly?" startled, Rita shouted, but then opened her eyes wide at what followed. As Turon touched the wound on his right hand with his left, the cut naturally began to heal. To heal such a powerful noble with a healing artifact would at least require something on the level of a sacred relic. No, Rita, being a healer herself, could easily tell that this wasn't the effect of a magical device or sacred relic. "How on earth do you have the healer bloodline?" "It's one of the simple skills I possess. Would it be of help in aiding Osel SSI?" Judging by how vigorously Rita nodded, it seemed there was no need to hear her answer aloud. With Rita's permission, Turon was finally allowed into the deepest sanctum within the family head's residence. A space heavily guarded not only by all manner of defensive magical devices, but also by the power of what could only be assumed to be sacred relics. At the center, lying on the very operating table where Mesa had once undergone surgery, was Osel. With a faint flame flickering in his chest and a pale complexion, the young boy appeared almost pitiful. Surrounding him, the high-ranking nobles of Lavidas were casting healing magic with exhausted expressions, and each time they did, the white flame seemed to falter slightly. Just then the nobles heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing Rita, only to recoil in shock upon noticing Turon entering behind her. "Wait, how did an outsider get in here? What is the meaning of this, madam?" Their reactions were only natural, as an outsider had suddenly barged in while they were in the midst of treating their gravely injured family head. In response, Rita held up the Lavida's sacred relic, Modest Wish, which Turon had recovered, and said, "Here, our friend Turon has brought the sacred relic that will save the family head. Lower your voices." I was merely," though briefly flustered by the unexpected revelation, the high-ranking Lavida's nobles quickly resumed their objections. We are indeed grateful for the return of our treasure, but that is a separate matter. How could you bring an outsider into a place like this when the family head is in such critical condition? She's right. Especially after what happened, this is entirely inappropriate. That they objected before even asking the reason for his presence showed that, unlike Rita or Osul, many of Lavida's senior nobles were simply inflexible. It was much the same in any great noble house. People naturally become more rigid and stubborn with age, and even powerful wizards were no exception to this rule. Even the nobles of Lavida's, whose aging had halted on the outside, were not exempt. To such people, Rita calmly declared, "This time Turon has brought a secret method to restore the family head. Please step back for a moment." "A secret method? What kind of method?" "I'm asking you to leave because I cannot reveal it." In a tone that was both commanding and resolute, just like the way she had once spoken to Godis, Salif's father, Rita gave the order to vacate the room. Naturally, the high-ranking nobles, for whom the family head's well-being was the top priority, resisted her command. But in the end, they had no choice but to comply. After all, Rita wasn't just one of the eldest among the elders, she was also the cousin who had personally nursed Osul as an infant. "If something goes wrong with the family head, you'll be held responsible, madam." Of course. After the last person who opposed had left, Turon sat next to Rita and looked down at Osul. The white flames that had been held back by healing and purification magic just moments ago were now visibly growing again. "This is bad. We need to take care of this quickly. Let's start with this." Without delay, Rita gently placed the sacred relic around Osul's neck, and the flames instantly weakened in intensity. Letting out a breath of relief, she looked at Turon and said, "Now follow my lead and try casting the magic. You're probably not familiar with this yet." Like a mother teaching a newborn child how to walk, Rita gently guided Turon's hand. Following her instructions, Turon applied both healing and purification magic, and before long, the flames that had enveloped Osul's body began to subside. Thanks to the sacred relic halting the progression of the ailment, and Turon, while not on Osul's level exerting the power of a capable healer, the efforts were effective. About an hour later, the head of House Lavida's finally opened his eyes. Chapter 138. "I'm indebted beyond measure, thank you." After opening his eyes and hearing the full situation from Rita, Osul was the first to bow his head to Turon and say those words. Unlike before, when he treated him with disregard like a wandering noble, his manner now was polite, treating Turon as an equal. In response, Turon accepted it gracefully with a faint smile instead of boasting about his own merit. "As I already mentioned to Lady Rita, I would prefer it if you didn't reveal publicly that I can use healing magic. If that's what you want, certainly, but how on earth did you?" Osul trailed off, having started to ask how Turon came to use healing magic. He assumed that if Turon had been willing to reveal it, he would have done so already. Normally, Osul would have insisted on an answer just to satisfy his curiosity, regardless of the other party's willingness. But in a situation where he had just been saved from death, he could not afford to behave so arrogantly. In truth, he had a rough idea of what might be going on. There had to be a reason Turon had brought up handling Moraz's magic power himself when accepting the request. Setting that aside, the reward originally offered for the request is now essentially worthless. You've become a powerful healer who would be hard-pressed to find a rival, even if not quite to my level. I suppose that's true. This was exactly why Turon had revealed his abilities to the two before him. Not only to accelerate healing that would otherwise take time, but also to make it clear that the previously agreed-upon promise of healing magic in exchange for returning the sacred relic was no longer a meaningful benefit. That meant an appropriate alternative compensation had to be offered to make up for it. How about this? What Osul brought out was the very sacred relic that had saved his life, the necklace that granted eternal youth to its wearer. Modest wish, at the unexpected offer, Turon showed a composed expression of surprise. "Though not for myself, I do have someone I'd like to give it to, but would that be acceptable?" "It must be what you prepared as compensation for finding the white elf necromancer." In truth, Modest Wish was not a top-tier sacred relic like Turon's mimic relic, the kind one would expect only from myth. If one had to rank it, it would probably be somewhere in the middle. But considering its ability to grant eternal youth, it was hard to judge it by grade alone. Even a powerful wizard couldn't avoid the effects of aging, stooped back, dimming vision, and a weakening body. In fact, those with stronger powers tended to live longer, and so had to spend long periods trapped in aging bodies. But with this necklace, one could avoid such discomfort and maintain their youth until death. If an old noble who had lived for centuries could return to their youthful days and obtain this item, they might gladly give up even a top-tier sacred relic. It wouldn't be right to haggle over rewards when considering our circumstances. Besides, this item isn't particularly suited for combat use. From Osul's meaningful remark, Turon understood the reason for offering that item as payment. If a powerful treasure were to be offered as payment, whatever it might be, it would likely impact the family's combat strength. Therefore, they offered something of great value but unsuitable for battle. Is it war? Of course. Lavidas had treated the head of the house Varaha as an honored guest, and the return for that had been a despicable ambush. When Osul was in critical condition, there was no other choice. But now that he had fully recovered, he had to raise the flag of vengeance. This wasn't merely a matter of emotion. If they were to suffer such a one-sided attack and not retaliate, what would the world think of Lavidas? They would be seen as a hopelessly weak healer family, unable to even raise their voice after getting struck. If such a reputation spread, the name of Lavidas would be dragged through the mud. Of course, we'll have to wait until those exhausted from healing me have rested sufficiently, and we also need to prepare properly for war, so it'll probably take a few months. Osul's face, as he murmured those words, showed deep fatigue. A youthful boy's face bore an expression filled with the agony befitting the leader of a great house, an emotion unsuited to someone of his age. Watching this quietly, Turon posed a question he had prepared in advance. May I ask what was discussed privately between you and the head of the house Varaha? It wasn't anything so important that it needs to be kept secret. He questioned whether his heir had stayed here, and I just answered that I didn't know much. But somehow the topic went in a strange direction. According to Osul, the head of the house Varaha had broached quite metaphysical topics when they spoke in private. Things like how the visible world is not everything, or whether one understood the value of the soul. Osul had some degree of insight into souls due to Lavida's past research into eternal life, so he was able to follow the conversation, but it didn't last very long. Suddenly he said, I suppose this isn't the place, and without warning launched a surprise attack on me. After that, well, I fought back with all I had and barely managed to drive him away, but I ended up like this. When Osul lifted his clothing, a nasty burn scar was visible across his smooth, youthful abdomen, which lacked the muscles one would expect of an adult. It was the mark of a curse cast by the head of Varaha. The amount of magic power was about equal, but he used a lot of spells that just didn't make logical sense. If I hadn't used all the sacred relics passed down in the family and received help from others, I never could have won one-on-one. Recalling the power of the Varaha family head, Osul's face darkened. There was a trace of doubt whether they could actually win if war broke out immediately. Listening to the story, Turon could faintly guess why the head of Varaha had launched the ambush. He had likely wanted to confirm whether the head of Lavidas, who had hidden away Salif, possessed any expertise in soul magic or was one of those fallen gods. Having judged that this was not the case, he must have underestimated him and tried to take him by surprise, only to be met with stronger resistance than expected, preventing a swift defeat. Fortunately, it seems that Varaha didn't remain unscathed while I was down. Their heir showed up again, stirred up the family, and then disappeared. They must have suffered a significant loss in strength. At the time of the ambush, Lavidas had also lost a few high-ranking nobles, but compared to the Varaha main house, which had practically been overturned, it was hardly a major blow. Having shared his account, Osul got to the main point. Just in case, let me ask, do you have any intention of joining the war against Varaha? If you bring along your close allies, I promise you'll be well treated. At this point, the involvement of a powerful noble is more valuable than one or two combat-oriented sacred relics. As Turon listened to the promise of generous distribution of spoils, he silently gauged the timing. And just as Osul finished his words, Turon began to speak the main issue he had mentally prepared. There is something I need to tell both of you. Turon briefly summarized what he knew for Osul and Rita. About the fallen gods' misguided immortality and the current power structure of the world. In the process of subtly probing them, he concluded that Osul and Rita knew very little about it. The fallen gods had barely extended their influence toward them, leaving them untouched as if they were part of the wild. That's utterly absurd. I can't believe it, you're saying. Even the Earth Mother Goddess is still alive. As for that, I'm not entirely sure myself, but I don't think so. Turon figured that if the Earth Mother Goddess, the deity worshipped by Lavidas, were still around, she would have found a way to infiltrate the Lavidas family long ago. Of course, since he didn't know the internal social structure of the gods, he couldn't say for certain. Seeing the two with shocked expressions, Turon spoke to them. In any case, that's why I don't recommend launching an immediate attack on Varaha. At the very least, Zahar, who is tightly connected to them, will take it as a direct challenge, and I'm in no position to provoke Zahar right now. You said you made a non-aggression pact with them. Yes. Though neither of us really trusts the other, to be honest. Even the hostage that had been promised in return had yet to arrive, so there was nothing more to be said. While speaking, Turon also shared his own situation with them. Unlike in the past when he wandered, he had now established Kalamaf as his base and was working to unify the entire Grey Zone. In that case, Turon, it means you two are becoming the head of a new great noble house. Congratulations. Please continue to treat me casually as before, that's more comfortable. At Turan's words, Rita smiled with satisfaction and nodded. Osul, who had been gazing down at the map, stroked his smooth, beardless chin and muttered. A great noble house not under the gods' protection, or in other words, not dominated by them, means only us. If you were to establish one Turan, then there would be just the two of us. In that sense, I officially propose an alliance with Lavitas. Would that be acceptable? There's no need to even ask, it's something we would welcome. Of course, Turan's forces stationed in Kalamaf were meager in size compared to those of Lavitas. The number of wizards making up his main force was limited to just the House Burke, which had formerly served House Aravian. However, considering the presence of Turan, Mesa, and Salif, three powerful wizards, their actual combat power could be seen as even surpassing Lavitas. A single powerful wizard was incomparably superior in mobility and concentrated combat capability compared to 10 lower-tier wizards who might rival him. We'll draw up the contract later. First, we need to discuss grand strategy, how we will coordinate from here on out. Between the Suraf wetland ruled by the House of Lavitas and the Grey Zone, where Turan resided, lay a forest region and the Emerald Desert. Fortunately, the Western Forest region lacked a ruling great noble house, making it a relatively viable trade route. But if Zahar, who controlled the Emerald Desert, so wished, the connection between the two would be severed. I'll handle relations with Zahar, but please don't consider them as allies. Understood. And there's one more thing I'd like to share. You're free to spread this widely to others as well. What Turan passed on to them was none other than the basics of soul magic. Considering how much he, Mesa, and Salif had struggled to learn it, it wouldn't be easy for others either. However, given the nature of healers, they were more likely to experience near-death and return to life, which meant some among them might awaken their abilities. The mysterious power used by the head of Varaha is precisely this manipulation of the soul. I don't know how healers and purifiers should wield it, but I hope it yields some results. Turan kindly explained to Osul and Rita the trials and errors he had gone through while learning soul magic. At first glance, it seemed like Turan was offering a one-sided gift, but in fact, it was a necessary step to counter the other gods and strengthen his allied forces. More importantly, if the nobles of Lavitas could delve deeply into soul magic, one of them might gain an insight that Turan and his group had yet to attain. If he could share in that discovery, it would return a reward greater than what he gave. Needless to say, I never taught this to anyone, of course. Of course. If it became known that Turan was openly spreading soul magic to other forces, even Zahar, currently maintaining a neutral stance, might turn hostile. If that ever came to light, it had to be after numerous nobles of both the Grey Zone and Suraf wetland had already mastered soul magic, making the situation irreversible. Once their conversation concluded, they exited the operating room. The high-ranking nobles of Lavitas, who had been waiting for some time, were shocked to see Osul fully recovered. Lord Head, you've recovered. You must have all been very worried. I've fully recovered, so there's no need to worry. And here we must also thank Turan SSI, who helped me greatly. The nobles of Lavitas did not miss the fact that Osul referred to Turan as Turan SSI. T/N in Korean SSI is used to when someone of equal standing, a noble being treated as an equal by the family head. It couldn't have been merely because he had saved his life. Nice to meet you, Lord Turan. I am Ablim Lavitas. I am Kaloa Lavitas. A parade of introductions followed. Though it could have been awkward, Turan gracefully exchanged greetings, memorizing their names with ease. He now fully understood that this kind of social interaction was also a necessary part of wielding power as a noble. Then, shall we prepare a banquet to celebrate the family head's recovery? There will be no banquet. Osul's curt response immediately brought a hush over the atmosphere in front of the operating room. Despite his youthful appearance, the head of the House Lavitas spoke with a grave dignity as he addressed his family members. Isn't preparing for revenge against the Varaha dogs who ambushed me and insulted our house enough to keep us busy? That's right. For revenge. In contrast to their healer image, the nobles of Lavitas revealed intense, even violent fury. There was likely some intentional provocation involved as well, a display to prove their loyalty. Osul made a calm yet firm declaration to them. First, make preparations not only for war at any time, but also for forming an official alliance with Turan SC's forces standing beside me. Set in motion the procedures for that as well. An alliance, sir. Yes, while the name of his family may not be formally established yet, it holds enough potential that it might make the name of Lavitas seem the lesser, so treat them with the proper respect. As Osul continued to speak highly of Turan, the nobles of Lavitas looked visibly confused. Even those who had seen him before had merely thought of him as a wandering noble tagging along with Rita, and now they couldn't easily accept the current situation. Still, the fact remained that Turan did possess a force of that caliber, and so the alliance between the two houses would likely proceed smoothly. While thinking this, Turan frowned slightly at a faint vibration he felt against his chest. Mesa, what he was feeling now was the vibration of the hand mirror they shared. Due to the long distance from Kalamaf since crossing the South Sea, they had avoided using it to conserve magic power, but now something must have happened. Turan asked Osul for permission, then moved to a secluded spot and activated the hand mirror. Mesa, what's happening? It's an attack, Aravian is invading. On the other side of the mirror, Mesa's face, smeared with blood, cried out sharply. Turan's expression hardened as he asked, how many? I don't know the exact number, we're delaying them while evacuating according to plan. Ah, the magic drain is too much, can you get here quickly? I'll come right away. With that reply, Turan turned off the hand mirror to prevent her from using any more of her magic power. Then he strode toward Osul, who was conversing with the senior members of his house. His aura was so fierce and aggressive that some of the Lavita's nobles instinctively took up defensive stances, momentarily forgetting even Osul's earlier remark about recognizing him as an allied leader. Osul, speak, Turan. My friend, as a friend, I need your help. Since they had already deployed scouting parties and executed evacuation plans, it was unlikely that the situation would be resolved in just a day or two. And conveniently, powerful nobles of Lavitas were gathered here, strong enough to provide substantial combat support. If Mesa and Salif could buy enough time, and if Turan could bring reinforcements quickly, they had a strong chance of victory. Chapter 139. A few months ago, the false information that Turan had spread among the survivors of Aravian had an even more powerful effect than expected. Are you saying that the White Elves have taken over the upper ranks of our Aravian? What kind of absurd nonsense is that? Don't just dismiss it as nonsense. Think about it seriously. Elder Lin, for example. Didn't he change quite a lot from his younger days? Not in a natural way, but noticeably around 150 years ago. Now that you mention it, I also thought it was nonsense at first, but the more old memories I recall, the more suspicious things I find. Those who were from the main family but belonged to the non-mainstream due to their lack of competence despite their age, or elders from the vassal houses. Some who had spent their childhood with certain possessed bodies took Turan's rumor seriously. That was because there were indeed occasional cases where a person would suddenly and strangely change out of the blue. In fact, lies are far more effective when subtly mixed into truth than when made up entirely from scratch. Naturally, in such a situation where internal turmoil was boiling over, it was difficult to raise an army immediately. Especially because Kadram, the most active confidant of the family head, had even fallen in battle. Aravian had literally become a giant without a head. At this rate, it seemed even a civil war might become inevitable. If only Turan's body had been fine, and if he had been aware of this confusion, he might have intervened to actively instigate a full-scale civil war. Since, with Mesa as his figurehead, he would not have been lacking in legitimacy. Unfortunately, however, Turan had no way to check how things were developing within the House Aravian. There was no one within the Burke family, just a mere vassal house, who could properly carry out an espionage mission, and if Turan himself were to infiltrate Aravian, he would be unable to defend against attacks from other houses. Thus, against the vassal houses that were openly rebelling against Aravian without any central leadership, a single superhuman appeared. Family head. Yes, do I still look like a white elf to you too, Battle Aravian? Now over 400 years old, with only death awaiting him, his aged eyes gleamed fiercely. His figure, who had been frail and sickly until just recently, now seemed like a lie. The man lying across the broken ruins looked up at his lord and pleaded. I harbored foolish thoughts, please. Before he could even finish his words, lightning surged from Battle's hand and burned his body. After a blinding flash that could blind one's eyes, only ashes remained. There shall no longer be any traitors on this land. At the declaration of the family head, everyone bowed their heads deeply and praised Aravian, the descendant of the great Thunder Lord. Whatever they thought inside, at least on the surface, they expressed submission before that overwhelming power. It took about 3 weeks for the family head to personally suppress the rebellion. Just as the tacking planes were starting to stabilize, Aravian sent an envoy to Carmine, who had until recently been preparing for war. Thanks to riding the fastest magical beast in the family without rest, it took him less than 5 days to arrive. A peace offer? Yes. I heard things haven't been going well for you lately, but why should we care about that? The head of the Carmine family, Roder Carmine, wore a look of disbelief as he lightly burned the letter that had been delivered to him. It was Aravian who, until just recently, had been provoking them and gearing up for war, and now that their own situation had worsened, they wanted to call it off. War wasn't some children's game. Of course, after living for so many years, these matters of politics and war had long started to feel like entertainment to them. But even so, it wasn't something to be treated lightly or with mercy. At Roder's attitude, Lin Aravian, the elder of Aravian who had come as an envoy, spoke with a solemn expression. There is something I must tell you apart from the document I handed you earlier. Would it be possible to request a private audience? Well, fine, I permit it. Everyone leave us. Will that be all right? You think that guy could actually harm me somehow? Lin Aravian, though one of the most formidable elders of Aravian and a veteran of war, was already over 300 years old. In contrast, Roder had immense magical power befitting a family head, and his physical age was still in his mid-30s. Considering how physical health and reflexes are crucial even in battles among wizards, there was practically no possibility of any incident occurring. A moment later, with only the two of them remaining, Roder created an orb of light to brighten the surroundings and asked, "What's on your mind? Don't tell me you're here to appeal to some sort of camaraderie as fellow Easterners." The conversation from this point was not between a great house's head and an elder, but between foreigners from a distant place. Accordingly, Lin also straightened his deeply bowed back and faced him. "Our secret has been exposed." "To whom?" "To a bastard of the House Zahar bloodline named Turon. He's now building his own faction in Kalamaf of the Grey Zone. We must crush him before he grows any further." Turon? Ah, I think I've heard of him before. After thinking briefly, Roder soon remembered where he had heard the name. Wasn't it Phoenix No Tailies who came to visit not long ago and said he was his grandson? But isn't that a rather flimsy excuse? That kind of resistance from mere natives could be crushed by any one of you, couldn't it? He's not at that level. He's already strong enough that even I would have trouble handling him alone. On top of that, he has two others of similar strength as his companions, and he can even use soul magic. Rome has already been captured without being able to escape. Roder was momentarily speechless at Lin's explanation. If beings like them possessed bodies revealed their true power, ordinary nobles were usually trampled like insects. But now one of them had even been captured. At such an unbelievable claim, he immediately voiced the suspicion forming in his mind. Could it be that your leader engineered something? No being with that kind of power could be born naturally. I figured you'd think that, but the answer is of course no. We already poured everything into creating Mesa. That guy is a naturally occurring anomaly. Roder stroked his short beard, sinking into thought. A natural-born wizard so powerful that even possessed bodies like them couldn't easily overcome him. A mysterious being not seen once in the past several thousand years, it made his heart, which he thought long dead, start to pound. Well, I get the gist of it, so what's the compensation? Compensation? From the way I hear it, that guy bearing his fangs is mainly against you and Varaha. Doesn't seem like it concerns us much. Your problem is your own, and if you started the provocation, you ought to pay for it. At Roder's words, the wrinkles on the Aravian elder's face contorted. He had always been an eyesore, acting like some self-proclaimed lawyer, but he hadn't expected him to try to profit from a situation that posed a threat to all of them. Are you really going to be like this? Yes, I really am. After a brief silence and a battle of gazes, it was Lin who first looked away. It was the result of the difference in their respective standings and the difference in physical stamina and magic power of the bodies they possessed. Fine, I'll talk to our leader. Separately, I'd also like to ask for assistance. From us, what about Caesar? We already proposed it to him, but his response was lukewarm. Maybe he suspects you're staging another act. You've done things like that often enough. Roder, observing Lin's awkward cough, realized his suspicions were correct. Despite having lived for thousands of years, how could he still be so easy to read? There was a clear reason why that guy had chosen Rome, known as Cadram, as his confidant over the fool standing before him. So Caesar decided to stand by and watch, huh? He wasn't unaware of the thoughts of Caesar, the ruler of House Zahar. Everyone knew how cunning he was, the one who ruled over both House Aravian and House Najin. Would his personality, which had been persistently exposed on message boards every few months for scams, change just because he had reigned as a god for thousands of years? Suppressing a sneer, Roder made a light gesture with his hand. Anyway, I've heard enough. I'll hold off on helping, and since you say this concerns all of us, I'll accept a modest compensation. You may leave. Thank you. Oh ho, how dare you? You should say thank you, Lord Head. Thank you, Lord Head. Lin replied in a tone like he was spitting out the words in response to the continuing mockery, and as he turned around to leave, Roder, now alone, whistled softly. A melody from a faraway memory that didn't exist in this world. Who would have thought that what I was worrying about would be resolved like this? How lucky. In truth, the House Carmine wasn't in a position to be growling about surrendering something if you want a truce to Aravian. This was due to the presence of great sea serpent mermaids that had been circling around the North Sea and posing a threat for some time now. Though there hadn't been a physical clash yet, the family's main forces simply couldn't be withdrawn from their capital in Avacha. And now, in a situation where they were about to face a two-front war, one side was asking for a truce. And in the midst of this, after pretending to be a bit stronger, they even got a free meal. It couldn't get any better. Turon, but his joy was short-lived as Roder muttered the name Turon that he had just heard. A native born in this world, and yet a dangerous element daring to rise to their level and oppose them. Might be fun to toy with him, but still, I should eliminate him when I get the chance. Cutting off dangerous sprouts early, that was the very secret to how they had survived for thousands of years. The head of House Carmine added Turan's name to his personal kill list. Whoosh, feeling the wind brushing past his ears, Turan gazed into the distant gray zone. It had been 2 days since receiving the urgent news. He was now flying swiftly northward on Bige, accompanied by the reinforcements sent from Lavitas. Are you okay, Bige? Tired. Within Turan's mind, Bige's voice came faintly as if it might vanish any moment. It couldn't be helped. Bige was flying at full speed without rest, carrying a huge net with dozens of people hanging from her legs. No matter how powerful a magical beast she was, there was a clear limit to her strength and stamina. I'm really sorry, but hang in there just a little longer. Mesa and Salif and everyone else, they're in danger. Okay? Flap, with the sound of wings beating, the ground below was once again swept far behind. Turan looked down, trying to calm his growing anxiety. 2 top-tier nobles, 5 high-ranking ones, 15 mid-tier. With this force, we should be able to stand our ground. Of course, the best reinforcements would have been family head Osil, but he had only just gotten out of bed and couldn't function as meaningful combat power right away. Moreover, if he had been mobilized, the Lavita's main house would have been left far too vulnerable. By contrast, the high-ranking nobles who had been aiding in Osil's recovery only lacked magic power and stamina, so they could simply recover those while flying. Though in this current situation, it was a bit doubtful whether they could recover much stamina at all, even if magic power wasn't an issue. Are we far off? We're almost there. Seriously, please let me sit down next time. One of the Lavita's nobles hanging from the net below clutched his mouth and gagged, looking nauseated. It would have been much better if he had the large group saddle he had used when crossing the mountains with the Burke family members, but unfortunately, he had left it behind in Kalamaf. As a result, he was now using a makeshift saddle made of netting. Turan was the only one riding directly on Bige's back, under the pretext of leading the movement. As they approached the vicinity of Kalamaf, Turan closed his eyes and used tracking magic to locate Mesa's trail. Southwest of Kalamaf, I smell blood. Is she injured? Clicking his tongue briefly in sudden concern, Turan then sensed Salif's presence. The two of them weren't very far apart. Then, upon confirming Ashes, Milo, and the head couple of House Burke, he realized they were all in a similar direction. It seemed they were fleeing the city. In other words, the enemy was overwhelmingly strong. No way. If there was such a force currently in Aravian, it could only be one. Turan realized that the suspicion he had feared was becoming reality. He's here, a murmur tinged with fear dispersed into the air. Soon after, Bige, carrying Turan and the Lavita's wizards, flew sluggishly, now completely exhausted. Just before she completely collapsed, Turan gave the order to land. You really worked hard, Bige. Get some good rest. Turan, fight. I'll handle things from here. If Bige, this exhausted, joined the fight, it would only be worrying and more of a hindrance. Perhaps sensing Turan's thoughts, Bige quietly entered his body and fell asleep. While the Lavita's wizards who had landed stretched out their stiff joints, Turan used the tracking magic he had been maintaining to pinpoint his allies' location. There, this way, let's all run. Yes. As uncomfortable as it had been hanging from Bige's net, the Lavita's wizards would have liked to rest a little longer, but seeing Turan on the verge of bursting from urgency, they couldn't say a word. The 20 or so wizards ran across the low hills faster than most wild beasts. Before long, bright light and booming noise began to erupt from the distance, signaling where the battle was taking place. The fight was occurring near the border between the Gray Zone and the Western Forest region, closer to the forest itself. It's that way. I'll go ahead. After informing the top-tier noble of Lavitas who had come with him, Turan immediately launched himself from the ground with a powerful stomp. He shot forward even faster than when he was walking moments ago. They better be okay. The fact that tracking magic was working meant their bodies were still intact. If one tried to track someone who had died unless it had just happened, a distinct corpse stench would always rise. Even knowing that logically, he couldn't stop worrying that something might have happened to Mesa, Salif, or the others. His anxiety was directly reflected in the magic, allowing him to fly faster than usual. Moments later, the battlefield came into Turan's view. Aheg, die, you filthy traitors, please spare me, just a little longer, hang in there. What he saw first was Aravian's wizards attacking the House Burke's members. The Burke wizards, outnumbered, were sticking together and focused entirely on defense, but even at a glance, it was clear they were struggling. Toward them, Turan stopped flying and immediately loaded a metal orb into his slingshot and fired. Riding the wind path he now created as naturally as breathing, the orb tore through the air and exploded with a thunderous boom at the target. Kaya, Erg, those who screamed at the sight were the members of House Burke. Naturally, the Aravian wizards who had been pursuing them were instantly torn apart and killed by the shockwave. Though they were momentarily stunned by the unexpected attack, their faces brightened as Turan flew in from the front. Ah, Lord Turan, thank you. Where are they headed? There was no time for pleasantries, so Turan got straight to the point. The one who appeared to be the leader answered. They're moving toward the western canyon. We were ambushed along the way and got scattered, so I'm not sure where the others are. No need, I'll handle it. Just get yourselves to safety there. Yes, sir. After rescuing that group, Turan once again set his tracking magic targets to Mesa and Salif. In truth, he didn't even need to do that to find them. They were right where the fiercest battle in the area was taking place. Before long, Turan laid eyes on Mesa and Salif, locked in a brutal fight, covered in blood in a truly desperate struggle. And standing opposite them, an old man. Just then, it seemed that man had noticed Turan's presence as well. He stopped pressing his assault on the two and took a moment to catch his breath. A gruff, aged voice that Turan had heard before echoed in his ears. So, I finally get to meet the friend who kidnapped my daughter. Battle Aravian, head of the House Aravian, threw out a joke with a humorless face. Chapter 140. In the past, Turan had been captivated by the magic performed by the old man before him. Witnessing the power of the most powerful wizard in this world, he longed to wield such power himself. And now, years later, he was finally facing the opponent he had always wanted to reach, the head of House Aravian, a descendant of the Thunder Lord. His impression has changed a lot since back then. The battle he had seen in the past was a lethargic old man. He would nap under the sun while having a proxy handle things in his stead, and even when he exercised power directly, it was clear he struggled. But the battle now looked at least 10 years younger than before, and even his expression and movements were full of life. Something that couldn't be possible unless he had taken some mythical elixir of immortality. Turan, immediately awakening his spiritual perception and opening the vision of his soul, shuddered as he looked upon his opponent. The spiritual body, grotesquely swollen as if it would burst from his head at any moment, was forcibly holding onto his physical form. And within it, seen through the mimic relic, his inner self was the same as before. Every time a massive hand gripped a hammer and struck the anvil, lightning and wind raged, a symbol of the Thunder Lord. Suppressing the fear that welled up within, Turan spoke with a mocking tone. So you're the one who put your precious daughter in this state, just like a white elf would. A white elf that was quite an amusing lie. Rather than being enraged by the provocation of a young man hundreds of years his junior, Battle maintained a calm expression like still water and responded. Though screams, shouts, and spells flying in all directions made the place chaotic, the two were able to converse without difficulty, thanks to both using wind magic to simultaneously send and receive each other's voices. Through this, it was clear that while Battle's magical talent might fall short compared to Mesa or Turan, it was still on an entirely different level than that of ordinary wizards. After all, the gods wouldn't have chosen a vessel lacking in qualities. Even while conversing, Turan glanced with his eyes to check on the state of his two companions. Salif seemed to be quite seriously injured, but Mesa, in contrast, appeared to have only bled heavily on the surface without suffering a fatal wound. There's something I'd like to ask. Do you possess Kadram's soul? Well, who knew? Before he could even finish his words, the slingshot spinning in Turan's hand exploded. It was a high-speed throw using the spirit of fire as propulsion. A sudden and underhanded ambush. But Battle, without even twitching an eyebrow, immediately dropped a lightning strike from the sky, precisely intercepting the projectile. Just as when Turan had attacked the Sky Guardian before, the metal ball made from the magic artifact instantly melted away, leaving only metal vapor behind. The sky, which had been rather clear until moments ago, had long since become shrouded in dark clouds. As in the past, it was highly likely that the old man before him had created this phenomenon to set the stage for easier use of lightning magic. In response, Turan immediately used the concealment spell to melt into the darkness. Of course, he didn't truly expect to remain hidden. Just as when he fought Mesa before, his intention was to make Battle consume some magic power and scatter his concentration by forcing him to produce light. However, instead of creating a sphere of light to illuminate the surroundings, Battle pulled out a long staff from his robe. No, on closer inspection, it wasn't a staff at all. At the tip of the long rod made of blue crystal, a jade-colored gem was embedded in the shape of a square hammer. The moment Battle raised the hammer high into the sky, Mesa, who had been catching her breath in the background, shouted urgently, "Get out of the way!" Whoosh. At the same time that Turan quickly detonated the spirit of fire to propel his body away, a violet flash burst from around Battle, a bizarre color that could never be replicated by ordinary lightning magic. Though he did not know it was a form of plasma, he instinctively sensed that the power contained within was horrifyingly immense. From the spot where Battle had stood just moments ago to where Turan was now standing, a distance of about 100 meters within a radius of several dozen meters, the air rippled and shimmered with mirage-like heat waves. Seeing this, Turan had already deactivated his concealment spell. The light had been so terribly bright that his magic power had melted away in an instant. Truly befitting of a house head, even his method of dispelling concealment was leagues apart from that of ordinary wizards. So this is what they call divine punishment. The sacred relic of the Thunder Lord, considered a counterpart to the Sky Guardian that Mesa wore. Unlike the Sky Guardian, which ranked in the mid-upper tier, this relic was among the most prized and highest-tiered relics in all of Aravian. It was an item equal in value to the mimic relic Turon possessed. In the distant past, people had seen a single swing of this hammer dry up rivers and believed it to be a staff that sparked flame. Oh, perhaps surprised by Turon's mobility, Battle furrowed one brow and then swung the hammer in a swift arc. At that, a massive charge gathered in the sky came together with a rumbling sound into a single point. You're pretty good at dodging, then how about this? If a pesky fly keeps evading pinpoint attacks, one only needs to swat it with a broad paddle. Following the hammer's guidance, the charge in the sky transformed into the shape of a violet dragon and descended to the ground. A technique that ignored the fundamentals of lightning magic, which usually appeared and disappeared in an instant like a flash. Turon urgently evaded by detonating the Spirit of Fire again and using flight magic, but the dragons were relentless, continuing to pursue him despite the initial failure. It wasn't a spell that ended with evasion, it had tracking capabilities. Turon hastily retreated and immediately drew forth the combined power of Aravian's two bloodlines. It had been about 1 month and 10 days since he learned God's magic. Through practice, he had already mastered which lever to pull to exert which power. The moment Turon activated his spell, dozens of thunder dragons descended upon him. The shock wave from the thunderous impact instantly sent a couple of nearby knights flying far away. No, this bastard, Mesa and Salif, crying out in anguish, immediately launched attacks at the now exposed battle. A spear crafted from the light of judgment, and a massive boulder lifted through earth-shaping magic. But Battle, standing still, deflected both attacks. The light of judgment entangled with the purple light flowing from his hammer and vanished, and the magic-infused boulder was caught in a storm-like wind barrier and flung aside. Seizing the moment, Salif shaped the light of judgment into the form of a sword and charged in for close combat. However, Battle deftly dodged the blade and swung divine punishment, slamming Salif in the chest. With an elegant movement, a thunderous boom erupted and Salif's body was hurled several hundred meters away. Mesa's eyes widened in shock at the incredible distance, something unthinkable from a mere physical blow. Of course, they were not unaware of the skill gap with Battle. Despite fighting in a hit-and-run style over the past several hours to aid their main force's retreat, they were already on the verge of collapse. And even that had only been possible because Battle hadn't shown his full power. Perhaps due to false rumors about the White Elf, he had refrained from using the god's magic and had even held back to try and capture Mesa alive. Thanks to that, Salif had managed to use Mesa as a shield every time he was about to receive a deadly blow, cleverly turning it into a nullified attack. It helped that Mesa, due to the Sky Guardian, was practically immune to lightning magic, making her a tremendous asset. But at this very moment with Turon's arrival, Battle had revealed his true strength, and he was stronger than ever. For a brief moment, Mesa trembled with despair as her fighting spirit wavered, but then Battle turned his head and let out an impressed exclamation. Indeed, you really can use skills, so the rumors were true. Not long after, a gust of wind blew, and the sight of Turon half-crouched entered the eyes of the two. A dark blue barrier shimmered in a semi-transparent form around his body. This god's magic, once used by Cadram, possessed the strongest defensive capability among the skills Turon could wield. And yet, judging by the stinging sensation across his body as if burned, had he taken the hit directly, the defense spell or not, he might have been killed instantly. He's stronger than I thought. He had heard that Osil had repelled the head of House Varaha at the Lavita's stronghold, so Turon had assumed that even a possession vessel residing in a great noble house's family head wouldn't be that powerful. At the very least, he believed that if the three of them worked together, they wouldn't necessarily overpower him but could at least hold their own. But now, facing the power of the head of House Aravian directly, it was clear that he far surpassed Turon's expectations. Was it the compatibility as a vessel, or was it simply the power of the god's original body? Either way, the head of House Aravian was overwhelming Turon's group without even revealing the true magic he should possess as the Thunder Lord. Of course, perhaps things would be different if Mesa and Salif weren't already close to complete exhaustion. While inwardly clicking his tongue at the opponent's skill, the burning sensation from his body faded rapidly. It was thanks to the relic around his neck, Modest Wish, which had begun to heal him. It didn't have strong regenerative power at best. It could slightly ease major injuries, but even just neutralizing these small wounds was a huge help in combat. Hang in there a little longer, reinforcements are on the way. Shouting to encourage his companions, Turan flew into the air to gain a higher position and then created several whirlwinds aimed at battle. The technique Kadram once called Cyclone. Unlike the first time he had used it, he didn't simply throw it haphazardly and be done with it. Using wind magic, he designed the whirlwinds to converge from all sides and surround battle. Combining ordinary magic with God's magic, this was one of the elements Turan had painstakingly researched over the past month. Not bad. With a short compliment, Battle lightly stomped the ground and soared into the air as well. In response, Turan sent the whirlwinds upward to chase him. With ordinary flight magic, dodging at that speed should have been impossible. What? At the sight that followed, Turan's eyes widened instinctively. Battle, who had leapt into the air, escaped the encirclement in an instant with speed truly like lightning. A speed so far removed from conventional flight magic, it was more fitting to compare it to Bige's flight. Amazing, isn't it? Whether it was mockery or a sincere question was unclear, as Battle murmured while flying at that same speed straight toward Turan. His hammer, like before, was brimming with violet energy. As Turan again executed an emergency dodge using the Spirit of Fire, the aftermath of the impact exploded right beside him and struck his side. Kuh! Groaning as if his lungs were being crushed, Turan narrowly escaped and shuddered as he looked at the place he had just been. Where Battle's hammer had struck moments ago, a massive crack several dozen meters wide had formed in the ground. Even a graze from that would have been like getting smacked by the tail of a great sea serpent. He began to worry whether Salif, who had been hit earlier, was even still alive. Strong attacks you dodge, unavoidable attacks you block, a troublesome opponent indeed. Though it sounded like a complaint at first, a faint smile appeared on Battle's face. Was he enjoying the fact that he had encountered a challenging opponent? As Battle charged in once more, Turan detonated the Spirit of Fire to escape again, but was quickly caught up to. Whatever he was doing, his opponent's flight magic was impossibly fast. There's no way mere wind movement could reach that speed, and even among God's magic, other than acceleration, nothing could do that. Could it be some exclusive ability only the Thunder Lord can use? Dozens of thoughts flashed through his mind in that brief instant. Turan realized that his opponent's movement differed quite noticeably from standard flight magic. Unlike the usual method of pushing the body through the air with wind, this felt more like an invisible hand was pulling the body forward. Just as a flash of insight began to form in his mind, a commotion erupted in the distance, interrupting his thoughts. Reinforcements, enemies fall back and form ranks. The Lavida's wizards who had accompanied him earlier aboard Bige had now officially joined the battle. They only just arrived. No, on second thought, they're pretty fast. Only then did Turan realize that it hadn't even been a full minute since he began fighting Battle. The intensity of the battle had simply made it feel much longer. Aravian. Attack the Aravian forces. Where are the wizards from Kalamaf? Bring over the wounded. The Lavida's wizards who appeared next struck the flank of the Aravian army, which had been pressing the House Burke wizards hard. Not all of them were healers of the Lavida's bloodline. Some were nobles from vassal houses specialized in combat, and their battle prowess was nothing to scoff at. In the meantime, Battle, though showing no outward signs, seemed to grow more urgent and, unlike earlier, rushed at Turan without his previous composure. Every time he swung his hammer, infused with violet flashes, the atmosphere shimmered and flared from the immense heat. In response, Turan configured his relic to the sun bloodline and conjured the light of judgment. As Battle had shown earlier, that violet lightning could interact with the light of judgment. If their attacks could be neutralized by each other, then the same must hold true in reverse. As expected, the Light of Judgment, unlike his other techniques, effectively blocked Battle's attacks, though each time chunks of magic power were shaved away. While desperately evading and attempting to shake Battle's approach with wind magic, Turan came to another realization. He couldn't sense even a trace of wind magic around Battle's body. What moved him were pieces of metal embedded throughout his clothing. Just then, as Battle moved to strike Turan, he suddenly frowned and extended one hand backward. A dark blue barrier extended from his hand and clashed with a flying wind blade, ringing out with a sharp clang. So you've learned to use it, certainly, it's well made. Muttering softly, Battle gazed across at Mesa, who was pressing her fingers against one temple as though battling a headache, eyes locked on him. Turan then realized that wind and lightning were intertwined within her soul. She had finally succeeded in linking the symbols through soul magic. Considering she hadn't used it just moments earlier, she had either kept it as a hidden trump card or had just barely succeeded in activating it now. You, absolutely, can't lay a hand on him. Whether due to the strain of the symbolic connection or from the excessive blood loss, Mesa's already pale face had turned bluish-white. Battle, watching her quietly, suddenly shifted his gaze to his surroundings. This isn't good. Just as he said, the Aravian forces that had accompanied him were now being pushed back by the Lavida's wizards. Because aside from Battle himself, there were no other powerful wizards on their side capable of countering the two top-tier Lavida's wizards. This is as far as we go. With that blunt declaration, Battle lowered his hammer and stepped back, clearly showing that he had no intention of continuing the fight. As far as we go, continuing this fight would only bring bad outcomes for both sides. Turon wanted to shout, "Who decides that?" and rip into him, but even he knew this wasn't the moment to press further. He still needed to check on Salif, who had been hurled away moments ago, and Mesa too looked visibly strained, barely able to handle using soul magic. Did Battle sense Turon's hesitation? With a face now weary, so different from the lively expression he wore earlier, Battle spoke. "This is truly exhausting. At such a critical time, having to waste strength on something so trivial." What did he mean by a critical time? Before Turon could ask, Battle vanished, flying away at the same tremendous speed as before. "All forces retreat." Soon after, a booming voice echoed down from the sky. Even amidst the din of the battlefield, the voice cut through clearly, prompting the retreat of the Aravian wizards who had been on the losing end. They, too, had simply been awaiting their leader's command. And just like that, the battle ended in anticlimactic fashion. While remaining alert in case the retreat was merely a ruse, Turon went searching for Salif, who had been struck and sent flying. It wasn't long before he found him, his chest crushed, buried nearly a meter deep in the ground. "You alive? Feels like I'm already dead. If not, I'll be dead soon enough." Chuckling at the grumbling reply, Turon immediately activated the Lavida's bloodline and cast healing magic on Salif's body. Before long, with a crackling sound, his caved-in chest began to straighten, and all the small wounds across his body vanished. "While I haven't seen you, you've acquired another new skill." "Where's that old man?" "He ran." "Damn it, that monster geezer, we should have ended him right here." In truth, saying he ran wasn't entirely accurate. Even though the Aravian forces had retreated, if Battle had truly used his full power, he likely had enough strength to keep fighting. More importantly, he had barely used any god's magic, nor the skill he referred to earlier. Whether he was holding back or unable to use it remained unclear. Still, have I finally grown strong enough to hold my own in a fight? If he had to compare, the gap was still like that between a strong, muscular man and a frail woman. But at least he'd reached the level where actual blows could be exchanged. No longer just a bug that could be squashed with a finger. That realization gave him a brief sense of pride, and then Turon began walking toward the Lavida's wizards who were tending to the wounded. He prayed there was no one among the dead whom he personally knew. But that hope was quickly shattered as a familiar voice rang out, screaming in anguish not far away. Chapter 141. Turon, Dad, No, Father, Mom. Because of me, heading toward the source of the scream, Turon saw Ashes, whose face was a mess of tears and snot. Below him lay the mangled corpses of the Burke couple. At the final sight of the two people who had once welcomed him as their son's savior and guest, Turon clenched his teeth. "I'm an idiot, damn it, if only I hadn't pushed too hard." Father and mother fought like true nobles until the end. "Don't cry, that would only dishonor them." It was his brother Milo who sharply scolded Ashes, who was babbling incoherently, lost in self-reproach. Judging by his torn and blood-stained clothes, he too had likely been badly injured and then treated. Glancing around, Turon could roughly piece together what had happened. Although many of the knights were injured, a considerable number had survived. In contrast, the nobles of House Burke had either been severely wounded or killed. They must have taken the lead to protect the knights. There were two main reasons nobles raised knights. First, to use them as their hands and feet to hunt magical beasts within their territory and maintain order. Second, to use them as shields to absorb enemy attacks during wars. Yet the nobles of Burke had taken the lead in battle to protect those very knights and lost their lives. Even with a bloodline as unsuitable for battle as the Enchanter bloodline. Turon suddenly recalled the nobles of House Baltas from Orem City in the west, where he had once joined them in hunting magical beasts. What if the nobles of Burke had also naturally fought using their knights as shields like those from House Baltas? The knights might have suffered more, but the nobles would have survived. Considering the intangible value possessed by enchanters, it would have been wiser in terms of preserving the power of the house. Yet ironically, the very reason Turon had grown fond of the people of House Burke was because they weren't the type to act that way. It was this couple who had taught Ashes that the people who followed him were also precious. "What's going on?" At that moment Mesa, her face pale, perhaps due to the side effects of soul magic, flew in. Her face stiffened the moment she saw the bodies of the Burke couple lying on the ground. "Aunt and uncle, I'm sorry." To her, and to Ashes who was still crying, Turon offered a quiet apology. A feeling too complex to express was surging within him. For Turon, this was the first time he had lost someone he felt he must protect. It was a completely different sensation from when he had lost his mother in the past. Not the sorrow of losing someone who had protected him, but the guilt and fury of failing to protect someone he should have protected. He suddenly recalled the pride he had felt just earlier, realizing he could hold his own in a fight against the family head of House Aravian. And now he felt ashamed. What a fool I am. What was there to be proud of when he couldn't even protect his own people? Ashes, perhaps sensing how deeply dark Turan's face had grown from his own self-blame, forced a smile and tried to comfort him. Don't apologize, you did your best too. After comforting Ashes several more times, Turan ordered the knights beside him to collect the bodies of the family head and his wife, and went off to find other wounded. Before long he found someone in need of his help. Master, what a mess I must look like, I'm ashamed. Haram Burke, a retainer of House Burke and Ashes's uncle, his appearance was truly dreadful. Burn scars covered the left side of his body, his right arm had been mangled and was in the process of healing, and there were signs that his blood vessels had burst from a lightning strike. No one could look at him and claim he hadn't fought with all his might. Please don't say such things, I can tell how much you went through. Haram was a guardian, one of the more powerful nobles. Someone capable of putting him in such a condition would have to be a noble with power at least equal to his own. There were clearly traces of more than 3 types of wounds, which meant that Haram had been dealing with 3 or more high-ranking nobles by himself. Had it not been for his efforts, the Kalamaf forces would have long since been annihilated. Glancing around, Turan saw that the healers of Lavidas were busy tending to others. Being a high-ranking noble and a guardian with a durable body, he required a significant amount of magic power to heal. And since his condition wasn't immediately life-threatening, his treatment seemed to have been pushed back in priority. So Turan placed his hands on Haram's body and cast healing magic. Moments later, with all his wounds completely healed, Haram stood up and spoke. There were a lot of unfamiliar faces in this battle. Unfamiliar faces? I know nearly everyone of my generation among Aravian and its vassal houses, but most of the ones this time were strangers. Among them, the Aravian nobles were mostly either too old or too young. As he mulled over Haram's words, Turan soon understood what they meant. It seems they're running short on manpower as well. That's probably the case. From the time Mesa escaped to the recent battle in the forest, the number of Aravian nobles killed by Turan and his comrades had surpassed 20. Was that about the same number of casualties from the war with Zahar in the past? On top of that, there had been losses during the Dark Elf subjugation. No matter how prestigious House Aravian was, it was beginning to stretch thin. They were now forced to deploy either retired or young nobles or reinforcements from House Najin. So keep your spirits up, family head. They're tired too. This isn't a fight we can't win. Unlike his casual tone earlier, Haram now addressed him respectfully, offering encouragement. Turan silently repeated the title Haram had used for him, family head. It was still far too heavy a title to accept, yet it was a burden he had to bear as the leader of a group. Thank you for the advice, master. Haram gestured for him to go and turned his head. As night began to fall, they set up a campsite near the site of the battle. During that time, Turan took a few hours to rest and recover, then sent Bige to verify once again whether Aravian's army was truly retreating. About an hour later, Bige returned, happily gulping down the water prepared for her, and reported what she had seen. Found them, people riding in wagons pulled by a giant snake. They were steadily moving west. Thankfully, it seemed Aravian's army was not staging a feigned retreat but was truly returning to their base. Relieved by that, they spent the night, and the next day the Kalamaf forces began their journey back to their base. Everyone was thoroughly exhausted from the 2 days of retreat and combat, so their march was painfully slow. During the march, Turan stayed near the center of the group, using tracking magic to stay alert and chatting with his companions. How's Ashes doing? He seems to have calmed down a bit. I think it'll still take him time to fully accept it though. Mesa's face darkened as she answered. Turan suddenly noticed a faint trace of guilt on Salif's face as he listened nearby. Is it because of his parents? Back when they had decided to make Kalamaf their base, someone had suggested bringing Salif's parents, who were hiding near Hisarul Hill, to live with them. Originally, they hadn't planned on having a base and had simply hidden them, but now that the situation had changed, it seemed more reasonable for everyone to stay together. Surprisingly, it was Salif who opposed the idea. He insisted that his parents would find more joy living together peacefully in an isolated place rather than in the hustle and bustle of city life. As a result, thanks to the fact that the Varaha couple hadn't stayed in Kalamaf, they remained safe, but the main force of Kalamaf suffered greater damage due to weakened strength. It was only natural that Salif was feeling conflicted. By the way, why did that damn old man spare us? I heard you fought pretty well, but honestly I think we would have lost if the fight had continued. Salif changed the uncomfortable subject, brushing over the spot on his chest that had once been caved in. Turan shared the hypothesis he had come up with. I'm not sure, but I think he couldn't maintain that level of combat power for long. He couldn't maintain it? Yeah, toward the end he looked really exhausted. It didn't seem like something that could be explained by age alone. From his spiritual vision, the sight of the spiritual body appearing to wring itself out of the physical body gave off a strong sense of overexertion. Just like with Ymir in the past, when excessive power was used through a possessed body, the host could completely collapse. That's why Turan believed battle had chosen to withdraw, preferring to preserve his army intact rather than risk his own collapse due to a time limit. So that's how it is, and maybe that's also why he didn't use God's magic, what they call skills. As Turan said this, he recalled the bizarre flying magic battle had used. Was that also a skill? Or was it simply a kind of magic Turan hadn't been able to understand? It couldn't have been telekinesis magic moving metal. Ordinary telekinesis magic couldn't produce that level of output or dynamism, and if it could, moving one's own body would have been more practical. Well, if that's the case, we'll need to buy time again next time we fight him, not that it'll be easy. Right, it was really tough. We only held out for about 2 hours, I think, Mesa murmured with a sigh. The previous night, while resting, Turan had roughly heard from them how the battle had unfolded. It began when Mesa, during her routine patrol of the west and north, first spotted Aravian's main force. After eliminating the scouts pursuing her, she contacted Turan and began evacuating the city in earnest. What followed was a 2-day-long chase, Kalamaf's forces fleeing and Aravian's army pursuing. Eventually, they were caught, and a chaotic battle broke out for several hours, just in time for Turan to arrive with the wizards of Lavidas. In hindsight, it had been an extremely narrow escape. What if Turan had arrived even slightly later, or if he'd come alone without reinforcements? Everyone else might have died by now, and Mesa could have been bound and dragged off to Aravian, fated to become the new body for their god. Shaking off the horrible thought that crossed his mind, Turan brought up another bit of information he'd heard. Come to think of it, Battle said something at the end. What was it? He grumbled about having to waste his strength on such petty business at a crucial time. Like he was being ordered by someone else. From what we've seen, there shouldn't be anything more important to them than claiming Mesa's body, though, Salif muttered in disbelief. He had a point. There was no doubt Battle had little time left to live. Mesa, as his potential replacement, must have been an essential asset to them. So what could possibly be so important that even something like that had to be postponed? So then, I guess that means he's not the leader of that faction. If what Ymir said is true, the head of the Aravian Najin faction is that one guy they don't even mention by name. Probably the family head of House Najin, the biologist. The one whose traces were first found in the labyrinth, and whose identity was later speculated through materials left in the library. Given his manipulation of dwarves treating humanity like his toys, it seemed unlikely that his identity was Battle. From what he had seen so far, the bloodlines Battle had shown, Storm, Enchanter, and Fighter, were far removed from the kind of power needed to manipulate life. Hearing this, Salif stroked his chin and spoke in a low voice. Now that you mention it, I always felt Aravian's response was kind of lukewarm. Maybe that so-called leader is completely preoccupied with something else. Just as he said, considering they had lost Mesa, the vessel of their family head, Aravian didn't seem all that desperate. At the very least, shouldn't that biologist have shown up in person this time? If that had happened, then the worst-case scenario Turan had imagined just earlier might well have become a reality. While discussing what scheme those enemies might be plotting, Turan and his companions steadily continued their movement northeastward. And 3 days and nights later, Salif let out a cheerful whistle and said, "We're finally back." Just as he said, far in the distance, the city of Kalamaf came into view. Once back in Kalamaf, Turan first spread word of the battle's outcome throughout the city via the retainers of House Burke. He told them they had fought against Aravian and managed to repel them, even though their family head had taken part directly. On the surface, the returning group looked like nothing more than defeated soldiers, so the news didn't immediately spread with much credibility. Above all, wasn't the family head of Aravian one of the most powerful wizards in the world? No matter how renowned Turan of Kalamaf was for being powerful at a young age, no one truly believed he had reached the same tier as the heads of such exalted great noble houses. But a week later, something happened that abruptly gave those vague rumors a tremendous push. Is that really true? I told you, it was like a battlefield where gods had fought. If you ever go down that way, take a look for yourself. A peddler from Baxel, a city southwest of Kalamaf, excitedly chatted over beer. A mountain caved in as if struck by a giant's hammer, a hill with a massive hole large enough for a house to pass through, and a field where grass hundreds of meters wide had been completely scorched. As stories spread from someone who claimed to have seen the aftermath of the battle between Kalamaf and Aravian with their own eyes, the citizens couldn't help but recall the story they had recently heard. Could it really be true? That they repelled Aravian's head? This might be the birth of a new great noble house right here in our land. Some people expressed discomfort and fear at the idea of standing against House Aravian, but far more found themselves filled with hope. Kalamaf, just one of many trading cities scattered across the Gray Zone, with no significant history to speak of, becoming the capital of a great noble house. For the residents living there, it was a dreamlike thought that made their hearts race with excitement. As such rumors spread to neighboring regions, the wizard family heads of the Gray Zone could no longer remain unaffected. Those well-versed in the world of wizards initially dismissed the idea that Turon could stand on equal footing with Aravian's family head as utter nonsense, but once they had confirmed the battle site with their own eyes, they couldn't think that way anymore. The remnants left at the scene were nothing short of mythological, clearly proving that the battle involved individuals whose power rivaled that of great noble house leaders. Needless to say, when Turon's emissary later visited, those family heads bowed their heads and pledged to offer some of their nobles and knights to him. And so, as Kalamaf began to establish itself as the capital of a new great noble house and started unifying the Gray Zone. At last, guests arrived from the distant Emerald Desert in the east. Chapter 142. This is Kalamaf. It's smaller than I thought. The location isn't bad, but it still feels like some backwater town. In the middle of a procession crossing through downtown Kalamaf. At the words of the young woman sitting in the carriage, the man sitting opposite her gave a bitter smile. Please don't say things like that once we get there, young lady. Right now, we're in a position where we have to flatter them and try to make a good impression. Do you think I'm a fool? I'll bow my head in front of them, don't worry. Even so, it'll be more comfortable than staying at the main house. Besides, men will give you their livers if you just smile at them. The woman's arrogant remarks weren't empty words when measured against her appearance. Short dark brown hair cut around her shoulders, mysterious light violet eyes, and a petite, slender frame like a fairy. She was the kind of beauty who would draw instant affection from anyone, and her noble status matched her looks, enough to enchant any number of men. A short while later, when the delegation from Zahar arrived at the Lord's Manor in the center of Kalamaf, the woman stepped down from the carriage. Amid everyone's gasps of admiration, she looked at the welcoming party and smiled. Pleased to meet you, I'm Berit Zahar. Gone was the arrogance from moments before, and in its place stood a figure like a shy flower. In response, the nobles of Kalamaf who had come to greet her let out exclamations of admiration. As she smiled bashfully, Berit realized that the man with gray hair standing in the center of the group was her arranged marriage partner. That man is Turon. He does look delicate, just as I heard. Not really my type, though. Immature girls might go crazy for men with refined looks, but she preferred a more rugged, masculine type. For example, the silver-haired man standing awkwardly off to the side. Of course, it wasn't just about looks. He would also need abilities that suited someone like her. While she was privately evaluating them, Turon approached her as she got out of the carriage and greeted her politely. Welcome, Berit. I hope you'll have a wonderful time in Kalamaf. As Berit took his hand while getting out of the carriage, she caught his scent and inwardly gasped in surprise. She realized that despite being in contact with a beauty like herself, he wasn't feeling any sexual impulse whatsoever. At the very least, it was clear he wasn't someone she could charm easily with a half-hearted effort, as she had boasted. On the surface, Berit's visit was framed not as a meeting for an arranged marriage, but as a simple exchange journey to strengthen friendly ties between two great noble houses. Thus, her official status was merely that of a guest. As a guest, leading an armed escort was inappropriate, so the Zahar wizards who had accompanied her thus far returned to the desert. Even her attendants were all to be replaced by locals from Kalamaf. In truth, what both Turon and Zahar hoped to gain from this exchange was more complex. Turon wanted Zahar to at least remain neutral in order to confront Aravian, while Zahar sought to assess the internal strength of Turon and the Kalamaf faction and establish a binding link to restrain them. In that sense, Berit had come here as a potential arranged marriage candidate, a hostage, and a spy. Even that alone made things terribly complicated, but on top of that she had one more role to play. You're Raman's daughter? Yes, that's right. I believe you would be my sixth cousin or so. The only surviving successor of Zahar at present, Raman. His relationship with Turon was incredibly delicate. Turon had helped eliminate Raman's rival successors, though they was unaware of his part in Ferga's death. But if Turon were ever to join the Zahar household, he would become an even more formidable competitor. Of course, considering Turon had no intention of joining House Zahar, it was all just a meaningless hypothetical. If he did join, he would likely end up as the new body of the Zahar family head anyway. In any case, the fact that Raman's daughter had been sent here as a hostage likely carried a message of its own. It was a message. We'll promise you the status of the future Zahar family head's son-in-law, so go build your own independent faction over there. Berit, who had obediently answered the question, glanced around and spoke. There are a lot of light orbs both inside and outside the manor. Even if it's not Zahar, we have to stay alert for the possibility that someone might try to sneak in. The Kalamaf Manor had originally been designed to block covert infiltration, especially from Zahar in their attempts to capture Turon. Later, the followers of the Burke family mixed in their own techniques to remodel it once more. On top of that, Turon had personally attempted infiltration and reinforced its weaknesses, making it an incredibly stifling place for any Zahar noble. At those words, which subtly implied that her discomfort wouldn't be catered to, Berit nodded her head. It's fine, the main house is built with a similar structure anyway. Is that so? Yes. If anything, it's even stricter. From Berit's words, Turon realized that the Zahar main house was, surprisingly, extremely well prepared against stealth abilities. It was the kind of valuable information one couldn't obtain without visiting in person. So they live like that because they're scared of someone sneaking in and listening, even amongst themselves. That the stronghold of a house specializing in stealth would be thoroughly protected against stealth, what an absurdity. But if he thought about it, they too wouldn't want to be plagued by paranoia that someone was eavesdropping right next to them. Considering what Mesa had once gone through, how could anyone even go to the bathroom in peace? After exchanging a few more words, Turon dismissed Berit with a polite suggestion to rest in her quarters. To her suggestion of having a light drink together, he gave a firm rejection, saying he was busy with work. On her way back, Berit recalled his refusal and inwardly gritted her teeth. He's even more of an ice wall than I thought. What's with him? She had heard rumors that Turon already had a woman. The runaway heir of Aravian, that famous skeleton princess, wasn't it? She'd heard the woman had put on some weight and become somewhat attractive now, but Berit didn't consider her a real competitor. At most, Turon was probably just drawn to her power. While she was thinking that, Berit's gaze met with a woman emerging from the corridor ahead. Long auburn hair, blue eyes, and a tall, elegant figure, completely different from her own. Berit, who had never once felt inferior in looks among nobles her entire life, instinctively felt small upon seeing the woman. It wasn't just because the woman was more beautiful than her. It felt more like facing someone of a higher status and overwhelming presence. Berit Zahar? Yes, I'm Mesa Aravian. At Mesa's sudden extension of her hand, Berit hesitated on whether to take it. She was already aware that the other was a powerful high noble, and worried that her hand might be crushed the moment they clasped. Given the history between the two families, it wouldn't have been strange at all. But contrary to such thoughts, Mesa's scent held no hostility. If anything, it was the kind of affection and faint sympathy one might feel toward a cute animal. You must be tired from your long journey. I hope you enjoy your stay. Thank you for your hospitality. After exchanging greetings and parting, Berit looked down at her hand as she walked toward her quarters. For some reason, it felt as if a strange warmth still lingered there. This is weird. That kind of warmth was unfamiliar to her. Those of lower status didn't dare treat the daughter of a successor with such fondness, and those of higher status viewed Berit only as someone to be cautious of. She lingered in that ticklish warmth for a moment, but then reminded herself that the woman she just met would inevitably come to hate her, because she had to seduce Turon by any means necessary. Only then, only by making him the head of House Zahar, could she seize power as his wife. After sending Berit off, Turon entered his office and placed a small iron plate on the desk. Then he lightly channeled electricity through it. ZZZT weak current flowed, and not long after, the iron plate gently levitated. It rose and fell on his palm, spun in the air, and then settled back down as the current was cut off. As I thought, it consumes more magic power than expected, and the force is underwhelming. After the fight with Battle not long ago, Turon had asked the librarian about the power to move metal, and came across a new clue called magnetism. Apparently, if one manipulated electricity properly, they could exert an attractive force on metal. Unfortunately, that was as far as the librarian's knowledge went. He didn't know the detailed methods of generation or application. His knowledge came from books authored by the pre-god tribe or their vassals during the Old Empire and archived in the library. So, either no one at the time had fully grasped the concept, or they considered it a secret and kept it hidden. Just like with thought acceleration or light of judgment. Still, even just knowing it had to do with electricity created a cause-and-effect basis, and now Turon could, albeit faintly, manipulate metal using electricity. Of course, it wasn't yet usable in real combat, and to develop further, he would need to continue honing it or dig deeper into its underlying principles. After all, magic becomes more efficient and powerful the more you understand it. His training was short-lived though, as people started gathering in his office. Mesa, Salif, Milo, Ashes, and Haram, the core members of Kalamaf's leadership. Before long, his office had become a full-fledged meeting room. Once everyone had gathered, Salif was the first to ask Turon about Berit, whom he had just met moments ago. You two talked alone just now, how was it? She's quite the viper. From the very first moment, Turon could tell that Berit didn't feel even the slightest sexual attraction toward him. And yet she subtly tried to seduce him. acting shy, averting her eyes, brushing against him, demonstrating practiced natural techniques. Had Turan not already been emotionally committed, and had he not seen through her real nature, he might have been swayed a little. Of course, now that he had caught on to everything, even if they were the last two people on Earth, he wouldn't fall for her. At Turan's words, Mesa responded curiously, "Really, she seemed fine to me. You met her, just in passing. She looked really cute and kind, seemed pretty shy too." Apparently, Mesa didn't have much of an eye for people. Then again, the reason she could see Berit so positively was likely because she didn't consider her a rival in the first place. That's how much certainty Turan had given her repeatedly, that this exchange was purely political and that she was the only one he truly saw as his partner. After briefly exchanging smiles and reaffirming their affection, Turan turned to Salif. "Actually, I think she liked you more than me. What? Though I doubt she's your type. Hey, let's not go there." Turan made a sly jab, referencing Salif's romantic preferences he'd come across in old records from the Varaha. Of course, Berit wasn't a married woman, nor was she in her 40s, so she was completely outside of Salif's taste. But beautiful women had a way of transcending personal preferences to a degree, didn't they? If she happened to take a liking to Salif, it might be something they could use politically, especially since Salif himself was a noble with high-level magic power. Though not exactly a handsome man, he was attractive enough by noble standards to be useful. Imagining the idea of pulling in a Zahar noble of some value by turning the tables, Turan offered a brief summary of the situation. "Well, for now, she's basically here for show, so there's nothing much to worry about. Just don't do anything reckless. It'd be a hassle if I had to kill her and ask them to send another." At that remark, everyone stared at him with slightly horrified expressions. At the very least, it was clear from his attitude alone that there was no chance of him falling for any seduction. That was the end of the talk about their newly arrived guest. As Turan announced the start of the regular meeting, Ashes gave a small cough and pulled out a stack of documents. "First, here's a summary of Kalamaf's recent military strength updates. After the Aravian attack, the Burke family had been reorganized with Milo as its new head. Naturally, Ashes, who had gone from being the son of the family head to the younger brother of the new one, found his position somewhat displaced. Thus, Turan accepted him as his steward, and as a future retainer for the house he planned to establish. Ashes, who had lost both parents, had changed significantly from before. The ever-positive and cheerful smile that once bordered on frivolity had become rare, and instead of just playing around, he now dedicated himself to studying and training. He had even gone through Haram's hellish physical training regimen that he had previously run away from. Furthermore, unlike many nobles who avoided such tasks, he actively participated in and tried to learn administrative work, and to everyone's surprise, he showed real aptitude for it and had made notable progress. Thanks to this, Turan was able to entrust him with such duties and secure more time for his personal training. For now, the total number of nobles in Kalamaf is 27. Among them, 3 are top tier, 5 are high tier, 8 are mid tier, and 11 are low tier. The classification criteria were something Turan had come up with on the spot with his friends in the past, and he had personally measured them using his sacred relic. The 3 top tier were, naturally, Turan, Mesa, and Salif. The 5 high tier nobles included Haram, Milo, Ashes, and 2 of House Burke's retainers. Milo and Ashes had barely made it into the upper ranks by absorbing magic power during the last battle. It was a painful truth, but in the world of wizards, the death of one always served as the foundation for the growth of another. The mid- and low-tier nobles were either collateral relatives of the House Burke or people dispatched by various families from the Grey Zone who had volunteered to become retainers. Thanks to those same families also sending knights, the total number of knights had increased to over 200, compared to the mere 75 who had belonged solely to the House Burke before. Milo murmured as he listened quietly. "Looking at it this way, our overall strength hasn't diminished as much as I thought. No, it might even be fair to say we've grown stronger." One might wonder what middle and lower tier nobles or knights could do in battles involving sky-high level nobles, but their presence actually had a surprisingly significant impact. A group of knights could pressure a low-tier noble, allowing that noble to in turn harass a mid-tier one, who then had the room to interfere in fights between high-tier nobles. Such a chain reaction could lead to a tipping of the scales even in battles among the highest elites. In fact, the previous battle had also effectively ended due to the sudden intervention of the House Lavita's army. It's a shame the Lavita's nobles returned. They have to take care of their own matters too. They couldn't afford to leave that much power idle. The Lavita's reinforcements that had flown in with Turan had recently returned to their main house. As a result, communication between the two houses had become partially severed. Still, Lavidas was expected to send a delegation soon with Rita as its representative, so they could use that opportunity to discuss how to manage their alliance going forward. After briefly discussing their broader strategic direction, Turon turned to Ashes with a question that had come to mind. By the way, how's the control over the new arrivals? Well, they've split into their own factions as expected. But they're listening to us, all thanks to you. Wherever three people gathered, factions would form. That was human nature. Naturally, the wizards gathering in Kalamaf had also divided into sides and caused minor disputes, but fortunately none had caused any major commotion yet. After all, Turon's reputation as the man who stood toe-to-toe with and drove back the head of House Aravian still echoed loudly. Of course, that fame would undoubtedly fade with time. Humans are creatures of forgetfulness. Just look at Aravian's retainers, who eventually rebelled even after witnessing battle's overwhelming power. Time passed quickly as they continued discussing a wide range of topics, from city administration to methods of training spies to monitor the movements of nearby great noble houses. Of course, they were only setting the direction here. Specific tasks would be handled by the officials below. As their conversation began to wind down, a topic came up that, while seemingly trivial, was in fact incredibly important. It was the naming of their group, the new great noble house they were forming. A name. The problem was that they couldn't settle on a name. They went through all kinds of idioms and famous quotes from ancient records, names of places, even people's names. Countless suggestions were brought up, but none of them felt quite right to everyone. Considering that this name might last thousands of years into the future like Aravian or Zahar, it was only natural to be cautious. In particular, they had to avoid anything that gave a similar impression to those two families, because Turon was a mixed blood born between them. Although the fact that Turon carried the power of Aravian wasn't publicly known, if the name sounded too similar to either one, people might naturally assume he was closer to that side. I liked Ardos, sounds way too much like Aravian. What about Kaloga? It's too meaningless, doesn't sound good either. Since this topic had come up several times already, the same names and the same rebuttals were repeated again. Eventually, when everyone fell silent with nothing more to say, Ashes, who had brought up the subject, looked around at them all and spoke. Since we couldn't find anything that felt right even with all the suggestions, I asked the civil servants when I was giving them instructions. I asked if they could collect some ideas for a name. From the commoners, those people may not have power, but they've all got brains. Honestly, they might even be smarter than us. Still, leaving the naming of a great noble house to commoners was certainly not something a typical noble would have thought of. Ashes then unfolded a sheet with several names written on it and pointed to one that had been highlighted. So we got a few hundred candidates, but there was one that stood out. I thought Turon would like it, so I brought it. What is it, Parsha? It refers to someone who leads a flock of sheep. It also means guide or ruler. It wasn't a name one could bring up easily unless they knew that Turon had been a shepherd up until a few years ago and that he still identified with that role. Normally, mentioning a relatively humble former occupation to someone who had risen in status would provoke anger. But Turon was deeply pleased with the name. Even for those who felt shepherd was a bit too rustic, meanings like guide and ruler made it an excellent name for a noble house. I like it. It doesn't sound anything like Zahar or Aravian. The sound is solid and the meaning is great. Should we just go with this? Half because they genuinely liked it, and half because they just wanted to wrap this topic up, everyone agreed. And so, the name of the great noble house that would rule the Grey Zone was decided in a somewhat haphazard manner. Turon Parsha. That would be the new name he would use in public from now on. Chapter 143. The emergence of the newly established House Parsha was, naturally, made known to all the nearby houses. Spies who possessed the magic power of a knight or noble and were therefore caught by Turon's senses were either killed or banished, but a few managed to escape the surveillance network by luck. They spread the news to the surrounding areas by all means, whether by sending messenger birds or riding swift magical beasts. Thanks to that, even though only a short time had passed since the house had been named and announced, congratulatory messages had already started arriving from neighboring houses. This happened even before any messenger had been sent to them. During a break, when the three of them had gathered after a long time, Mesa tossed a letter and lamented about that part. We definitely need some way to gather information too. Right now, it's like we're just keeping our eyes closed. Of course, the fastest and simplest way was for Turon to personally investigate while writing Bige, but that was nothing more than an ad hoc solution. The family head of a great noble house could not simply move around lightly like that. Not only would it undermine the trust of the vassals under him, but it would also be difficult to respond to attacks like this one. Naturally, this recent outing had been necessary and yielded many gains, but going forward, such actions would need to be avoided. Naturally, House Parsha wasn't sitting idly by either. Whenever he had time, Turan tried to tame relatively docile magical beasts near Kalamaf, using the power of the tamer bloodline, turning them into mounts. Mesa worked to simplify the communication magic device she had previously created so that it could be used more easily. And lastly, Salif was designing a beacon system around Kalamaf, modeled after the one House Varoha prided itself on. Well, it looks like the beacons will work reasonably well. The problem was always the lack of station knights, but their numbers have increased a lot recently. That's a relief, Turan nodded at Salif's words. Of course, since they didn't have many nobles with the illusionist bloodline, they couldn't transmit messages as quickly and reliably as Varaha, but since the area was relatively small, adopting that method seemed worthwhile. Well, that's enough about house matters for now. You too, how's your personal training going? I think I can use about 7 skills now. The number of uses varies for each. Mesa answered as she immediately formed a light green wind blade in her hand. God's magic, the techniques they referred to as skills. Since she had finally succeeded in combining the symbols during the battle with battle, Mesa had been steadily training to increase the number of skills she could use and how often she could cast them. Unfortunately, unlike Turan, she couldn't freely pull multiple handles inside her mind, and repeatedly pulling the few she could access caused her severe headaches, regardless of magic power depletion. It was uncertain, but it seemed some kind of mental resource was being exhausted. Instead, Mesa had a skill that Turan didn't possess. When she picked up the quill on the table and concentrated her mind, before long a crackling sound emerged and blue lightning sparked from the quill. Lightning quill? I succeeded with it recently. It seems to be a technique that simply imbues nearby objects with the lightning attribute. Turan checked Mesa's inner world using the mimic relic. He saw lightning and storms erupting with each strike of a hammer on an anvil. You combined 3 symbols. Yeah, but it feels a bit unnatural and awkward. That's probably because it lacks the power of the fighter bloodline. In the inner world of battle that he had seen before and again recently, a thick, strong hand held a hammer and struck the anvil. Mesa, lacking that hand, made the hammer striking the anvil seem weak. Do you think it'll help with enchantment magic too? Very much so. I've been testing this technique in all the magic devices I'm making lately, and it definitely helps improve performance. Of course, lightning magic doesn't work very well on nobles from House Aravian, but it should still affect the vassals. The most important duty Mesa held in the house was crafting combat magic devices to enhance their combat capabilities. Of course, since she was also a core combatant, she couldn't pour out all her strength to create powerful magic devices like Milo or Ashes. However, thanks to her immense power, she could still produce devices of a level useful to ordinary nobles just by exerting moderate effort. As a result, the current nobles and knights of House Parsha possessed a considerable number of magic devices and boasted skills beyond their actual combat power. With no great noble house possessing the enchanter bloodline at present, there was no enchanter stronger than Mesa. While the two were talking about enchantment magic for a moment, Salif, who had been sitting with his eyes closed in deep concentration, let out a long sigh and spoke. Damn, I'm really not getting anywhere with this. I feel like I could do it if I just knew the method. Unlike Mesa, who knew the fusion method of the Storm bloodline, Salif still hadn't succeeded in the fusion of the Sun bloodline. Considering that his aptitude for soul magic was not significantly inferior to Mesa's, it really did come down to whether or not he knew the correct method, just as he had said. On this matter, Turan also found it difficult to give any advice. The elder of House Varaha he had fought in the past hadn't fused the Sun bloodline, but had instead unexpectedly combined the fighter and guardian bloodlines in combat. I wish I could grab any of those gods and ask them. Think your grandfather would tell us if we asked? Of course not, he absolutely won't tell, and even if he did, it's not something you should carelessly imitate. At present, House Zahar was showing an oddly friendly attitude toward Turan and House Parsha, but that didn't mean they could let their guard down. To begin with, Turan himself possessed a body that the gods of Zahar would salivate over. Them sending a hostage come spy like now, and pretending to be on friendly terms, was likely because Turan was openly antagonizing Aravian. Apart from the fact that the past war had been a sort of theatrical performance, it was highly probable that the two houses were rivals even in the world of the gods. After all, the downfall of a competitor is the very path to one's own joy. If Aravian falls, the next battle will probably be against Zahar, or maybe even just before or right after that. This was precisely why House Parsha, while sharpening its blades and raising its strength against Aravian, had yet to launch an attack. The gray zone where they currently resided bordered both houses and allowed for an offensive against either side, but at the same time left them vulnerable to invasion from both directions. After briefly touching on the complicated political matters, the group shifted the topic back to the original subject, soul training. Turan instructed the two to draw out their spirit bodies. Before long, Mesa's and Salif's spirit forms emerged from their bodies and floated gently in the air. Turon did the same, drawing out his spirit form and standing before them. He then reached out and lightly pulled at the needles embedded densely in their heads. Aheg. Fortunately, the half-groans and screams of the two were spiritual in nature and did not resound in the physical world. After a while, when Salif begged him to stop, Turon let go and assessed the outcome. Looks like I pulled out about 4.5 again today. My head is throbbing. Are you sure this is actually helping? I can't be completely sure either, but it doesn't feel like pulling them out is doing any harm. The instincts of someone deeply trained in soul magic couldn't be dismissed as mere hunches. Like prophets who read weather and the future by observing clouds and stars, high-level soul magic users possessed a kind of supernatural foresight. Of course, that wasn't to say Turon, who had learned soul magic through introductory texts, had reached such a level. However, since some time ago, he had been feeling a powerful, almost certain intuition about this part. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't have taken the risk of pulling out the needles. More than that, it's frustrating that there's no way to train soul magic further around here. Would have been nice if we could extract something from Cadram. Still no news from him, none at all. I haven't even tried looking for him in the past few weeks, been too busy. From persistent torture to verbal persuasion. At one time, Turon had persistently tried to draw even a single word from Cadram's spirit, but these days he was practically leaving him alone. He had grown weary of banging on what was essentially a wall, especially when there was so much else to do. While they were in the midst of a discussion on whether they should simply crush Cadram's soul since there had been no progress, the three of them simultaneously fell silent. Moments later, someone knocked on the door of the lounge where they had been resting. "Come in." At Turon's words, the door opened, and in came a knight who had once belonged to House Burke but had now been reassigned directly under House Parsha. With a somewhat tense expression, he reported to Turon. "Report from the south, multiple wizards friendly distance of 150 km. Beacon? Yes, looks like they're almost here. Is everything prepared for the banquet? Yes, sir. Well then, shall we wrap up and get ready? Let's do that." Hearing the knight's report, Turon left his seat and stood up. It was now time to act in the capacity of House Parsha's family head. May infinite glory lie before the new great noble house, Turon Parsha, and may we become your eternal allies. Your generous blessing is gratefully received. Thank you, madam. In the garden in front of the mansion at Kalamaf, where there once had been well-kept trees and lawns, a large outdoor banquet venue had been installed. At its center, Rita Lavitas greeted Turon with formal courtesy, as if they were meeting for the first time. Originally, Turon, being hundreds of years younger, had addressed Rita with honorifics, but he could not do so on this occasion. As the family head, if he showed deference to a mere noble, even if she had once been his savior, it would appear as if House Parsha were subordinate to Lavitas. Fortunately, Rita's status was more than justified by her immense magic power and her significantly advanced age. So treating her with moderate respect as he did now was appropriate, not too lowly, yet not disrespectful either. While the two representatives exchanged greetings, the nobles of House Lavitas who had entered the banquet hall quietly murmured their admiration. "This is better set up than I expected. I wasn't really expecting much, to be honest." Though Parsha had repelled Aravian once, that feat had been accomplished by Turon and a few powerful nobles through their personal prowess. Everyone knew that House Parsha was almost a hastily assembled group and lacked the scale and foundation to truly be called a great noble house. However, Kalamaf, upon their arrival, turned out to be far more impressive than expected. Though the interior still felt a bit empty, within the vast and grand walls, the mansion itself was nothing short of magnificent. Considering it belonged to a newly founded great house, it more than deserved a passing grade. Naturally, Turon had a hand in all this. Although he had lost the Earthmover bloodline last time, the mastery he had accumulated over time hadn't disappeared. With Earth transformation magic, he had rapidly undertaken a variety of construction works in a short time. Mesa and Salif, being accustomed to such labor, were also a great help. Some might view this as mere superficial pomp and consider it distasteful, but such visible displays were important. Humans, after all, are emotional beings. Regardless of a person's actual skill level, people tend to instinctively shrink back or look down on others based on what they see and feel. A while later, seated at the head table facing Rita, Turon spoke with a respectful tone unlike earlier. "Thank you for visiting us, Rita. Think nothing of it. The family head asked me to convey his apologies for not being able to attend personally. More than that, I heard there was some unfortunate event recently. Are you all right?" "Ah. The unfortunate event must have referred to the death of the Burke couple." With a bitter smile, Turon lightly moistened his throat with the liquor placed before him. "It is a painful wound, but everyone is trying to accept it and move forward. I can only tell you to stay strong. As someone who has lost many dear people, I know that words offer little comfort." At Rita's wise and age-tinged words, Turon responded with a gentle smile. It wouldn't be good for someone in the position of a family head to openly reveal his emotions. Turon suddenly felt that the rise in his status was binding him yet again in a new way. The establishment of a base had chained him with the fear of enemy attacks, preventing him from leaving. Then, another shackle came in the form of needing to restrain any actions or words that didn't suit his station. His train of thought was broken by a woman's voice from beside him. "Househead, if it's not impolite, could you introduce this lady to me as well, Barit Zahar?" His sixth cousin, feigning innocence, looked up at Turon with bright, expectant eyes as she addressed him. At this, Rita laughed heartily and said, "In our house Lavitas, it's not considered rude to converse without introductions when meeting for the first time. I see, my name is Barit Zahar. Rita Lavitas. Zahar, you say, might I ask your relationship to the family head of that house? He is my grandfather. Then that would make you sixth cousins with the head of House Parsha here." Just like Mesa had in the past, Barit showed a hint of displeasure when her familial relationship with Turon was highlighted. However, she was far more skilled at controlling her emotions, and the displeasure quickly vanished from her face. After exchanging a few more words with Rita, Barit seemed to sense that the older woman wasn't particularly eager to talk with her, so she excused herself with a smile and left. The elderly noblewoman, who had also sent her off with a soft smile, turned her slightly drowsy eyes toward Turon. "I heard about it, but you really did bring a lady from House Zahar Turon. That's how it turned out. It was a condition they set. Did Miss Mesa not get angry? She beat me until my nose broke and then forgave me." At Turon's words, Rita laughed and slapped her knee. Her youthful appearance made her occasional elderly gestures feel oddly out of place. "It doesn't seem like just a broken nose was the end of it. I see something familiar hanging around Mesa's neck." Rita gestured toward Mesa, who was mingling with her relatives Milo and Ashes. She had noticed that the necklace around Mesa's neck was none other than Lavitas' sacred relic, Modest Wish. "She didn't exactly forgive me because I gave her that, though. If I weren't a Lavitas noble and received that, I wouldn't have been able to sleep from joy. While it's true men also long for youth, what can compare to a woman's desire for it? Of course, it must still be a great gift to you as well." Shortly after confessing his love, Turon had given Modest Wish to Mesa. Just as Rita said, part of it was the hope that his beloved would remain eternally youthful, but even more so, Turon personally didn't find much use for it. With his Lavitas bloodline set through the mimic relic, he too would enjoy the same blessing of eternal youth as them. Love stories among the young are certainly an entertaining subject, but I do have one thing I want to confirm. What might that be? I suspect there are too many ears around us here. At Rita's words, Turon immediately used wind magic to block the airflow around the two of them. Feeling this, Rita let out a soft breath of admiration. "As expected, you may speak freely now. How closely do you plan to align yourself with House Zahar? I see them as potential enemies." "I see." Rita nodded without surprise, as if she had expected this response. "Well, if you truly intended to form a proper alliance with them, you wouldn't have treated that young lady so coldly. The family head specifically asked me to confirm your stance on this matter." For Osel, knowing whether Turon intended to align closely with Zahar or not was an issue of great importance. After all, House Varaha, known for its friendly ties with Zahar, had now become an irreconcilable rival of House Lavitas. Then Rita subtly lowered her head and whispered in a hushed tone. Though they both knew the air around them was sealed, she did so to emphasize just how important and secret this conversation was. "Then, I suppose I should explain why I asked such a question earlier." Just hearing her say that was enough for him to guess what her next words would be. "An invasion? You're wise indeed, that's correct. As soon as this delegation returns, we plan to invade Varaha." The young-looking elderly lady announced the coming of war with a gentle face. Chapter 144. While a brief silence flowed, Turon looked down at the banquet hall where people laughed and chatted, enjoying themselves. The previous attack by battle or the battle in the forest could also be considered a kind of war if one were to analyze it, but what Rita was referring to now was of an entirely different scale. A massive war in which at least hundreds, possibly thousands of wizards would kill and be killed was about to unfold. Suddenly, the recently deceased couple from the Burke family came to mind. They had not been the only victims at that time. People like the Night Bin who had first welcomed Turon in Zavalin City in the past. Though they were mere insects to those of high status, they were humans capable of thinking and loving, dozens of them meeting their deaths. In the war between House Lavitas and House Varaha, even more people would surely lose their lives. It seems the preparations are complete. There is still much lacking if you ask me, but you know this well. No matter how much we add, perfect preparation never exists. Besides, the more time they took to prepare, the more time the enemy would have to prepare as well. How much chance of victory do you estimate? Around 3 out of 10. But if House Parsha supports us sufficiently, I estimate it could be more than 6 out of 10. Support, huh? As I understand it, your vassal Salif has matters to settle with House Varaha. Their gazes turned to the lower part of the banquet hall, where Salif was thoroughly enjoying the alcohol. He was excitedly chatting with Barit, who had been somewhat driven away earlier. Outwardly, he looked just like any ordinary young noble. In truth, it would be hard to realize that he was a powerful guardian capable of withstanding the attacks of hundreds of wizards for hours, and a great wizard of the Sun bloodline. He seems to be getting quite close to the young lady of House Zahar. Is it all right to leave it as it is? Yes, well, it doesn't seem too bad just yet. Lately, Barit had started hovering around Salif after Turon showed little interest in her. It was likely a strategy to provoke jealousy by showing interest in another man, or to create internal division within House Parsha. But amusingly, Barit was the one feeling deeper affection with each meeting. Honestly, it was hard to understand what exactly about Salif made her feel such romantic attraction. Well, men and women have different perspectives, so perhaps it's not so strange. I should summon him and ask directly about this matter. Indeed, before being lord and vassal you are friends, I understand. At Turon's words, Rita smiled gently. So after the banquet ended, Turon, who was the last to leave, called for Salif as soon as he arrived at the lounge. Salif still reeked strongly of alcohol, likely from having enjoyed the banquet so thoroughly. What's this about all of a sudden? House Lavidas is going to wage war against House Varaha. Would you be interested in lending a hand? At Turon's question, Salif wore a dumbfounded expression. It was understandable. How could someone so casually ask if he'd like to join a war between great noble houses as a mercenary? If he'd only half heard Turon's words, he might have thought he was being asked to run a simple errand. Am I going alone by any chance? It's hard for both Mesa and me to leave our base after all. Ultimately, it'll be up to your decision. If you don't feel inclined, we can just focus on material support instead. Of course, it was also an option to assign other nobles and knights under Salif to form a full army. Although House Parsha was still a newly established house lacking internal stability, they could conscript enough to mobilize several hundred wizards through their vassal houses. However, aside from increasing combat power, enlarging the army was a choice full of disadvantages. The greater the number of troops, the more supplies are needed, and naturally, every time a relatively weaker wizard is added, the marching speed slows down. Traveling from Kalamaf to Lavidas and then to Varaha from there would take an absurdly long time for a large army to move. If they chose to move through the North Sea, there was also the possibility that House Zahar would interfere with some underhanded scheme. If you're moving alone, I'll lend you Bige. It should only take a few days to get there. The troops from Lavidas would, of course, sail for nearly a month, disembark on the grassy plains, and then move northeast. If Salif timed his departure from Kalamaf on Bige properly, he could join them in as little as 3 or 4 days. In other words, he could support the long-distance campaign while minimizing the time his base was left unattended. But I'm not sure if my support alone will be enough to win. There are certainly variables, but in terms of power, it's enough. During the battle that triggered this war, the head of House Varaha sustained serious injuries in exchange for placing a deadly curse on Osul. Even considering that Osul had the support of other high-ranking nobles and was armed with all sorts of sacred relics handed down through the family, their abilities were not vastly different. Considering the curse placed on Osul was probably a skill, the head of House Varaha must have exerted their full power as well. That is to say, at the very least, he wasn't a monster like Battle of House Aravian, who would be difficult to face even with the three of them working together. So while Osul and Salif faced the head of House Varaha together, if Lavidas's nobles pressured Varaha's nobles, there's still time, so if you say you'll participate, I'll ask Mesa to pour her full strength into making a magic artifact for a month. Something that will help you in battle or survival. Originally, a 1-month period was the most efficient and powerful crafting time for an enchanter to create a magic artifact. If Mesa, who had the magic power of a quasi-head of house, focused her power entirely for that month, the resulting item would be stronger than any mediocre sacred relic. The reason such items hadn't been created easily until now was because Mesa's strength would be greatly weakened for some time after the crafting process. In a situation where no one knew when Aravian might attack, having their strongest wizard weakened would have been a fatal blow. Still, if Salif were being dispatched alone, it was worth taking on that much risk. What if the one they sent off to fight ended up being defeated and killed, or worse, captured and turned into the new host for the head of House Varaha? Not only would one of the 3 heads of House Parsha be taken out, but the power of the hostile House Varaha could skyrocket. Mesa will take a risk for a while to create a powerful item, and the 2 of us will guard during her recovery period. Then you'll be dispatched when she recovers, probably about 2 months from now. I get the idea, but is it really advantageous for us if I go? Of course, that's assuming the outcome is good. If Salif was dispatched and Lavidas crushed Varaha, there would be a lot to gain for Parsha as well. Not only would they earn another great favor from a powerful ally, but it would also mean crushing a potential hostile force. As he explained this, Turan cleared his throat lightly and added, "Not just that. We can even consider having you formally succeed Varaha." Though he had been ousted, Salif was still originally the successor to House Varaha. If he eliminated the head of the house and absorbed his magic power to reach the level of a family head, he would be fully qualified to take that position. Of course, as someone who borrowed the power of an external force like Lavita's, it was unlikely that he would gain the enthusiastic support of the house's members. But in the end, what they needed was to reduce enemies and increase allies, or at the very least, increase neutral parties. Even weakened, if the great noble houses of Varaha, Lavitas, and Parsha united, it would signal the emergence of a massive power never before seen in this land. Well, fine. Don't you want to think it over a bit more? In a man's life, sometimes you've got to take a shot, Salif said, wearing an expression full of bravado. Since the decision to participate had already been made, it was necessary to increase the chances of victory as much as possible. Therefore, Turan not only requested Mesa to create a powerful magic artifact for Salif to use, but also instructed the enchanters of the Burke family to craft magic artifacts that the House Lavitas could use. Rita was greatly pleased by this and immediately accepted Turan's request. The promise was that when they crushed Varaha, one of the four who would obtain the family head's magic power would definitely be Salif, and that full support would be given so that he could become the next head of Varaha. After the week-long banquet ended and the nobles of Lavitas returned, tranquility once again settled over Kalamaf. No, to be precise, it only appeared tranquil. Beneath the surface, something hot was bubbling and boiling. "You don't shout, it drains your power," a hill near Kalamaf. At the spot where Turan had once been beaten up by Mesa, a place filled with memories, he was now sparring with Salif using Light of Judgment. Though it was unknown which of the four emblems the head of Varaha would use and how he would combine them, it was highly likely that the power of the Sun bloodline would be the core of his strength. So they were training accordingly. Naturally, the clash between these powerful wizards caused tremendous shockwaves around the hill. Each time the Light of Judgment clashed in the form of a whip and scattered in all directions, the ground melted and lava poured out, distant rocks split apart, and at times the lower portion of a cliff would cave in, causing the upper section to collapse with a roar, triggering a landslide. Had there been any nearby houses, thousands of people could have died. After a fierce bout, an exhausted Salif collapsed and let out a sigh. "Hugh, using so much power after a long time makes me dizzy. Still, training like this really sharpens your skills, right? I've been feeling rusty lately, probably due to a lack of actual combat." "Well, I'm not a monster like you." People like Turan and Mesa didn't lose much of their skills even if they stopped training for several months, but ordinary wizards would quickly see their magical abilities regress if they didn't train consistently. To be more accurate, their sense for controlling magic would dull. Salif also trained daily, but there was nothing like sparring against someone on his level to really sharpen his senses. Of course, fighting for real with one's life on the line, like in the Colosseum deep in the northeast Frostwind Forest, would be even more effective. But he only had one life, so that wasn't an option. As he lay catching his breath, Salif suddenly spoke up. "More importantly, are you really okay with that?" "With what?" "Telling Berit about the war." After deciding to join the war between Lavitas and Varaha, Turan had given Salif a rather puzzling order. He told him to subtly inform Berit that they would be participating in the upcoming war. Since Berit had been meeting often with Salif while almost entirely avoiding communication with Turan, it wasn't a difficult task. What was hard to understand was why he would bother doing such a thing. Shouldn't we be keeping that a secret from Zahar no matter what? What if they send reinforcements? Everyone who was in the know understood that Zahar and Varaha were quite closely connected. Turan and Salif even knew that they had once sent one of their heir candidates as support, and Turan had killed them all back then. In response to Salif's question, Turan scratched his chin and replied, "Well, even if we don't tell Berit, they'll find out anyway." "Really? House Zahar has already planted a spy among our servants or maids at our main house. They've covered their tracks so well that I don't know who it is. So since we'll be exposed anyway, we might as well make it seem like we don't particularly guard ourselves around Berit, make her feel useful." From the beginning, they hadn't told anyone that Salif would be the only one participating as support. If there was no movement from Parsha until just before Lavitas' army arrived at Varaha, Zahar would be thrown into confusion. They said they'd send reinforcements, why isn't the army moving? They would think. Turan planned to take advantage of the opening and dispatch Salif to swiftly crush Varaha and seize the initiative. In other words, knowing something poorly could be worse than not knowing it at all. "I'm not sure if it will work out as well as you say. I can't say I'm certain either, but we just have to do our best with what we've got. We can't sit around forever." For the sake of this plan, Turan was also doing what he could in his own way. For instance, selecting a trustworthy sailor from the port city east of Kalamaf and sending him to the Frostwind Forest, exchanging letters through Bige to assess the atmosphere there, or sending a letter to the Lavita's noble Mago, whom he met in the southeastern grassy plains, to inquire about the sentiment in that area. Unfortunately, he couldn't send anyone to the land of lakes where Varaha was located, but he trusted that Lavitas would conduct reconnaissance there on their own. While the two took a breather and discussed the current state of affairs, a vibration came from within Turan's clothing. It was a call through the hand mirror. What is it, Ashes? Although the owner of the hand mirror on the other side was originally Mesa, since she was currently in seclusion to create Salif's magic artifact, she had entrusted it to Ashes. His face looked slightly irritable, perhaps from working late into the night, and he cried out urgently, "Turan, you need to come back right away. Don't tell me we're under attack again." Turan had thought it would take a bit more time for the weakened Aravian to finish reorganizing. When Turan's expression turned grave, Ashes shook his head. "No, it's from the sea. Often City has requested aid. A giant sea serpent is occupying the coastline." Upon hearing that a great sea serpent had appeared, Turan hurriedly returned to the estate with Salif. Of course, they couldn't leave immediately. They had just finished sparring to the point where their magic was nearly depleted. After resting for a few hours to recover their strength, Turan and Salif mounted Bige and headed to Often City. As a family head from a great noble house, it would normally be appropriate to travel with dozens of guards. But since the opponent was not a human but a great sea serpent, weak nobles and knights would be meaningless as part of their fighting force. Besides, bringing them along would take far too much time. At the port city of Offen, located on the northeastern edge of the Grey Zone, the city lord greeted Turan's visit with delight and bowed his head. However, he also seemed a bit flustered to see that only Turan and Salif had come. "Ah, my lord, I never imagined you'd come to help so quickly. This is urgent. Skip the useless formalities. Any casualties? Some damage to facilities, but no human casualties. That's fortunate. The great sea serpent that appeared this time was no doubt a member of Armenia's clan. They must have shown restraint, knowing how sensitive Turan was to human casualties." Ignoring the city lord's suggestion to rest at the estate for a while, Turan immediately headed to the port where the great sea serpent had appeared. "Whoa, that's massive. It would be terrifying if it attacked." People had gathered around the harbor, murmuring as they stared at the great sea serpent standing still on the shore. You could say they were truly fearless. Ironically, the gigantic great sea serpent, which appeared to be about 60 meters long, was also observing the residents and buildings around the harbor with a curious demeanor. "Make way. The great ruler of the Grey Zone, the head of House Parsha, is here." At the booming voices of Offen City's knights, the townspeople flinched, parted to create a path, and quickly prostrated themselves. Over the past few months, the reality that they had fallen under the domain of the great noble house of Parsha hadn't yet fully sunk in. But at the very least, they knew the head of such a house was someone as powerful as a god. "Clear the people out. If a battle breaks out, they'll be in danger." "Yes, we'll do so at once." After giving instructions to the Lord of Offen, Turan walked toward the great sea serpent, passing through the crowd of people who worshipped him like a god. Salif followed closely at his side, muttering softly, "That thing, I don't know why, but it's pretty badly hurt. Who did it fight? I'm not entirely sure, but it probably wasn't a wound caused by humans." As Turan answered quietly and approached the harbor, the great sea serpent finally seemed to notice the commotion among the tiny humans and turned its gaze toward Turan. "Turan!" As the great sea serpent shouted, the citizens around the harbor screamed and scattered in fear. The voice was so loud and resonant that it sounded like a war cry aimed at an enemy before battle. However, the person it was directed at, Turan, could tell there was no hostility in that voice. "Is that you again, Armenia? You recognized me? What, that little mermaid brat from back then?" Unlike Armenia, who called out joyfully, Salif stared at the great sea serpent in utter disbelief. Well, the last time he had seen Armenia, the boy had been barely the size of a baby shark, so it was only natural. Now the creature was even bigger than when Turan had last seen him. "What are you doing here?" "No, first change back into your mermaid form. Don't scare the people." At Turan's words, the huge body of the great sea serpent instantly shrank and transformed into the form of a mermaid boy. By then, most of the ordinary citizens had already run away in fright the moment the great sea serpent called Turan's name, so the only ones who saw this were the wizards of Offen. "I was going to do that anyway. But there were too many people. I was afraid they might attack me if I changed form." Well, then it couldn't be helped. Armenia must have only transformed upon seeing Turan because he was certain Turan wouldn't attack him. Feeling slightly awkward at such trust, Turan noticed that even in his mermaid form, Armenia had wounds all over his body. As he placed a hand on Armenia's shoulder, the injuries began to heal shortly after. "Oh, it's warm. Healing a mermaid isn't all that difficult, actually." Of course, it took a bit more effort than healing a regular noble due to the powerful energy Armenia possessed as part of the great sea serpent lineage, but it was still manageable. Soon Armenia was fully healed and shouted happily, "You've got healing powers now too, amazing, how did you do it? It just happened somehow, so what's with the rampage? You made a complete mess of this place." Though no one had died, a glance to the side revealed that a couple of docks had been half destroyed, and it would likely take some time to repair them. When Turon pointed to the damaged parts, Armenia replied with a gloomy expression, "Ah, I didn't do that on purpose. I just couldn't control my speed well. But more importantly, something terrible has happened." "What kind of terrible thing?" "Recently, my family members all recovered, and they've decided to go to war with humans. When I tried to persuade them not to, they tried to kill me for not changing my opinion, so I ran away." Chapter 145. Here, drink this first and calm yourself down. In the office of the Lord of Offen City, Turon seated Armenia across from him and placed several cups of flower petal tea in front. Perhaps because it was a port city, it wasn't the usual tasteless stone herb tea typical of the gray zone, but something else entirely. "This is from our region. Judging by the sour taste, it must be steeped silk lotus." Salif made that comment as he savored the tea. As was natural, the Lord of Offen, who had served the tea, had been sent far away. Whatever Armenia might say, it couldn't be spread without censorship. There was a small incident in which Armenia, unfamiliar with tea etiquette, drank the whole cup in one gulp, but regardless, the moment allowed them a bit of calm. During this time, Turon, prompted by a sudden thought, opened his spiritual sight to look at Armenia. Oh, when they last met, Turon had not yet mastered soul magic and hadn't noticed, but Armenia's spiritual body was not ordinary. Just like humans, his soul was located deep between the brows, and a small great sea serpent was coiled around it. And the moment that creature made eye contact with Turon, Armenia suddenly flinched and turned his gaze toward him. What something felt weird, like something strange was staring at me. And now, it's gone. Only after Turon closed his spiritual vision did Armenia nod, saying the discomfort had disappeared. Can he instinctively sense when his soul is being observed? That's quite an interesting skill. Anyway, not just Turon, but most who trained in soul magic did not usually awaken their spiritual perception. Seeing wandering souls or hearing their fleeting whispers would seem like a kind of mental illness to ordinary people. Well then, shall we continue what we were talking about earlier? Can you explain it in more detail? A war with humans. Father said that the devils to the west possess a treasure that can control us. For many years we suffered humiliation under its power, and now it's time for revenge, he said. I think the name was. As Armenia spoke, something immediately came to Turon's mind, the blue coral crown. Back when Turon had infiltrated the Carmine house in disguise, he had heard that such an item existed which could control mermaids. Could it be the blue coral crown? Yes, that was the name. While Armenia shouted with joy, Turon spun his teacup with his finger, falling into deep thought. If what he said was true, the mermaid's target was clearly Carmine, the great noble house of the sea located to their north. From the sound of it, this doesn't seem like such a bad situation. Truth be told, Turon held no personal grudge against the Carmine house. Of course, they were also a clan in which fallen gods reigned from above, taking over the bodies of their descendants to prolong their existence. Though it was a rather cruel thing to say, they had never harmed anyone connected to Turon. But considering they had formed some kind of communication network with Zahar to prepare for an attack from Aravian, and also considering that Zahar could potentially become hostile to the House Parsha that Turon led, they had to be seen as a potential enemy as well. In that sense, the Great Sea Serpent's declaration of attack was actually favorable. So you opposed it? That's right, they weren't just going to steal the treasure, they said they would crush the Devil Palace and kill all their slaves too. My, that would be unacceptable. Waging war against the Wizards of Carmine could be considered justified retribution for years of oppression, but what fault did the ordinary people living in that land have? Slaughtering sheep because one was beaten by the shepherd was nothing more than petty revenge. And then, when I asked what would happen later to the kind devils like you and your friends, he said we wouldn't be able to get along with them either. He said we would end up fighting someday anyway. Why? The sea beasts that were sent before, it was actually Father who did it. He said he had given the order before losing consciousness. He said that if you found out, you'd never forgive us. So it was him after all. The moment Turon heard that, the scales within his heart tilted clearly to one side. Among the great Sea Serpent clan, those who sided with the chief, Armenia's relative, would eventually meet their end at Turon's hand. So you opposed it. I don't want to fight the kind devils, meaning you, Turon. It feels wrong in my heart and I'm scared too. Now that Armenia could transform into a great sea serpent, he was no longer the powerless mermaid boy he once was. Compared to when Turon last saw him, a greater and stronger power swirled within that small body. Presumably, if he fought intelligently while diving in the middle of the sea, even Turon would have a hard time hunting him down. Of course, if he fled recklessly into the sea, catching him would be nearly impossible. But despite having such power, the fact that Armenia still harbored vague fear toward Turan was probably because of the lasting impression from their first meeting. Back then, Armenia had been a helpless mermaid boy who could be caught by passing pirates, while Turan had already possessed considerable strength as a mid-ranking noble. Don't worry about what your father said. You're not responsible for it. You don't blame me? Absolutely not. At Turan's words, Armenia's face brightened with joy. Truly, his thoughts and emotions were so transparent on his face that there was no need to read them through scent. Though that would have been impossible anyway since he was a mermaid. At that moment, Salif, who had been quietly listening from the side, spoke with a baffled expression. So because you opposed fighting us or other humans, everyone tried to kill you? That's right. Father and mother, my brothers and sisters, they were all sad, but a bad child who doesn't listen to the king must die. Armenia scratched his shoulder with a dejected expression. It reminded Turan of the large fang wound that had pierced that spot before it was treated. Considering the once harmonious image of the mermaid royal family, it was almost impossible to imagine such a thing. Back then they had seemed closer and kinder to one another than most human siblings. But Turan had not forgotten that they also had cruel customs. When a new mermaid king ascended the throne, they would purge all the siblings of their generation. In a sense, they felt like beings who completely separated logic from emotion. One might say they lived by the principle of what must be done must be done. Anyway, you made it out alive somehow. It couldn't have been easy to shake off the pursuit. Back then, how many of Armenia's kin had survived? Maybe about 10. All of them had turned into great sea serpents and chased this boy, so the fact he survived was truly praiseworthy. You didn't happen to lead a tale here, did you? Absolutely not. I doubt they'll be able to come to the North Sea anytime soon. They can't come to the North Sea. Just listening to the story, it sounded as if the great sea serpent clan was staying in the South Sea. Perhaps sensing Turan's confused expression, Armenia began explaining awkwardly. Well, the truth is, surviving this time was just good luck. A few days ago, Armenia had been guarding the stronghold when he was notified by his fully recovered kin of the declaration of war against the humans. He resisted, but with not only the king but also the main royal family members supporting the war, he quickly became cornered. Naturally, during the clash between about 10 great sea serpents, the stronghold was practically reduced to ruins. While desperately fleeing to avoid his family, Armenia crossed the mirror. You mean the one that connects the North Sea and the South Sea? We call that object the Jade Mirror. The treasure of the mermaids, the Jade Mirror, had a horizontal diameter of over 20 meters, making it almost comparable to a building in size. Even the great sea serpent, whose body was relatively slim, could pass through it. This gave Armenia an idea for a strategy. First, he crossed from the South Sea to the North Sea via the Jade Mirror, then took time to recuperate as much as he could. When his family came through the mirror after him, he dismantled it and crossed back in the opposite direction. Hearing this, Salif's mouth dropped open in shock. No way, that's actually possible. The ownership, dismantling, and installation of the Jade Mirror are powers permitted only to members of the Great Sea Serpent clan. That's why the mirror was originally located near our stronghold. The Jade Mirror was typically installed in different locations to create a portal anyone could pass through, but when reduced in size and personally owned, it allowed the user to instantly teleport to the opposite mirror. Of course, since nothing would remain at the original location, there would be no way to return. Therefore, now that Armenia had fled with the mirror, he said his relatives were probably still trying to find a way from the South Sea to the North Sea. The South Sea and North Sea were blocked by land, and if they moved unguarded across the surface, they might face attacks from powerful wizard families like Zahar. Here, this is it. Saying so, Armenia pulled an object out from inside his robe. Two mirrors, which had been hidden beneath the energy radiating from his body just moments ago, sparkled as they emitted a vivid presence. Armenia's request was simple. He would help them use the mermaid's treasure, the Jade Mirror, if Turan would protect him from both his great sea serpent relatives and the threats on land. For Turan, there was absolutely no reason to refuse the offer. With just the existence of the Jade Mirror, his range of strategic choices would increase enormously. There was no need to even explain it. Even though Mesa was the most powerful enchanter to exist since the fall of the gods, even she had never managed to create a magical artifact that could cross space. No, seriously, this is unbelievable. What kind of god left behind this sacred relic? Sacred relics are what you devils left behind, right? If so, then this Jade Mirror isn't a sacred relic. Armenia replied to the awestruck Salif while spinning the mirror in his palm with a flick. Though one could understand intellectually that a treasure like that wouldn't break just from being dropped, it was still hard not to feel a pang of nervousness. From what Father said, this mirror existed even before the devils came from beyond the world. Some say the great sea serpents made it, others say it was formed by the laws of the world. Either way, it's older than your ancestors. Whether that was true or not, no one could say for sure, but the jade mirror did feel distinctly different even compared to ordinary sacred relics. Whereas typical magical artifacts or sacred relics channeled magic power through intricate internal circuits, this one looked more like a blunt lump of magical energy. Turon, there's a fishy smell coming from your back. While they were conversing, Bige spoke in a curt tone from above his head. The three of them were flying to Kalamaf on a now enlarged Bige, and for some reason Bige seemed to take issue with Armenia. That hadn't been the case in the past. Is she sensing the power of a fully grown great sea serpent? Even if Turon asked Bige, he probably wouldn't get a clear answer. Feelings like that were usually more instinctual, and even the person sensing them often couldn't explain why they felt that way. The only fortunate thing was that Armenia didn't hear Bige's remark. After flying southwest for a few more hours, they finally arrived back in Kalamaf. As the barrier set in midair recognized its master and dispersed, they landed safely in the inner courtyard. Not long after, Ashes, who had been informed in advance, came out to greet them. "You're back, so how did things go in Offen?" "More or less okay, let's go inside and talk first. By the way, who's this?" "I thought it was just you and Salif." "He's with us too." Just like in the past, Armenia had wrapped a thick cloth around his face to conceal his identity. Unless one possessed a special sacred relic like Turon did, this alone was sufficient to hide who he was, but if he were to continue living here, they would need to come up with a more convincing method. Unless they wanted rumors spreading that they were colluding with a non-human race, his identity would have to be kept secret from the outside world. A short while later, when Armenia revealed himself inside the office, Ashes gasped and dropped his jaw in surprise. "Eek, mermaid, hello kind devil." Was it because he was discouraged by the almost frightened expression looking back at him? Armenia greeted him with a slightly sullen expression. In response to the calm demeanor, Ashes looked around briefly at Turon and Salif, then extended his hand. Hi, are you Armenia by any chance? You know me, Turon told me about you before." Hearing that Turon had talked about him to a friend, Armenia's previously wrinkled face quickly brightened. Ignoring Bige's disapproving gaze, Armenia began chatting eagerly with Ashes. "So that's how it was. Yeah, now I'm going to serve under Turon." Having quickly adapted to Armenia's somewhat awkward speech, Ashes didn't object and looked at Turon. It wasn't difficult to guess what he wanted to say. "Obviously, this stays a secret from the public. Looks like I'll have to make something in the form of a helmet. Think you can do it?" "Mesa's really busy right now. I'm almost done with what I'm working on, so it should be possible." At Turon's request to make a helmet-style magical artifact that Armenia could wear comfortably most of the time, Ashes nodded. After chatting for a bit more, the topic of conversation shifted to the new strategic treasure they had acquired. "So, we need to think carefully about how to use this jade mirror." "Well, we definitely have to use it for the war. If we had more of them, we could have placed one in every city in Kalamaf. If that had been the case, they could have responded more proactively to the chaos in Offen. No, at that point, the current beacon system being set up would be practically useless. Should I ask Mesa if it's possible to replicate it? Please do. Even if they could make a slightly degraded version, its strategic value would be tremendous." Of course, the mirror itself already held considerable value. After that, they spent a few hours lounging in the break room talking about recent events. Then Mesa, worn out from making magical artifacts, came out of the workshop with a tired face and cried out in shock. Why are you here?" A natural reaction from someone suddenly seeing a mermaid boy who was supposed to be somewhere in the North Sea. But only for a moment. Once she had heard the whole story, she let out a quiet groan and hugged Armenia tightly. Unaccustomed to such contact, the mermaid boy stammered in surprise. "Oh wait, you've had a really rough time, haven't you?" Turon could tell that Mesa was seeing herself in Armenia, someone rejected by their own kin. After all, she had also been cast out by her bloodline House Aravian. Though startled by the sudden hug at first, Armenia soon buried his face in Mesa's arms and began sobbing with hiccups. It became clear that even Mermaid, who at times seemed as emotionless as insects, had tears. The psyche of another race was hard to grasp, sometimes too alien and at other times strangely too human. A few minutes later, Armenia, whose eyes had turned violet from crying, pulled away from Mesa with an embarrassed expression. "You can cry more if you want." "I wasn't crying." The mermaid boy snapped in anger at Turon's teasing remark, then quickly curled up in a corner of the break room. Everyone laughed and patted him on the shoulder in comfort, then settled into comfortable positions and began their discussion. "First of all, as you all know, we've gained another enemy. Fortunately, their top priority isn't us." "You mean the Great Sea Serpent clan?" Fortunately, according to Armenia, their primary target was none other than House Carmine. As long as they concealed the fact that Armenia had taken refuge here, a direct clash with House Parsha would be relatively later. There was even a chance that they could be suppressed by House Carmine alone. Their power to freely manipulate water and ice would be useful against the great sea serpents, and they too had fallen gods among them. Ashes is going to make the item for Armenia's disguise. And Mesa, what about the thing you were working on? About 3 weeks left, and once I finish it, I probably won't be able to use much strength for about a month. Right on schedule, let's see. Lavita's army should have started moving by now. Even aboard the magical artifact battleship said to have been made long ago by enchanters under their command, traveling through the South Sea to reach the territory of Varaha would take at least a month or two. So by the time Lavitas properly arrived at Varaha, Mesa would likely be ready to fight again. The original plan was to send Salif alone right before they arrived. Sending an army would reduce mobility, and if Mesa or I moved, it could expose vulnerabilities in Aravian. That's right. As Turon brought up the topic, everyone stared at the two green mirrors placed in the center of the lounge. Everyone already knew how remarkable these treasures were, having heard about them just moments ago. But if we have that, the story changes. If they gave one mirror to Armenia and sent him east just as Lavita's forces launched an invasion of Varaha, then House Parsha could project its full power to that distant eastern land without losing any time at all. It would be an unprecedented invasion strategy so bold that no great noble house in the world would dare to attempt it. Chapter 146. It goes without saying, but Armenia's existence had to be kept absolutely secret even within House Parsha. After all, weren't wizards meant to protect humanity from magical beasts and other races? Recalling how disturbed everyone was when Turon recently accused the upper ranks of Aravian of being white elves, it wasn't hard to imagine the scale of the impact if word got out that they were protecting a mermaid. And of course, the added problem of Armenia's relatives showing up after hearing the rumors. Because of this, in order to maintain complete secrecy, Turon hid Armenia in the innermost part of the Parsha mansion, inside his own quarters, for several days, forbidding him from showing his face except in front of a few trusted individuals. But didn't the wizards from Offen already see him, when we were traveling with him around and all? I've already made sure they'll keep their mouths shut if word gets out. Things will get uncomfortable, to say the least. Turon answered Salif's question with a somewhat grim expression. Though he was the head of the great noble house Parsha and the liege of the Lord of Offen, the relationship of lord and vassal between them was still paper-thin. So Turon paid a significant price to seal the lips of Offen's lord and his men. Not only a large portion of his wealth, but even a useful magic artifact. Despite offering such a reward so extravagant it was almost excessive for a mere wizard family if rumors still managed to leak, well then the stick must follow the carrot. He could only hope it wouldn't come to that. About a week passed in that state before Ashes finally returned, looking somewhat worn, carrying the newly made magic artifact. This is it. Yeah, it doesn't have any particularly special features, so it didn't take long to make. It was a mask that covered not only the face but the entire head. The front was a plain silver surface without any patterns, and the sides were adorned with decorations reminiscent of a lion's mane, concealing the fin-like ears distinctive to mermaids. Turon took the mask and turned it this way and that before handing it to Armenia, who stood beside him. Want to try it on? Let's see. Oh, I can see everything clearly even with it on. That's one of its functions. The mask Armenia wore had two main functions. First, as just demonstrated, it did not obstruct the wearer's field of vision or awareness. Wearing a mask without that kind of function all day would drive anyone mad with frustration. And the second was, let's see, that hurts. Good, it doesn't come off. Turon nodded as he tried to pull the mask off Armenia. The feature that prevented removal by anyone other than the wearer worked even better than expected. Of course, it could be forcibly broken with enough strength, but at least a passerby wouldn't be able to knock it off with a bump. From now on, wear that when you go out. Does that mean I can go outside now? Yes. But never take it off in front of others. Of course. Perhaps because he had been feeling stifled cooped up in Turon's quarters, Armenia let out a cheer and dashed out, mask still on. The members of House Parsha were bewildered by the sudden appearance of this unidentified masked boy. Who could he be, that he hid his face and the family head was so concerned about him? Normally, one might assume he was a son, but Turon of Kalamaf was only 24 years old, hardly old enough to be the father of a boy who looked to be in his mid-teens, even with the mask on. And of course, when someone this suspicious shows up, attempts to gather information are bound to follow. The most renowned spy of House Parsha moved immediately. You're called Arn, right? That's right, Arn, that was Armenia's new name. Turon, having gone through a few disguises himself, knew from experience that an alias needed to sound similar to the real name to stick easily in people's minds. In truth, considering that the intelligence-gathering abilities of mermaids were mostly limited to the island regions of the North Sea, there was hardly any need to use an alias. But still better safe than sorry. As Armenia answered innocently, Barit's eyes gleamed with a wicked glint as she asked, I'm Barit, sixth cousin of the family head. May I ask what your relationship is with the family head? We're friends. Barit, subtly omitting the surname Zahar to lower his guard, frowned at the bland response. Friends, huh? She immediately recalled the people whom Turon had referred to as friends, Mesa Aravian, Salif Varaha. One could easily guess that Turon considered someone a friend only if they were heirs of great noble houses with comparable standing to his own. Ashes was perhaps the only exception, but even he, strictly speaking, was a prized talent of the enchanter bloodline sought by many great noble houses. Is he the heir to Lavidas? His build is far too different from what I heard of the heir to Reuven. In reality, Lavidas didn't yet have an heir, as family head Osel was still quite young, but Barit didn't know that. The Lavidas domain was so closed off that intelligence gathering there was poor. After chatting for a little while longer, she wrote a letter to the Zahar main house and made a rough guess about Arn's identity in it. He must be an heir to some great noble house, or at the very least a noble of valuable bloodline who would be useful if brought in as a vassal. While this bumbling spy was unintentionally spreading false information, Turon had already sent off a letter to the far south. To the Lavidas fleet that was likely crossing the South Sea at that very moment, heading toward Varaha territory. I really hope nothing goes wrong. No way, they'd have to be ridiculously unlucky to run into them. As Turon sighed in the lounge, Mesa, resting her head on his lap, closed her eyes gently and replied. Just yesterday, she had finished creating a new magic artifact for Salif, and she was now in a terribly weakened state, to the point that even a mid-tier noble would be difficult for her to defeat. Because of that, Turon stayed close to her at all times after she emerged from the workshop, never letting her out of his protection. Sometimes Barit, seeing this, burned with jealousy, but the excuse was far too solid to complain about. What could she say when the greatest force within was unwell and required close personal protection? Here, I've got hands too, you know. Mealtime. Mesa grumbled but still opened her mouth to take the spoonful of soup Turon offered her. As she calmly chewed, memories of their time at the bakery suddenly resurfaced. Back then, just imagining being fed food like this had seemed lewd and shameless beyond belief. How in the world had such intimate gestures become a part of daily life in just a few years? Then again, in terms of shamelessness, nothing topped the time he knocked her unconscious and shoved a tube down her throat to force-feed her. At the time, her health had been in dire condition and the situation desperate, so she accepted it, but thinking back now, it was horrifying. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she looked at Turon, who tilted his head. What's wrong? Nothing, just thinking. Of course, that didn't mean she disliked the current situation. She wondered if this was how a baby bird felt under the protection of its mother bird. Unlike standing shoulder to shoulder as equals in battle, there was a comfort in being helpless and protected. After losing her mother, she had spent years unable to trust anyone as a guardian. To Mesa, this situation stirred a nostalgia like returning to her childhood. While the two lovers freely showered affection on each other without concern for onlookers, Bige returned from the South Sea carrying a reply. Having previously asked for Rita's permission to collect strands of her hair and pass them on to Bige, who had used tracking magic to pinpoint the warship's exact location in the middle of the sea and deliver the letter. The golden eagle, whose feathers still carried the scent of the sea, looked proudly at Turon and demanded a reward. I worked hard, so give me something tasty. Of course I have it ready, my lady. Though Bige occasionally followed Rita's advice to read history books and enjoyed such intellectual activities, her most primal joy was, without a doubt, gourmet food. As she delighted in devouring a honey-glazed whole roasted pig, Turon opened the reply written by Rita. I received your letter well. Fortunately, we haven't run into the great sea serpent you talked about, but the mermaids definitely appear more frequently now. We're currently passing through the southern Emerald Desert, and there are even rumors that some of the mermaids have not just attacked the coast but have moved inland. Be careful, some might be heading for Kalamaf. The rest of the letter included minor incidents involving Osel during the voyage and the expected landing date. It was likely written in the hope that Turon would send Salif at that time, just as they had agreed. As he folded the letter after reading, Turon let out a sigh of relief, realizing that the worst-case scenario he had imagined had been avoided. That mermaids had suddenly appeared was only natural. After all, those who had been hiding in the South Sea likely panicked at the emergence of the great sea serpent clan and started to rampage. And based on the postscript, Turon could infer the following. That's a relief. Looks like the great sea serpent clan has already gone up toward the North Sea. It would have been a disaster if they had clashed with Lavidas. You think the group that went inland is them? If not, there's no real reason for mermaids to go into a desert. Normal mermaids, even with an oasis, would dry up like salted fish. As could be seen from how Armenia had survived several months trapped in the hold of a pirate ship, mermaids didn't suffer any fatal disadvantages from not living in water. However, since their skin was protected by a somewhat slimy, mucus-like layer unlike humans, they did need periodic hydration. That was why Armenia's quarters always had a bathtub filled with cool water. Arn, if your kin were to fight on land, how well could they fight? Turan used Armenia's alias, as he often did to help him get used to it, and the masked Armenia tilted his head back and forth repeatedly. Each time, the lion's mane decoration on the side of the mask swayed, and he seemed to enjoy the sensation. It's not like they can't fight on land, but they'd be a lot weaker than near water. I'd estimate about half as strong. About half, huh? Turan lightly clicked his tongue and scrapped one of his planned strategies. It was the idea of using Barit to leak information to the Zahars about the northward movement of the great sea serpents. If the serpents were strong even on land, he could have profited from getting them and Zahar to clash. But based on Armenia's words, there was a greater chance they'd just be slaughtered. Even worse, Zahar might defeat or negotiate with the great sea serpents and end up joining forces with them. In that case, it was better to let them proceed as planned to the North Sea and fight the Carmines instead. As they were talking, Salif let out a breath as he finished reading Rita's letter. 3 weeks from now. Right, if word leaked early to Varaha, they might come out in full force for defense, so we need to join up a little ahead of schedule. Since there was no direct route to mainland Varaha through the South Sea, the basic plan was to land in the grassy plains and head north, just as Turan's group had done in the past. At Turan's words, Salif took several deep breaths in and out like someone feeling suffocated. Nervous, extremely. Like most wizards of great noble houses, Salif didn't have a particularly deep personal relationship with his family head. Not all successors were like that, of course, it was just that. Since Salif had been raised as a soul vessel, they likely wanted to avoid introducing any impurities into his educational process. Turan gestured lightly to Salif and said, "Still, you've got that new item right, trust in it." Heh. Salif gave a half-hearted laugh as he caressed the cloth draped over his back. The magic artifact Mesa had created just a while ago. Thanks to her devoting nearly a month of effort and even accepting a period of incapacitation, its functionality was powerful enough to surpass most sacred relics. Of course, don't rely on that alone. You've been keeping up with training in soul magic, right? And regular magic too. Nagging again, of course I have. Then summon your spirit. Let's pull out a few needles today too. At Turan's words, Salif shook his head with an expression of dread, then obediently summoned his spirit. Since Mesa had been focused on crafting magic artifact recently and recovering from its aftereffects, her spirit had weakened, so the needle removal procedure was now being done solely on Salif. Thanks to the continuous extractions, the number of needles, originally well over 100, had now been reduced to around 40 or 50. At this rate, we might just manage to remove them all before the expedition. Are you sure something good will happen if they're all removed? I told you it would. Of course, Turan didn't really know what kind of effect it would have either, but he had an almost certain intuition that it wouldn't be a bad one. And so once again, the sound of needles being extracted and short screams echoed only in the spiritual realm. They say it's calmest just before the storm. As war approached, the atmosphere in House Parsha became quieter than ever before. Mesa, having mostly recovered, left Turan's side and resumed her daily routine, and Salif was often away for his training. In the meantime, Turan was so busy that even 2 bodies wouldn't have been enough. As the head of House Parsha, he met with the lords of various cities who had become his vassals to listen to and resolve their grievances, and approved decisions on major issues affecting both the cities and the entire Grey Zone. And on top of that, he even personally oversaw the combat training of Parsha's nobles and knights, his own direct military force, so to speak. Usually, for wizards who had reached a certain level of mastery, advice from another wizard was nothing but unnecessary meddling. But with Turan, things were a little different. "You've improved a lot, Ozo. Your casting speed has doubled." "It's an honor, family head, sir." Moved by Turan calling him by name, the low-ranking noble from House Korkin exclaimed with emotion. These wizards, conscripted under the name of House Parsha, had roots in various noble houses but were technically Turan's direct forces. Naturally, they were not an easily controllable military unit, as they lacked strong bonds with him. So Turan not only had his enchanters craft magic artifacts tailored to their abilities, but he also gave them guidance and encouragement whenever he had time. At first, the wizards of Parsha believed that their young head, though powerful, was simply relying too much on his own strength and engaging in foolish behavior. However, when their skills noticeably improved each time they followed his advice, they couldn't just ignore it anymore. Back in the day, things like this weren't so easy. Turan chuckled inwardly as he recalled teaching Ash's magic in the past. Back then, he couldn't understand why other wizards couldn't learn and use magic as easily as he could, and it frustrated him. But as he encountered more and more people in life, he naturally became accustomed to it. To those a bit more lacking, he now taught from a slightly lower perspective. Could it be that he had mastered knowledge that even those dozens of times older than him struggled to grasp, because he had traveled far and experienced so much from a young age? After finishing his daily tasks, Turan gave instructions to those diligently training in magic. After dinner tonight, all units I've designated are to assemble at the mansion's third training ground. Yes, family head. To the family head, who was like the sky itself to them, the wizards of Parsha responded not with questions but with obedience. That was the result of the control he had earned over the past couple of months, having approached his forces as a teacher. Turan looked down at those bowing politely with a complicated expression on his face. Should I really take them? The thought of taking only Mesa and Salif with him refused to leave his mind. Those two were unlikely to die under normal circumstances, but if he brought a large force brought the weak, then at least one among them was bound to die. But sometimes, a shepherd must push his sheepdogs into the jaws of death. While the wolf focused its attention on the dogs, the shepherd could more easily land a stone on the enemy's head. As he left the training ground, Turan looked up at the sun shining brightly in the sky. Tonight, when that sun set and the moon rose, they would be on the eastern land of Varaha. Chapter 147. In the early evening, some of the wizards of House Parsha gathered at the mansion's training grounds after dinner. A total of 136 people assembled, including Haram, a high-ranking wizard, 5 mid-ranking wizards, 10 low-ranking wizards, and 120 knights. This was the result of allocating and leaving behind only the necessary forces, including the enchanters Milo and Ashes, and those needed to maintain minimum security. Standing before the warriors gathered for battle, Turan slowly opened his mouth. Soon we will depart for war. At the sudden announcement, murmurs spread, but rather than confusion or fear, the faces of the wizards showed a look of resignation, as if what was inevitable had finally come. This was because they had already been instructed to write their wills a few days prior, even before being summoned. The fact that House Parsha had come into opposition with Aravian by accepting Mesa was now a well-known and public matter. One of them bravely spoke up and voiced what they were all thinking. Are we attacking Aravian? No. With Turan's denial, a vague confusion appeared on everyone's faces. If not Aravian, then who? Surely they weren't gathering a secret army and making them write wills just to go on a beast-slaying mission. Could it be that a vassal house in the Gray Zone was plotting a rebellion and they were going to suppress it? If not that, then Zahar. Could they be invading one of the western forest houses? Just as the wizards' minds became increasingly chaotic, Turan made a statement none of them could have imagined. We are going to attack Varaha. Varaha? Why would a great noble house from the distant east suddenly be mentioned? Some among them didn't even know where House Varaha was located. Just because someone is a wizard doesn't mean their intellect surpasses that of commoners, and many lacked enthusiasm for learning. What most of them did know, different from commoners, was that one of the 3 strongest of House Parsha, Salif, was the successor of House Varaha. You must all be curious why we must attack Varaha and how we are going to do it. Yes, please tell us, family head. Over the past few months, due to Turan's consistent training in magic, the wizards of Parsha had come to hold this young family head in respect. But this was an entirely different issue from admiration. It was about launching an invasion of a great noble house far off in the east. At least if they were under invasion from Varaha, it might be understandable. But to suddenly demand a months-long expedition without provocation. In a great noble house, a family head's command holds the weight of God's will, but still, neither Turan nor House Parsha possessed that level of authority just yet. That was something that could not be earned by ability alone, it could only be built up through time. Therefore, from this point on, Turan had to persuade them why they must go fight in the distant east. Why they must risk their lives without explaining that it would be hard to expect them to give their all in battle. About a year ago from now, Varaha committed a truly atrocious crime. Turan began, using wind magic so that his low voice could reach everyone's ears. An advanced technique that allowed one's voice to strongly project to dozens without shouting. A level beyond mere sound amplification, an art so refined that even Aravian nobles proficient in wind magic would cry out in disbelief at how it was done. Their leader, Rishan Varaha, ambushed the family head of our ally House Lavitas, while they were hosting them as guests no less. The gathered wizards stirred and looked at each other. For wizards, the custom of hospitality was nearly sacred, and for someone not just ordinary but a great noble house's head to violate it. If it were anyone other than Turan making this claim, they would have all called it bullshit. Of course, contrary to Turan's words, there was a minor issue that at the time the head of House Varaha launched the ambush in Lavitas, House Parsha and House Lavitas were not yet allies. However, no one paid attention to that detail. And as everyone knows, our house's military general, Salif, was originally the successor of Varaha with legitimate inheritance rights. Therefore, we will join forces with House Lavitas, who rightfully deserves a blood payment, and help ensure that the rightful heir takes their place in House Varaha. In that way, Turan explained in an easy-to-understand manner why they needed to fight alongside Lavitas. Legitimacy, justification, and even tangible benefit. Any questions? If I may, family head. The one who immediately spoke up was Masan, the second son of the Vicen city lord to whom Turan had once ceded Kalimov. As a mid-tier noble, he effectively represented the wizards dispatched to Parsha. We all understand why we must fight, but wouldn't moving such a large force back and forth be too dangerous? We know your magical beast is large and strong, but it must still be difficult to quickly move everyone riding it. If we all leave our positions and Aravian invades while we're gone, there is a way. Turan cut him off at the right moment and looked around at everyone. As night began to fall and darkness spread, those who met his gray eyes glistening in the torchlight flinched unconsciously. The method is confidential, but we will arrive soon in Varaha's territory. And once the battle is over, we will return as quickly as possible. In that case, I have no objections. It was hard to even guess what kind of method could allow such a thing, but Mawson didn't question it further and bowed his head. If the method Turan spoke of turned out to be unfeasible, that would be the time to question it again. Several more people asked questions afterward, where Mesa and Salif were and whether they would participate in the battle. Whether Lavitas' reinforcements would be sufficient and such matters. In response, Turan stated that both would be participating in the battle and that the head of House Lavitas himself was bringing an army directly. Since they were going to war anyway, it would be better to raise morale by showing that their allies were powerful. We are departing now, everyone follow me. Soon after, they followed Turan and moved toward a small building located next to the training ground. Was this here before? I don't think I saw it last time I came around here. In fact, this building had been hastily constructed by Turan recently using Earthmover magic, so it was only natural they hadn't seen it before. Turan pointed toward the inner part of the building, where dozens of leather blindfolds were stacked. From this point on, everyone must wear these. From here until we reach our destination, visual awareness is not permitted. If anyone removes their blindfold without my order, they will be executed on the spot. A cold declaration, so unlike the warm and determined voice of the heroic young hero just moments ago. The wizards of Parsha sensed that Turan wasn't bluffing and trembled slightly. Each receiving a blindfold and putting it on, they could not see and thus formed a line, placing their hands on the shoulders of the person in front to move forward. While leading the group, Turan occasionally turned his head to check whether anyone was taking off their blindfold. Fortunately, no one foolish enough to risk their life out of curiosity appeared. This way, the blindfolded wizards of Parsha moved along the narrow hallway like blind sheep following a shepherd. Those with relatively keen senses realized that they were gradually descending underground. We're going down, right? Yeah. After moving for some time, they heard Mesa's voice from up ahead. You really brought them here like this. This is the best way. Was the other side handled properly? Yes. I've already been over to check. We should be able to join soon. Good, let's move immediately. Through the brief exchange, the wizards of Parsha realized that Mesa was truly participating in this expedition, which brought them a bit of relief. Their movement, following the person in front with a hand on their shoulder, lasted only a short while. Just as they thought they heard a low humming sound up ahead, those walking blindfolded suddenly felt the surrounding air change completely. Only moments ago, all they could smell was dirt and dust, but in an instant they felt a chilly autumn breeze blowing. They had just been walking forward, had they somehow stepped outside in just a second. All right, it can be closed now. Got it. Everyone, remove your blindfolds. When they removed their blindfolds, the wizards of Parsha were startled to find themselves in an uninhabited forest. Even the surrounding ecosystem looked completely different from what could be seen near Kalimov. No, this might not be the gray zone at all. Don't tell me, we really came to the east. Yes, it's real. The knight who had muttered to himself straightened up with a jolt at the heavenly voice of the Parsha family head. Only then did they realize Mesa and Salif were beside them, and that even the masked man Arn, whose identity had been unknown and who had been staying at the main house, was there as well. Everyone move. Following Turan's command, the wizards of Parsha moved, feeling both fear and excitement at this overwhelming reality. It was hard to comprehend, but clearly something was clearly changing. You've worked hard. What do you mean worked hard? Baij had it worse than me. Naturally, in order to use the Jade Mirror, someone had to be present at the destination first, so Salif had flown east on Baij along with Armenia several days before the operation began. They had maintained regular communication using the hand mirror and installed the Jade Mirror just in time for Lavitas' army to arrive. Turan looked toward the clearing in the forest where the massive mirror had been installed just moments ago. Thanks to Armenia retrieving the mirror right away, no trace remained in the area. It's an incredible technology no matter how many times I see it. Imagine how terrifying it would be if enemies used it right. What if a mirror opened in front of Kalimov, linked from Aravian or Zahar's capital? Without worrying about defending their base, hundreds or thousands of wizards could pour through, and House Parsha would be finished that very day. There they are. A short while later, the army of House Parsha, having emerged from the forest, encountered the army of Lavitas who had been waiting for them. Turan let out a soft exclamation as he saw Osul standing at the front. Oh! Unlike before, when he always wore casual attire, the head of House Lavitas now appeared quite threatening in his combat gear. From the spear on his back, to the cloak and clothes wrapped around his body, to the 7 types of accessories and even his storage items. Almost everything he wore was a sacred relic. Of course, it was hard to exude dignity when the wearer appeared to be just a boy in his mid to late teens. But at least Turan could sense, through the explosive power emanating from Osul's body, just how immense his abilities were. It's been a while, head of Parsha. Good to see you, Osul. Unlike before, Turan no longer bowed his head. Instead, he shook Osul's hand, reaffirming that they were equals. The head of House Lavitas, Osul, turned around and clicked his tongue. I'd heard about it, but you really brought an army, head of Parsha. How on earth? I promised, didn't I? You'll adjust the reward accordingly, as agreed, right? Of course. Turan had notified Lavitas that he would send a considerable reinforcements force on the agreed date, but he hadn't disclosed how. It wasn't because he didn't trust Lavitas, but rather because he was concerned that a spy from another force might have infiltrated on that side. It's possible that one of Lavitas's nobles might even be a soul-possessed body. To turn the head of a noble house into a soul-possessed body would require effectively seizing control of the entire house, which made it a difficult task. However, kidnapping and replacing 1 or 2 members was not such a hard thing to do. Unless one's spiritual perception was open, even Turan had no way of discerning the true identity of the person before him. Even the wizards of Parsha who had followed him here knew nothing beyond the conclusion they could draw from the outcome, namely, that there existed some unknown group-based spatial transfer technique. Security had been thoroughly enforced to the extent that they knew nothing else. I see Lady Rita has come as well. Of course, I must fight too. How could I just sit and wait while our family head goes to war? I had hoped my sister wouldn't come. Osul spoke with a sigh as he looked at Rita. It seemed this young family head once again couldn't go against the will of his cousin sister, who had once been his nanny. Unlike her usual appearance as a seductive noblewoman, Rita now looked like a seasoned female warrior, with her hair tightly tied back and clad in scale armor. With the head of Parsha, Mesa, and Salif on our side, this truly is an unwinnable battle for them. Even so, we mustn't get complacent. Despite saying so, Turan too believed that the possibility of their side losing was nearly non-existent. In fact, hadn't he at one point even considered sending Salif alone, albeit with some hesitation? Now, with himself, Mesa, and the other Parsha wizards all participating, one could say they were even overprepared. If it weren't for the fact that they could return to Kalimov instantly whenever they wanted, he would never have deployed such a force. If it really comes to the worst, we might even have to rely on Armenia for help. Of course, that would only be if the situation got so bad that the Parsha Lavitas' allied forces were on the verge of being annihilated. Once the story of a great sea serpent emerging in the middle of Varaha's capital spread, anyone with a brain would be able to guess the identity of the masked guest. A short while later, the combined allied forces of the 2 great houses began marching steadily northeast. Where are we now? Just south of Akin Lake. At this pace, it'll take us about 3 to 4 days to reach the capital, Helio. 3 days, and the signal fire, it's already been lit for some time. We have to assume they're preparing on that side too. Turan reviewed the current situation with Salif, laying out the map. The location where they had emerged from the spatial transfer was within the territory of Varaha, in the land of the lakes. While there was a possibility that the enemy might try a defensive stand in the capital, Salif believed it more likely they would confront them in the plains that stretched before it. That's because if a war between great houses were to be fought inside the capital of one side, that location would be utterly devastated regardless of who won or lost. If the previous war between Parsha and Aravian had taken place not on some plain or forest, but in the middle of Kalimov, just imagine the horrors that would have unfolded. 2 days later, Turan and all the allied forces realized that Salif's prediction had proven even more accurate than expected. On a plain roughly 100 kilometers southwest of Helio City. There, blocking the path of the allied army, stood 1,000 wizards whose identity, to anyone's eyes, could only be the army of Varaha. Looks like they've come to greet us. Phew. Was he burdened by the fact that he would be fighting the family head who had once almost taken over his body? Salif, unlike his usual self, pulled at his collar with a somewhat tense expression. Of course, it wasn't just him. Most of the allied troops were showing similar signs. After all, they were deep in enemy territory. Compared to Lavitas, who had left some of its forces back on the mainland, Varaha had scraped together every last night, making their sheer numbers significantly greater. While in actual combat prowess this side would no doubt be overwhelming, the momentum created by visible numbers was not something to be underestimated. Do you need time for a speech? We are already fully prepared. That's a relief. Everyone, right ahead are the vile scum of Varaha. Osel's voice, still thin and high-pitched from not yet passing through puberty. Despite lacking any authority befitting a family head, the wizards of Lavidas responded with loud roars. That was how deeply the previous ambush had wounded them and left them humiliated. Now that they knew the entire truth, the wizards of Lavidas were in a state where they could not be satisfied without taking the head of House Varaha's family head. There's no need for more words, it's time to deliver punishment. With a shout, a surge of explosive power erupted from the spear that Osel raised high into the sky, the sacred relic of Lavida's whale hunter. The moment the spear, made of pure white bone, was aimed at Varaha's wizards, a rain of thousands of javelins poured from the sky, signaling the start of war. Chapter 148. As the thousands of throwing spears created by Osel Lavidas surged forth, the faces of the wizards from Varaha turned pale. It was indeed a display of power that warranted such a reaction. Even if they had been ordinary throwing spears launched by a common man, the sheer quantity and speed would have been painful. But in this case, it was an attack hurled by the head of a great noble house, using the power of a sacred relic. If they took that assault head-on without any countermeasure, it might be enough to wipe out the entire Varaha army. Naturally, the Varaha side didn't just stand by and watch. At the front of the army, a middle-aged man who looked to be around 40 raised a shield in his left hand with a solemn expression. Amazingly, a translucent barrier formed, encompassing the entire Varaha army of around 1,000 soldiers, absorbing the rain of spears. Tudutung, the sound of spears striking the barrier was like the pounding hooves of a heavenly army descending from above. Family head. The family head is with us, do not be afraid, the head of House Varaha, Rishan Varaha. While hiding his body with the concealment spell, Turon keenly observed the enemy commander he was facing for the first time. What stood out first was the blonde hair, slightly longer than Salif's, and reddish-brown eyes. He wore a suit of silver metallic armor that emitted a subtle glow, and held a shield in one hand and a longsword in the other. Just from the appearance, he didn't seem like a noble of the Sun bloodline, but rather someone specialized in close-quarters combat. He came fully armed too, huh? Each item that man possessed was a sacred relic passed down in House Varaha, Salif murmured softly. Well, it would be ridiculous to try to conserve treasures when the family head himself was participating in battle. Osel, with a sharp cry, the family head of House Varaha swung the longsword he held, and the light of judgment that had floated behind him wrapped around the blade, and following its inertia shot out. As the golden flash flew toward him and Osel prepared to defend, Salif stepped in front of him. Well then, let's test this out. The cloak wrapped around Salif's back shone brightly, entwining with the light of judgment and transforming into a whip. Magic artifact Sun Cloak. It was a tool that could take the form of any object its owner desired, useful in close combat and capable of amplifying the power of the Sun bloodline, just as it did now. When Salif's massive golden whip clashed with Reshin's strike, light and heat exploded in the middle of the plains, instantly scorching the greenish sprouting weeds into charred black. It was the moment when the once vibrant field turned into the heart of hell. Perhaps it was because of the intense exchange of blows just moments earlier. Unlike before when it seemed like they would charge at any moment, the atmosphere had turned stagnant. Rishan was the first to speak. Saul, my son, it's unfortunate that we meet like this. Son, my ass, who the hell is your son? Rather than having no ties at all, it was seen as preferable for the rights of a house to be passed from parent to child. Thus, it was a tradition for successors who were not biological children to be adopted as a formality. As such, since Salif was Rishan's adopted son, that term of address was not technically incorrect. Of course, no one in their right mind would see someone who tried to take over their body in such a light. To the harsh reply, Rishan responded with a gentle smile. Oh dear, you seem to have picked up bad manners since leaving the family. I don't believe I raised you that way. Archaic speech and graceful gestures. The head of the great noble House Varaha, contrary to having carried out a vile ambush, had a calm and refined demeanor. In fact, Salif said that when he stayed at the main house, he was always taught to maintain such composure. But it had clashed so violently with his true nature that it made him feel unbearably tormented. By the way, I expected you to come alone, but where did you gather an army from? What trick did you use? At Rishan's words, Salif narrowed his eyes and stared intently at his opponent. That attitude, as if he had known Salif would come. There was no one within House Parsha who could have relayed the fact that he would be dispatched as reinforcements. So most likely, the information had leaked from the Lavida's side. Seeing this, it made sense why Rishan showed no sign of being shaken by Salif's presence. and instead carried himself with the air of someone who had found a golden opportunity. The other side had also anticipated Salif's participation and prepared a counter-strategy accordingly. As that thought crossed his mind, Rishan's gaze turned to Osul, who stood beside Salif. "You've recovered, I see. It couldn't have been easy. It hurt quite a bit, I almost died. Seems like you barely managed to recover, too. Regrettably, I'm still not fully healed. The side I was pierced through back then hasn't quite healed." As they exchanged words, Osul lightly brushed his hand over his stomach. The agony from the white flames that endlessly consumed everything, summoned by the man now standing before him, was still vivid in his memory. No need for further words, I suppose. Indeed, at this point there's no meaning in pretenses. Let's dance until death comes. As Osul threw the spear in his hand and Rishan swung his sword, thousands of wizards let out war cries and clashed atop the plain. Cries and screams and explosions of magic echoed in all directions, filling the once quiet plain. The only way to guess the strength of the enemy before them was by appearance alone. Shoulder to shoulder with comrades, they unleashed their magic artifacts and fired attack spells they were accustomed to, praying their enemies were weaker than themselves. Sometimes they faced weaker opponents and killed them instantly, sometimes they met stronger foes and were killed. The lucky ones ended up facing someone of similar skill and drew out the fight. Compared to that, duels among high-ranking wizards were more elegant. They would seek out opponents of similar caliber to engage with, and surprisingly, the number of Varaha's high-ranking nobles didn't fall short compared to Lavita's. Considering how many high-ranking Varaha wizards Turon and his group had killed in the past, it should have been impossible. Reinforcements. The high-ranking nobles of Lavita's soon realized that some of their opponents were exceptionally skilled in close combat, beyond ordinary levels. The identity of such individuals was obvious. A great noble house that carried both the fighter and guardian bloodlines, the nobles of House Reuven. Whatever method had been used, it was clear Varaha had succeeded in mobilizing the forces of House Reuven. Could they have made a promise to cede some of their territory? This was the move Rishan had prepared. His calculation was that while Varaha overwhelmed Lavita's in the high-ranking nobles' duel, if Rishan could hold his ground against both Osul and Salif, their faction would gain overwhelming superiority. "You bastards, you're from Reuven. Bring it on." Before he could even respond, one Lavita's noble was caught in close combat and instantly stabbed and pummeled, reduced to a bloody mess. In a moment of crisis, two nearby comrades managed to pull him out, and he was quickly healed by recovery magic. This was the privilege granted on the battlefield to a great house of healers. Though their offensive power fell short of other combat-oriented bloodlines, as long as their magic power remained intact, they could return to the front lines with help from their comrades. Even as injured fighters rapidly returned, the tide of battle did not shift in Lavita's favor. There were simply too many reinforcements sent from Reuven. The number of mid to high-ranking nobles was almost double. "This is dangerous. Just hang on. If our family head can suppress theirs," trying to boost morale by encouraging comrades, he suddenly fell silent at the sight before him. One of the attacking Reuven nobles suddenly collapsed, coughing up blood from his chest. And that wasn't all. As if a hidden god of death were passing through them, nobles of both Varaha and Reuven were suddenly falling one by one, holes opening in their bodies as they collapsed helplessly. No way, only then did they realize they hadn't seen the famous head of House Parsha, Turon of the Zahar bloodline, for some time now. Bang! With a thunderous roar, Salif's whip collided with Rishan's longsword. The heat bursting between them sizzled his cheek, but the wound vanished almost instantly. It was thanks to Osul, who stood right behind him casting healing magic on Salif, and Osul's role didn't end there. He continued using Whale Hunter to hurl spears and suppression, and also unleashed vines from the ground using the life acceleration spell Mesa often used, constantly binding Rishan's legs. Of course, no matter how much power of a family head the plants contained, they were still plants. When swept by light of judgment, they burned away in an instant. Still, each time the tempo was broken like that, it was fatal in close combat. 1 against 2. Even so, did Rishan perhaps feel the situation was manageable. The moment he shouted with confidence, Mesa, hidden within the formation, suddenly appeared above and struck down a bolt of lightning. And it wasn't just any lightning. It was a skill created through fusion with the storm bloodline, blue lightning. The surroundings were bleached white in the flash as a piercing blue lightning bolt slammed straight into the top of Rishan's head. Arg, the armor Rishan wore was a powerful sacred relic that could shrug off most lightning attacks, but not enough to block a skill unleashed by a powerful noble like Mesa. As his whole body trembled, Rishan's composed expression twisted, and he hastily raised his shield to block the follow-up assault. His metallic armor crackled loudly with static electricity. How are you? Here, to think that 2 of the 3 strongest would show up here. Had House Parsha gone completely mad? What if, while all of them had come here, House Aravian launched an invasion back home? Worse still, Rishon had secretly and swiftly gathered intel through Zahar not long ago. He had heard that although Salif had disappeared, Turan and Mesa were quietly remaining within the family. And yet, if Mesa was here now. Quickly healing himself with recovery magic, Rishon turned his head and scanned the surroundings. He saw his high-ranking noble allies, who should have been overwhelming the enemy, being cut down. There was no need to even question who the culprit was. Turan, throwing off all his elegance, Rishon roared as he raised his longsword to the sky. Whoosh, the halo that wrapped around his back blazed into a silver sun, and in an instant the area for several kilometers around lit up like midday. Turan, who had been silently massacring Varaha and Reuven nobles while hidden, clicked his tongue and deactivated his concealment. In his hand was the longsword he had used for assassinations earlier. A magic artifact specialized in penetrating all types of defensive abilities. With Turan's magic power added to it, even the Guardian's defense could be pierced with ease. Of course, even with just a slingshot, he could easily breach a Guardian's defenses, but not as discreetly or as one-sidedly as he had just done. The more powerful the force used, the more widespread its aftereffects tend to be. The head of House Parsha. Since when was he? As the few remaining high-ranking Varaha wizards reeled in shock and retreated, Turan joined those facing Rishon. He had already judged that this side had a clear upper hand. You've done well, can't say it was that hard. A shame though, if I had just a little more time I could have wiped them all out. Of course, even the damage Turan had inflicted up to now was more than enough to be called catastrophic. He had taken the lives of 5 mid-tier, 6 high-tier, and 3 top-tier nobles. Among them, 4 were possession vessels. Those who had been frantically wielding God's magic to destroy didn't even know how they died and were left with nothing but hollow corpses. By now they were likely dreaming of resurrection somewhere in the heartlands of Varaha or Reuven. Did you capture it? No, conditions weren't ideal. I'll settle for taking him down for now. To the question about whether he had captured the soul, Turan shook his head. Even now, having trained soul magic to a considerable depth, the drawback remained the same. Capturing a soul form left one's physical body defenseless. It was still difficult to attempt such a feat in the middle of a chaotic battle. Besides, once they won this war, they planned to track down the enemy's base and capture them all anyway, so it didn't matter much. As he looked at Turan's group chatting nonchalantly, Rishon asked with a bewildered expression. There was no trace of his earlier graceful demeanor left on his face. It was as if his true self had finally been revealed. What are you thinking? What do you mean? How could you abandon your base and come here? That bastard won't just sit still. That's exactly why I plan to head back quickly. At Turan's words, which the others recognized as a signal, Salif and Mesa launched their attacks immediately. The golden whip formed from the sun cloak and the crashing lightning strike descended. Rishon deftly maneuvered his shield to block both attacks, but just then, a whirring sound was followed by a ball slamming against the air near his face with a loud bang. So that's why you're not wearing a helmet. You've got some kind of defense system protecting your head too. Clicking his tongue, Turan focused his awareness into Rishon's inner self. Just like battle once had, Rishon's inner being was composed of 4 bloodlines intertwining and interacting with each other. What first caught Turan's eye were the glowing twin hands of the illusionist bloodline and the round fireball of the pyromaniac bloodline. The fireball intertwined with the glowing hands, transforming into a silver sacred flame. Beside them were symbols of the guardian and healer bloodlines, a shield and a staff entwined with 2 white serpents, respectively, each now gripped by the hands wrapped in sacred fire. According to previously gathered information, these perfectly matched the 4 symbols of the silver sun. But strangely, since a while ago he hasn't been using any skills at all. Except for the light magic he used when he noticed Turan earlier, Rishon had only utilized abilities tied to his role as the head of House Varaha. It was just like how battle had behaved before. As if he had read Turan's thoughts, Rishon gritted his teeth and pointed his longsword at him. No matter what it takes, I will kill you. Let's see you Turan was about to respond casually, but he flung himself to the side in shock at Rishon's sudden charge as fast as light. The longsword, carried by a silver flash, sliced through all of Turan's defensive magic artifacts and tore a gash from his collarbone to his side. If he hadn't exploded the spirit of fire to move his upper body would have been split in 2. Block him! With an urgent shout, Osil quickly aimed Whale Hunter and launched a spear, while simultaneously rushing toward the retreating Turan. Combining his own healing magic with Turan's strength, the large wound began to heal at an astonishing speed. That just now, was that a skill? Yes, it seems he's decided to reveal his true power. Please be cautious. In the brief moment of their exchange, Rishon had already crushed Salif and Mesa, who had tried to block his path. The white flame that flared from the hand which had thrown away the shield stuck to the sky guardian that protected Mesa's upper body, and the longsword split into over a dozen illusions, all of which pierced Salif's body. This crazy. Staggering back, Salif hastily transformed the sun cloak into the form of a shield, shocked by the overwhelming force. Now that Rishon was fully using his skills, his combat strength was on an entirely different level from before. Even this level of power was still weaker compared to Battle Aravian from their earlier battle. But at the very least, it was on a completely different scale from the ordinary family head-level strength Rishon had shown just a moment ago. Judging by that, if Rishon had used his skills freely when he ambushed Osul, Lavidas would have been destroyed that very day. However, as Turon watched Rishon fighting with all his might, he noticed that Rishon's complexion wasn't exactly bright. As expected, just like I thought, for some reason he can't fully wield his powers just like Battle. If that was the case, then all they needed to do was buy time. After entrusting Osul with Salif's healing, Turon gripped his longsword and charged at Rishon head-on. With a loud clash, Rishon staggered back several steps, his face filled with shock as he looked at Turon. You. It can't be. The impact was unbelievable for something displayed by a noble of the Zahar bloodline. Judging by the amount of magic power his opponent possessed, there was only one way this level of strength could be explained. Either he had pushed the power of the Berserker bloodline to its limits, or the power of Reuven isn't too bad either. Turon smiled as he spoke, having just replaced his Berserker bloodline with that of a Reuven noble he had killed earlier. And that wasn't even the end of what he could do. Having awakened his spiritual perception, Turon combined the Storm Emblem and cast an acceleration spell on himself, dodging the crimson beam that shot from Rishon's hand. The beam traced a long, narrow line across nearly a kilometer of land where Turon had just been, carving deep into the earth. You're using soul magic too? I thought you already knew. It had been a known fact for quite some time among the gods of Aravian and Zahar, but it seemed they had chosen not to pass that information along to Varaha. To be fair, the rumors surrounding Turon had become so muddled and chaotic that without direct communion with the gods, it would have been difficult to obtain accurate information. From the half-truth that he was an illegitimate child of Zahar, to the full truth that he was a hybrid of Zahar and Aravian, to more bizarre tales like being a Varaha hybrid and Salif's half-brother, or a child born from the head of Lavidas and Zahar, the rumors had spread wildly. Sometimes having too much information was more troublesome than having none at all. The ensuing battle, unsurprisingly, began to tilt overwhelmingly in Turon's favor. He hurled slingshots and splashed water of death to bombard the enemy, and whenever Salif was injured, he used the Reuven bloodline to take the front line while Salif healed. Despite Rishon unleashing every skill he had to his name and fighting fiercely, he was no match for 4-on-1 odds. Dragged around like a bull facing matadors, Rishon finally screamed in a tired, desperate voice. Why do you resist so much? We are your fathers, we created this world. If we hadn't come, you'd still be living as livestock. You can't say we're not livestock just because the owner changed. Despite having Salif, one of the would-be victims of that ownership, standing right next to him, he still had the nerve to spew such nonsense. Was it a lack of empathy or a lack of intelligence? Perhaps he was just so cornered that anything came spilling from his mouth. In any case, it would be best to continue this conversation somewhere more discreet. After all, knowledge of the gods' true identities was something only a few high-ranking individuals in Parsha and Lavidas were privy to. As a blade of wind from Mesa's hand sliced through Rishon's now powerless neck, Turon pulled the jewel box from his robe and closed his eyes, releasing his soul form from his body. The massive silver spirit that rose from Rishon's corpse greeted him. Chapter 149.1. In the past, when Turon captured Kadram, who had once been a possessed body of House Aravian, he confirmed that the opponent's possessed body was in a form similar to that of a human. No different from the spiritual forms of Turon himself, Salif, or Mesa. Therefore, he believed that Rishon, whom he was to capture this time, would also be similar to a human. He thought that even the mighty pre-god tribe, when stripped of their shells, would be no different from them. How on earth, however, the true form of Rishon that appeared was, by any measure, far from human. The first thing that caught his eye was a smooth mouth without any creases. The entire body was pure white as if it were covered in marble, and the eyes lacked both irises and pupils, appearing as though golden jewels had been embedded. On top of that were unusually long ears, drooping like tentacles. In the midst of it all, if there had not been a few distinctive traits such as flaming hair, a white halo, and golden scales, it would have been hard to believe that this was Rishon's spirit body. Clearly, the only additional bloodline he possessed was that of a healer, so why was there such a difference compared to Salif, Ararg? As that doubt emerged, a sharp scream from a woman rang out beside him. Mesa, my head. Mesa, who had just exited her body in spiritual form to engage in a spiritual battle with him. On top of her head were still dozens of needles that had remained stuck due to her recent busyness, not yet having been fully extracted, and they began to emit a jingling sound. Return to your body, hurry. She couldn't even support her own body from the intense pain. After pushing her spiritual form back into her physical body, Turan immediately leapt to chase after Ratian, who had fled during that moment. Fortunately, the guy hadn't managed to escape far as he was still engaged in fierce hand-to-hand combat with Salif. "Help me quickly, this guy is too strong." Even Salif had a few remaining needles on his head vibrating, but he simply frowned from the pain and seemed relatively able to endure it. Perhaps it was because he didn't have as many needles embedded compared to Mesa. Turan quickly joined him, and together they weakened what appeared to be Ratian's spiritual form through brute force, then pushed it into the jewel box. Just as Salif had said earlier, Ratian's spiritual form was nearly twice as powerful as Kadram's, to the point that even he found it hard to fight alone. After Ratian's spiritual form, which had screamed until the end, was sucked into the jewel box, Turan turned to Salif, who was holding his head with a grimace, and asked, "How's your head?" "It hurts a bit, but it's bearable." Now that the spiritual form had vanished, the pain from the needles was gone. Salif murmured quietly and returned to his physical body. "I didn't expect those needles to have such an effect in spiritual form." Back when he subdued Kadram, Salif and Mesa had not yet reached a level where they could extract their spiritual forms from their bodies, so they had not known this. Feeling his curiosity about the nature of the needles grow, Turan, now back in his body, first checked on Mesa, who was beside him. She was still grimacing from the aftermath of the headache, but she seemed to be doing much better than before. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, now it's a bit. When I thought I had to attack while looking at that thing a moment ago, my head suddenly started to hurt." It felt like hundreds of needles were violently stirring her brain, Mesa murmured with a slightly fearful tone. It was clear that the pain she experienced had been far more intense than what Salif had gone through. "So, did we catch Ratian?" "For now." Turan lifted the jewel box and checked it again, nodding. Inside one of the specifically enlarged prison sections, Ratian's spiritual form, with its inhuman shape as seen earlier, was imprisoned. "How's the situation on the battlefield?" "It seems almost completely resolved." As Mesa said, from the moment Ratian's head was severed, the army of Varaha had already lost the will to fight. Only a few of the most loyal followers continued to resist and lost their lives. The majority either knelt on the spot to show submission or fled far away. Especially those mobilized from the vassal houses, rather than the main branch of House Varaha, mostly surrendered without resistance. For them, it didn't really matter whether Ratian or Salif became the master of Varaha. As defeat became evident, they simply chose to switch allegiance. Thanks to this, the Lavida's Parsha allied forces could focus more on tracking down the escapees rather than managing prisoners. Among those chasers, the most eye-catching was none other than a massive golden eagle. Bige, who had stayed hidden within Turan's body during the battle to avoid interfering, came out on its own as soon as its master entered a spiritual state to fight Ratian and began to track the fleeing enemies. A G-golden eagle, it's the bird of the Parsha family head, Scatter. Due to its reputation spreading quite widely from its achievements in several recent battles, the nobles on the side of Varaha tried to flee separately instead of opposing that mythical magical beast, hoping at least one of them could escape. But mostly their efforts were in vain. Even the nobles of Aravian, who could fly through the sky, didn't dare to attempt fleeing from Bige. What could those on the ground possibly do? While Turan, together with the nobles of the Lavida's main family, was treating the wounded, Bige killed or subdued dozens of fleeing influential nobles before returning to her master. The beast, now shrunk to a smaller size, perched on his shoulder and exclaimed proudly, "Turan, I caught a lot, I did great, right? You did amazing, really." Feeling the dancing with pride as it seeped back into his body, Turan gathered moisture from the air and created water to wipe the blood off his hands. Most of it was the blood of nobles or knights from Parsha. "More people died than I thought." According to what he'd just confirmed while assisting with treatment, there were about 20 deaths from House Parsha. Considering that there were 136 people excluding Turan and his two companions, that meant roughly 1 in 6 had died. Of course, compared to House Varaha, which had lost nearly half its people, it wasn't a major loss. But for Parsha, which had fewer wizards, this was still a devastating blow. If Mesa and other enchanters hadn't reinforced their forces by crafting magic artifacts, the damage could have been far worse. While Turan silently paid respect to the dead in his thoughts, Salif approached, rubbing his head. "It's over, finally." "Well, maybe this is just the beginning." From post-war handling to the responses of other great noble houses regarding this incident, the thought of what was to come only made his head ache more. Of course, since it was a fight they couldn't avoid, it wasn't even worth debating whether it was necessary. "Well, it's over for now, right? If wars always ended this easily in just one blow, it would have been nice." "Well, we were lucky." As the past war between Aravian and Zahar had shown, wars between great noble houses typically didn't end with a single head-on clash. They'd wage boring, prolonged battles, slowly eating away at each other's territories, or use cowardly tactics to strike at each other's base. There was no need to go back decades for examples. Even Aravian and Parsha were at war. Both houses had simply deemed themselves incapable of launching a decisive attack on the other, and so they were quietly holding their ground. Compared to that, the reason this war ended quickly was because both forces were convinced they held a decisive advantage and could finish the other in a single battle. Of course, looking at the outcome, it wasn't hard to tell whose belief had been correct. Chapter 149.2. After the post-war cleanup, the recognition of achievements and allocation of spoils naturally followed. This was especially crucial in battles between humans, because one could grow stronger by absorbing the magic power of fellow wizards. As per custom, the remains of allied casualties were collected by their own houses, while in the case of enemies, if the one who had definitively killed them was known, that person claimed the magic. If not, it was distributed according to individual merit. Turon also made sure to report the share of one noble from House Reuven, whose power he had urgently absorbed during the battle, deducting it from Parsha's share. Disputes over identifying who took what were a hassle, and besides, the Lavita's side had been rather generous anyway. Thank you for your concession, Osel. There's no need to thank me, you came all the way out here to help us. This is the least we can do. Without Parsha's aid, we surely would have been doomed. Osel said with a shake of his head in response to Turon's gratitude. Just as he said, the hidden blade, reinforcements from House Reuven, concealed by Varaha, had been exceedingly sharp. If only Salif had been dispatched as originally planned, they would have been lucky to escape with a devastating defeat. Otherwise, it might have ended in total annihilation. Considering that they avoided such a fate and succeeded in exacting revenge, this level of benefit was well-deserved. Once the magic power had been distributed from knights to high-ranking nobles, the last prize, the corpse of the Varaha family head, was brought out. The value of the magic power contained within was comparable to that of an entire region. In truth, a family head of a great noble house could wield such transcendent power precisely because that overwhelming magic was inherited from one family head to the next, making it no exaggeration to call it the essence of a great noble house itself. Like this among 4 people. Yes, thanks to your consideration. To absorb Rishan's magic, 3 people from Parsha who had participated directly in battle and 1 girl from Lavita's, a relative of Osel, were chosen. Osel himself had already inherited the previous family head's magic and had reached his limit, so they selected a promising child from within the house. Begin. At someone's signal, the 4 of them began absorbing Rishan's magic at once. After a long period of stagnation since devouring the great sea serpent, Turon's magical growth suddenly surged again. A stronger body, sharper senses, the wave-like surge of power rippling within. Turon realized that his pure magic had ascended one step further and that even someone like Osel standing beside him could now be considered his equal. Finally, he was still a bit weaker than battle, but now he truly possessed the strength befitting the title of a great noble house's family head. Just then a small sigh escaped from beside him. The magic being absorbed into Salif's body began to disperse, having lost its recipient. Looks like this is my limit. The phenomenon of reaching one's limit. It was something that inevitably came to wizards who continually absorbed magic over time, and now it had come for Salif. Unlike a certain noble from Aravian that Turon had seen in the past, Salif didn't appear deeply disappointed. He just let out a short sigh and shook his head as if he had expected this. Don't look at me like that. Well, I won't say I hadn't hoped for more, but even this is a lot. In truth, Turon had hoped that once Mesa or Salif accumulated a certain amount of magic, they too would blossom into a 4th bloodline as he had. He had thought Salif, a descendant of the Silver Sun, would awaken the healer bloodline, and Mesa, the fighter bloodline. Of course, even as he was now, Salif had gained power equal to the late Rishans, so it wasn't like this was something to complain about. Enough already, just get someone to fill my spot. Bige, let Bige take it. Mesa, who had been absorbing magic nearby, spoke up softly. In any case, since the nobles of Parsha were all single bloodline holders, most had already reached or were nearing their limits in magic capacity, so absorbing Rishan's power would have little effect. Can I do it from here? Yes. Following Turon's instruction, Bige, who had been inside his body, also began absorbing the magic. By the time most of the magic power had already been absorbed, what remained was little more than scraps, but even that was a significant benefit for the current Bige. Originally among the lowest of the top tier in terms of magic power, Bige's strength instantly rose to the mid-level of the top tier, comparable to Salif from some time ago. Had Bige absorbed the full amount, she likely would have surpassed even that. After completing the absorption, Turon organized the magic power within his body and checked the progress of the others. Mesa had now grown even stronger than ordinary family heads like Osel or Rishan. Turon followed next, while Salif, who had hit his limit during the process, ranked last, roughly on par with Osel and Rishan. Looks like it's over. Yes, thanks to your consideration. Nodding at Turan's words of gratitude, Osil turned to the Lavita's girl and asked, Alu, how about you? Thank you, family head. I will never forget this kindness. The Lavita's girl, who had absorbed magic power with them too, had rapidly ascended from a mid-tier to top-tier magic holder. It was said she was born with lower noble-level magic power from an early age, one of the most promising talents in Lavita's history. Osil himself was still young, so perhaps in the future, two family head-level powerhouses might rise from House Lavitas. Finally, after even the magic artifacts were distributed, the Allied forces began their official march toward Helio, the capital of Varaha. Because they had passed through villages and towns near the capital, even commoners could now witness the result of the war. Look at that. Oh my God, could it be? Should we run? Stay put. Whether those high-end mighty people change or not, it makes no difference to lowly workers like us. The news that wizards wearing garments bearing the Varaha emblem were marching behind in disarray would soon spread across the entire land of 5 lakes. After about 3 hours of marching, the allied army finally reached Helio. The wizards from Lavitas gasped in admiration as they beheld the high walls and well-constructed buildings of Helio. So this is the capital of Varaha. It's magnificent. The buildings are certainly tall because the ground is firm and not soft. That must be the Temple of the Sun. Their awestruck reactions were so provincial that one of the high-ranking nobles snapped at them to shut their mouths, and only then did the commotion die down. Upon arriving in the capital, the Allied forces divided into 3 major groups. One group began occupying key institutions that affected civilians, starting with City Hall and the police stations. Another group monitored the prisoners restrained outside the city walls. The final group occupied the Temple of the Sun, Varaha's main stronghold, and wiped out the remaining stragglers. We lost, don't be ridiculous. That's a lie. They're just an advance party. The main force is still fighting. Don't be shaken and stand your ground. A few remaining nobles in the main house shouted in defiance at the arrival of the Allied forces, but none joined their cries. And even if they had, what could they have done? Just like Varaha, the bulk of their forces had already been committed to the battle on the plains, and those who remained at the Temple of the Sun were either elders on the brink of death or children who had only just awakened their magic. Surrender peacefully and your lives will be spared. Salif, you traitorous bastard, the aged Varaha noble growled, but went silent upon seeing the size and intensity of the halo erupting from Salif's back. It was like witnessing a small sun rise, so overwhelming that it evoked the image of the former head of Varaha. Did you devour the magic of the family head? Yes, I am now the head of House Varaha. Accept it or die. The choice is yours. There was not a trace of pride or intimidation in Salif's voice. It was a calm tone, as though he were merely stating a fact. Perhaps because of that, the words struck more deeply. The few remaining survivors exchanged glances, then let out heavy sighs and lowered the flag hanging from the peak of the Temple of the Sun. It was the first time in the 18-year history of House Varaha. I'm dying of exhaustion. Seriously, right. That evening, Turon and his group gathered in the family head's residence that Reshan had used. It was the place within the Temple of the Sun where they could meet smoothly without being disturbed by others. Technically, it was against etiquette for Salif, originally a guest of House Parsha, to take the highest seat, but since he was now the confirmed next head of House Varaha, it was allowable. As a bonus, Salif had agreed to take responsibility for the recent ambush as the head of Varaha and to relinquish a considerable amount of property and rights. Once everyone had gathered, Turon carefully placed the jewel box onto the desk. Should we check it tomorrow if everyone's tired? No, let's do it now. I'm dying of curiosity for a lot of reasons. Besides, starting tomorrow, we'll all be busy with other matters. Exactly. Turon, you also have to return to Parsha, don't you? It doesn't take long to get there. That's true. After the battle had ended and they entered the Temple of the Sun, Turon had Armenia reinstall the mirror that led to Kalamaf inside the inner cave of the prison where Salif's parents had once been confined. The plan for the time being was to maintain this setup so that either Parsha or Varaha could respond proactively in case of an attack from the opposing side. Hopefully, this time we'll actually get some proper answers. It won't be like with Kadram, will it? If it is, I'm planning to get rid of both and investigate from the fragments. That would be better than letting them keep their mouths shut. There were truly many things they wanted to ask Reshan. What exactly were the spiritual thorns embedded in Salif's and Mesa's heads? Why did his own spiritual form look the way it did? Why had he suddenly launched an assault on Lavitas? It was time to open the jewel box and discover the truth. Chapter 150.1. The first thing Turon encountered upon entering the jewel box was the librarian, who was using the space near the entrance as a library. An old spirit who, since the establishment of House Parsha, had been deeply immersed in absorbing new knowledge through various ancient books from the Grey Zone. He spoke curtly to Turon, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Did you bring another one to torture? If the conversation goes well, there might be no need for torture. Just don't make too much noise. Though he spoke that way, the librarian had once silently encouraged Turan when he had been frustrated after failing to extract information from Cadram. At this, Turan gave a sheepish smile and bowed his head. After passing through the section with the library and walking past the prison where Cadram, still unresponsive like a corpse, was held, he finally came upon the massive cell where Rishan was confined. Rishan, the family head of House Varaha, had his spirit body tightly bound with long and thick gray chains. It was a manifestation of the magical restraints once used by Varaha nobles to imprison Salif, which Turan had seized after killing them. Looking into the still inhuman face of Rishan, Turan said, "You don't even have a mouth. How are you speaking? Is that what you're most curious about? I have many other questions too, but right now that's what I'm most curious about. What exactly are you, Rishan Varaha, the family head of House Varaha? Or rather I was, now I'm dead and merely a wraith." At Rishan's self-deprecating words, Turan let out a brief laugh, then hardened his expression. Even in this state, Turan's face looked somewhat grim when he wasn't smiling. Now, with the spirit's sharp vertical pupils and aggressive features, he looked even more brutal. "First, let me make one thing clear. I know you people have a technique where you fake unconsciousness by giving up awareness. So what? The moment you try to use that to get out of this, I will shred your soul into pieces so finely that no method can ever restore it. That's advice for your sake. If you're waiting for your comrades to come save you, don't even bother. Souls are supposed to be immortal. That's what the soul magic book teaches, and while it is true, it's also false at the same time. A true soul, the true self, consists of a spirit body that cannot be erased by any means, but it can still be shaken and disturbed in countless ways. In other words, even if Turan decided to rip Reshan's spirit body into fragments smaller than soul shards, it would still be Reshan. But a spirit body that can no longer think like the original self, bearing only the name, would hold no meaning. Unfortunately, it was hard to tell whether Rishan felt fear from those words. Since both were spirit bodies, it was difficult to read emotions through scent, and his overly alien facial structures made visual analysis equally hard, unlike with humans. Fortunately, Rishan's response a moment later was positive. "If I cooperate, what do I get? An eternal life sentence in this prison as a soul. I'm not sure if existence as a soul can be called life, but depending on the value of the information you provide, I can guarantee better treatment." As he said this, Turan lightly snapped his fingers, and the environment inside the prison instantly changed. A warmly blazing fireplace, a cozy armchair, a wall filled with bookshelves and well-bound books, grilled cod glazed with honey, and steamed pork so tender that the meat fell off the bone by itself. As the master of the jewel box, Turan could reproduce objects he had experienced firsthand in this way. A life of living in comfort, eating delicious food and enjoying entertaining things. You could say it's a rather materialistic kind of pleasure. But it's better than being shredded to pieces and killed or trapped in an empty prison forever, right? Though I'm not sure if you can even eat with that mouth. When he snapped his fingers again, everything from moments earlier disappeared as if it had been an illusion, and the space returned to its cold prison state. Clearly, nothing had changed from just a moment ago, yet perhaps because the heat of the warmly burning fireplace had vanished, the air inside felt far colder than before. And though this is truly a worst-case scenario, if the battle out there turns against us, we might temporarily release you. As part of our combat strength, I mean. According to past experience, while there were individual differences among the gods' possession vessels, even when they possessed the bodies of moderately ranked mid-tier nobles, they exhibited powers several levels stronger than their hosts. If it was Reshan who had once held the position of family head of House Varaha, he would be at least as powerful, if not more. In an emergency, he could certainly be used as part of their fighting force. Of course, the body he would possess would essentially have its personality obliterated, so they would have to select from among the most heinous of criminals. If the situation became truly dire, conscripting Reshan in that manner could be an option. Of course, for that to happen, there's a lot you need to tell me first, like how to create a soul base or how to enter the base located here in Varaha. You haven't found it yet. I've just entered the Temple of the Sun. In reality, after entering the Temple of the Sun, Turan had scoured it until nightfall and still found no trace. But he feigned confidence. He assumed Rishan wouldn't be able to perceive the passage of time very sensitively within this prison anyway. After a moment of silence, Rishan spoke in a low voice. "Very well. However, I expect you to keep your promise. Just as I respect you, I hope you will respect me in return, Turan Parsha." Perhaps because he now considered himself part of a deal, Rishan, who had just been speaking in a blunt tone, reverted to his original, refined way of speaking. At that repulsive display of calmly putting on a mask, Turan nodded with an expression devoid of amusement. "Fine, then let me start with this. What are you? Why does your spirit body look so different from a human?" The price of that question, instead of responding to the counter-question, Turan lightly snapped his fingers, tightening the chains. With a cracking sound and a suppressed groan, the prison echoed. Trying tricks from the start, are you? You seem to be mistaken. This isn't a trade for information. It's an investigation of a prisoner's identity. Your hand is quite heavy. Chapter 150.2. Rishan attempted to maintain a composed facade like earlier, but with every syllable soaked in pain, he failed to pull it off. When Turon momentarily loosened the restraint, Rishan muttered in a somewhat resigned tone. Fine, I am human. No, at least I believe myself to be human. In truth, I might be a white elf. White elf? At the unexpected statement, Turon raised one eyebrow without meaning to. Why would that come up now? But now that he heard it, it sounded somewhat plausible. The snow-white skin and those droopy, tentacle-like ears did meet the typical defining feature of elves, long ears distinct from humans. Still, wasn't his appearance far too alien for that to be the whole explanation? The dark elves I've seen before didn't look all that different from humans, aside from the ears. I too know, white elves too have bodies that, except for the ears, don't differ much from humans. It's only in spirit form that we appear like this. I see, so what do you mean exactly when you say you think you're human but might actually be a white elf? At Turon's question, Rishan showed a momentary hint of hesitation. Just for a moment, when Turon slightly moved the chain, he flinched and continued speaking. A long time ago, Rishan, no, the one known by the nickname Mechanic, was terrified due to the sudden deaths of his comrades. Listening quietly, Turon realized it was a story from the distant ancient past, the era when the lifespans of the pre-god tribe came to an end, marking the fall of the old empire. His eyes widened. The tale from that era, one even the librarian confined to the library had not properly known, was finally being told. At the time, the mechanic and a few surviving comrades, after many sacrifices, discovered that the problem was related to the soul and age. Unfortunately, their knowledge of soul magic was not particularly deep. Most matters related to that were all but monopolized by the puppet master in the West. Puppet master? Yes. Whom he seems to have a peculiar ability to detect when information about himself is mentioned. Best not to speak of him outside this place. At Rishan's words, Turon realized that the puppet master he spoke of was the very leader of the Aravian Najin faction, the biologist. Rather than assume there were two individuals with such abilities, it made more sense that it was the same person known by different names. Puppet master. Recalling the bloodlines of the ruler and the tamer within Najin, Turon thought it was a rather fitting name. Both bloodlines possessed powers that governed others or spiritually influenced beings outside themselves. Anyway, those who had never held a fond opinion of the puppet master sought an alternative in the white elf necromancers. Since necromancy itself was deemed a dangerous power and had been hunted down, it wasn't easy, but they managed to find and gather a few. They tried body transference through necromancy using them. Exactly. However, the white elves had no intention of aiding the pre-gods, who had once driven them to the brink of extinction. So they intervened in the soul transference using necromancy. To enter the human bodies the gods were trying to possess in their place. No way, only then did Turon begin to grasp the meaning of what Rishan had said earlier. That's right. I believe myself to be a pre-god, one of the players who came to this world in ancient times. But at the same time, I also believe myself to be a white elf named Frsoya, born on this land. I have the memories of growing up as both entities, so it's hard to define my identity as just one. You could call me a spiritual hybrid. To think that the rumor Turon had spread in House Aravian, that white elves had taken control of the upper echelons of the great noble houses, would turn out to be true here. No, according to those words, it wasn't quite accurate to say that white elves had occupied them. The being before him was also a fallen god at the same time. You look quite surprised. To be honest, I am. So all those Varaha cronies are half-white elves then? Correct, not only us, Reuven as well. Turon recalled the air of Reuven he had seen recently. He had already felt disgusted at the idea of a fallen god possessing a human body, and now, knowing that it was also partially of another race, the revulsion deepened. Since relations with Reuven had already deteriorated through the recent conflict, perhaps it would be worth dealing with them soon as well. What about Zahar and the others? I don't know for sure, but probably not. It seems they have a secret technique that allows them to wield stronger power through the human body alone. Then they don't know your true nature either. If they did, we would have been exterminated long ago. It's well known they've never liked us. Thankfully, since we retained some original memories, even if imperfect, we could maintain the facade of being gods and continue interacting with them. Fortunately, white elf necromancy was a spiritual technique not confined to the body, so even in human form, they could continue reincarnating in the way they did now. Presumably, the mechanism differed somewhat from the reincarnation practiced by the gods in the Western houses. All right, then where are your comrades? For this question, I'll offer a proper price. As he said this, Turon snapped his fingers, and the chains binding Rishan's body unraveled on their own. Naturally, even without the binding effect, Rishan could not do anything within this place, but simply being able to freely move his limbs again would have brought a significant sense of liberation. You're releasing me without even hearing the answer. Obviously, if the answer isn't proper, you'll be bound again. Turon gave the reward first in order to let him feel the pleasant sensation of being unshackled. Once you experience that, you won't want to return to the tightly bound state from just a moment ago. For reference, I already know that it's roughly somewhere underground. I'm only asking you to save myself the trouble. Though he tossed out the words as if it was no big deal, Turon actually regarded the search and confinement of these Varaha gods as a highly important matter. Even if the chance was low, should they escape the soul storage on their own and possess someone again, it would be a huge ordeal to find and eliminate them once more. Perhaps due to the difficulty of betraying his own comrades, Rishan hesitated for a long while, sighing repeatedly before eventually nodding. It seemed the bluff about already knowing they were underground had worked, and the ominous clinking of chains a few times helped too. In the end, he was a prisoner caught in Turon's grip, unable to enjoy even the barest peace, let alone freedom of the soul, unless he complied. Next to the bedroom, in front of the second bookshelf in the study, recite the following incantation. Om Amagavarkana Mahamudra Mani Padma Jai Vala Pravartaya Hum. Use the same method to close the door. What does it mean? It's from an old novel I enjoyed. I'm not sure what it means exactly, probably some kind of Buddhist mantra. Buddhism, mantra, these were unfamiliar terms to Turon, but he didn't react to them. He was now used to godlike beings mentioning concepts and worldviews he couldn't comprehend. Alright, let's check if this works first and then move on to the next part. MHM. If it turned out to be a lie, anyone with a brain could guess the consequences would be horrifying. Judging by Rishan's composed demeanor, it seemed the method he gave wasn't entirely false. After finishing the negotiation and exiting the jewel box, Turon relayed the conversation with Rishan to the two people waiting outside. Both were quite shocked, but the one more deeply affected was Salif, who was more directly involved. Rishan is a white elf, know all the gods of our house. It's hard to say they're exactly white elves, but that's roughly what it is. With the stunned Salif beside him, Turon stood before the study he had just mentioned and recited the incantation. At once, with a humming sound, a spatial door appeared before him. This is, back when he went to the Tomb of the Gods, wasn't this exactly how the entrance to the underground labyrinth had appeared? It seemed these beings also had the ability to use spatial powers, even if only in limited ways. He would have to ask later how they had managed to create it. With that thought, Turon stepped through the door with the other two. Just like when he crossed through Armani's jade mirror, the comforting air of the study instantly vanished and a cold air enveloped them. A cave? No, it seems underground. I can sense activity from the ground far above. Turon could sense creatures moving around several hundred meters up in the sky. He guessed that this place was located somewhere beneath Helio City. In the past, he had seen faint spirit bodies drifting downward, so it was just as he expected. The surrounding area, like the space beyond the door, resembled a well-kept study or a secret residence. With a smoothly reinforced cave wall, luxurious furniture was arranged all around. However, while the place was fairly well organized, it was also dusty, and a few household items were even scattered on the floor. It felt less like the base of a secret organization and more like a poorly maintained vacation villa. Well, whether gods or white elves, if it was a place only accessible to those at the very top of the noble houses, it made sense that cleaning wouldn't be properly done. They couldn't exactly bring in an ordinary cleaner, and the users themselves weren't the type to do a proper job of cleaning by hand. This, despite the fact that each of them was a top-level wizard who could easily tidy up with a mere wave of the hand. Where should we look? No need to look far, that has to be it. When Turon looked in the direction Salif pointed, he let out a low "oh." Off to one side of the cave stood a massive stone slab about 3 meters tall, positioned vertically. As he approached and activated his spiritual perception, he saw spirits swirling inside. Unlike Rishan, whom he had seen earlier, some looked even more alien, while others had spirit forms that somewhat resembled humans. The rulers of House Varaha were trapped inside the single stone slab, waiting helplessly for his judgment. "Greetings, friends," Turon murmured with a sinister expression, reaching out his hand, that it was time for them to leave this place and go to a better one.